The Surangama Sutra. I. The Numenon in the Tathagata store. Thus have I heard. Once the Buddha stayed in the Jetavana Vihara near Sravasti with 1250 bhikkhus, most of whom were great arhats who had crossed the stream of transmigration. They upheld his teaching firmly, could leap over all realms of existence, and had achieved the respect-inspiring deportment which was held in great esteem throughout the country. They followed the Buddha to turn the wheel of the law and were qualified to hand down his dharma. Being self-disciplined, they set a good example in the three worlds in which they appeared in countless transformation bodies to deliver living beings and to save future generations from defilement. They were led by Sariputra the wise, Mahamoudgalyayana, Mahakunhila, Paroamatravaoputra, Subhuti and Upaniyad. There were also countless Pratyekabuddhas who, since they had conquered their old habits, had nothing more to learn, yet, came to the Buddha's vihara determined to seek ultimate truth. Now the summer retreat had just finished when the bhikkhus took stock of their errors and mistakes, and when the bodhisattvas from the 10 directions, determined to wipe out their remaining doubts and suspicions, reverently awaited the teaching in their search for its esoteric meaning. And so the Tathagata arranged his seat and sat with crossed legs to proclaim the profound doctrine. Such a dharma feast to purify the assembly had never taken place before, and his melodious voice was hard as the 10 quarters. Led by Manjusra, a number of bodhisattvas as countless as sand grains in the Ganges, had come to the holy place. Meanwhile, King Prasenajit, who was keeping the anniversary of his father's death by offering vegetarian food to him, came personally to invite the Tathagata to the inner palace for a royal feast of best and rarest delicacies, to which he also invited the great bodhisattvas in the assembly. In the city the elders and devotees also offered food to members of the order and reverently waited for the Buddha's arrival. Ananda's weakness the reason for this sermon. Commanded by the Buddha, Manjusra took the bodhisattvas and arhats to the royal feast. Ananda, however, had not come back from a distant engagement, and so was not among the invited. He was returning to the vihara alone without his superior or teacher, and bowl in hand went begging from door to door in a nearby town. He intended to call first on a donor who had not given food to the monks that day, regardless of whether or not he was virtuous, a noble, or an outcast. In his practice of universal compassion, he did not especially choose a poor man as his patron. He wanted to help all living beings earn countless merits, for he had seen the Buddha scold Subhuti and Mahakasyapa who, though being arhats, could not realize universal mind, when begging for food. He very much admired his teaching, which had eliminated all his doubts and suspicions in this respect. So when he reached the town's gate, he walked slowly, adjusting his mien to the rules of discipline. As he went begging for food, he came to a house of prostitution where Matega, a low-caste woman, succeeded, by means of Kapila magic, in drawing him close to her sensual body on the mat, so that he was on the point of breaking the rules of pure living. But the Buddha was aware of all this, and, after the royal feast, he returned to the vihara with the king, princes, and elders who wished to hear about the essentials of the Dharma. He then sent out from the top of his head a bright and triumphant multicolored light, within which appeared a transformation Buddha seated, with crossed legs, on a 1,000-petaled lotus. The Buddha then repeated the transcendental mantra and ordered Manjusra to use it to overcome the magic and to bring Ananda with Matega to the vihara. Meditative study of all as void, samatha. When Ananda saw the Buddha, he prostrated himself at his feet, weeping bitterly and saying that, since the time without beginning, though he had heard much about the Dharma, he still could not acquire the transcendental power of the Tao. Earnestly he asked the Buddha to teach the preliminary expedients in the practice of samatha, samapatti, and dhyana, which led to the enlightenment of all Buddhas in the 10 directions. There was also present a great number of bodhisattvas, as countless as sand grains in the Ganges, and great arhats and pratyekabuddhas who had come wishing to hear about the Dharma. They all waited silently and reverently for the holy teaching. Wiping out the 5 aggregates and 8 consciousnesses to expose the unreality of ego. Probing into the false mind to wipe out the first 2 aggregates and first 5 consciousnesses. The Buddha said to Ananda, "You and I are close relatives. Tell me what you saw in the assembly when you made up your mind to give up all worldly feelings of affection and love, to follow me." Ananda replied, "I saw the 32 excellent characteristics and the shining crystal-like form of the Buddha's body. I thought that all this could not be the result of desire and love, for desire creates foul and fetid impurities like pus and blood which mingle and cannot produce the wondrous brightness of his golden-hued body, in admiration of which I shaved my head to follow him." The Buddha said, "Ananda and all of you should know that living beings, since the time without beginning, have been subject continuously to birth and death because they do not know the permanent true mind whose substance is, by nature, pure and bright. They have relied on false thinking which is not reality, so that the will of samsara turns. Now if you wish to study the unsurpassed Supreme Bodhi to realize this bright nature, you should answer my questions straightforwardly. All Buddhas in the 10 directions trod the same path to escape from birth and death because of their straightforward minds, with the same straightforwardness of mind and speech from start to finish without a trace of crookedness. Ananda, when you developed that mind because of the Buddha's 32 excellent characteristics, tell me what saw and loved them." Ananda replied, "World-honored one, my love came from the use of my mind, my eyes seeing and my mind admiring them, so that it was set on relinquishing birth and death." The Buddha continued, "As you just said, your love was caused by your mind and eyes, but if you do not know where your mind and eyes really are, you will never be able to destroy delusion. For instance, when the country is invaded by bandits, the king, before sending his soldiers to destroy them, should first know where they are. That which causes you to transmigrate without interruption, comes from defects in your mind and eyes. Now tell me where your mind and eyes are." Ananda replied, "World-honored one, all living beings born in the world through the 10 types of birth hold that this knowing mind is in the body. As I look at the lotus blue eyes of the Buddha, I see that they are on his face. Hence my understanding that my eyes are on my face whereas my knowing mind is in my body." The Buddha asked, "Now as you sit in this hall, where do you see Jetavana Park?" Ananda replied, "World-honored one, this great hall is in Jetavana Park, which is, therefore, outside the hall." The Buddha asked, "What do you see first in this hall?" Ananda replied, "World-honored one, in this hall, I see first the Tathagata, then the assembly, and only when looking outside do I see the park." The Buddha asked, "When you see the park, what causes you to do so?" Ananda replied, "It is because the doors and windows are open that I, though sitting in this hall, see the park outside." The Buddha then extended his golden-hued arm and touched Ananda's head with his hand, saying, "There is a samadhi called the all-embracing Supreme Surangama, a gateway through which all Buddhas in the 10 directions attain to the wondrous majestic path. Ananda, listen now attentively." Ananda prostrated himself at the Buddha's feet and knelt to receive the holy instruction. The Buddha said, "If you are right, that, while sitting in this hall, you see the park outside through open doors and windows, it would be possible for someone sitting here to see only things outside without seeing the Buddha within." Ananda replied, "One cannot see the grove and stream outside without seeing the Buddha here." The Buddha said, "Ananda, it is the same with you, if your mind is not deluded, it will be clear about all this. However, if your knowing mind was really in your body, you should first be clear about everything inside it. You should, therefore, see everything in your body before seeing things outside it, even if you cannot see your heart, liver, spleen, and stomach, at least you should be clear about your growing nails and hair, about that which moves along your nerves and the pulsing of your veins. Why are you not clear about all this? If you do not see things within, how can you see those outside? Therefore, your contention that your knowing mind is inside your body is groundless." Ananda bowed and said, "After hearing the Buddha's Dharma voice, I now understand that my mind is really outside my body. For instance, a lamp should light up everything in a room before the courtyard outside through the open door. If I do not see what is in my body but see things outside it, this is like a lamp placed outside a room which cannot light what is in it. This being so clear that there can be no doubt, am I still wrong about what the Buddha means? The Buddha said, all the bhikkhus followed me to Sravasti to beg for food and have now returned to Jetavana Park. I have taken my meal, but as one bhikkhu is still eating, is the whole community well fed? Ananda replied, no, world-honored one, though they are arhats, they have not the same body or lifespan. Then how can one by eating cause all the others to satisfy their hunger? The Buddha said, if your knowing mind is outside your body, the two are separate. Thus when your mind knows something, your body should not feel it, and when your body feels something, your mind should not be aware of it. Now as I show you my hand, when your eyes see it, does your mind discern it? Ananda replied, yes, world-honored one, my mind discerns it. The Buddha said, if so, how can your mind be outside your body? Therefore, your contention that your knowing and discerning mind is outside your body is groundless. Ananda said, world-honored one, as you have said, if my mind does not see what is in my body, it is not within it, and if my body and mind know each other, they are not separate, and my mind is, therefore, not outside my body. Now after thinking about this, I know where my mind is. The Buddha asked, where is it? Ananda replied, since my knowing mind does not see what is in my body but can see things outside, I think it is hidden in my sense organ. For instance, if one covers one's eyes with a crystal bowl, the latter does not obstruct the sense organ which simply follows the faculty of seeing to distinguish all things seen. Thus if my knowing mind does not see what is in my body, it is because it is in the sense organ, and if it sees clearly what is outside without being obstructed, it is because it is hidden in that organ. The Buddha asked, as you just said, the mind is hidden in the same way that the eyes are covered by the crystal bowl. Now when one so covers them and sees the mountain and river, does one also see the bowl? Ananda replied, yes, world-honored one also sees the bowl. The Buddha said, if your mind is like the crystal bowl, when you see the mountain and river, why do you not see your own eyes? If you do, they should be outside and should not follow your faculty of seeing. If they cannot be seen, how can you say that this knowing mind is hidden in the sense organ, like the eyes, covered by the crystal bowl? Therefore, your contention that the knowing mind is hidden in the sense organ is groundless. Ananda asked, world-honored one, I now think of the bowels concealed in the body and of the apertures on its surface. Therefore, where there is concealment there is darkness, and where there are openings there is light. As I am now before the Buddha, I open my eyes and see clearly, and this is called outward seeing, and when I close them, I see only darkness, and this is called inward seeing. What does the Buddha think of this? The Buddha said, when you close your eyes and see darkness, is this darkness opposite to your eyes or not? If it is in front of them, then how can this be inward seeing? Even if there is really such inward seeing, when you sit in a dark room without the light of the sun, moon, or a lamp, this darkness should also be in your bowels. If it is not opposite to your eyes, how can there be any seeing? Now let us forget your so-called outward seeing and assume that there is inward seeing. Then when you close your eyes and see only darkness, which you call seeing what is in your body, why when you open them and see clearly, do you not see your face? If you do not, there is no such inward seeing. Now assuming that you can see your face, your knowing mind and organ of sight should be in the air, and then how can there be inward seeing? If they were in the air, they should not belong to your body, and the Buddha who now sees your face, should be your body as well. Thus when your eyes see something, your body should have no feeling. If you insist that both body and mind have separate feelings, there should be two separate perceptions, and then your body should, one day, become two Buddhas. Therefore, your contention that to see darkness is inward seeing is groundless. Ananda said, I have always heard the Buddha when teaching monks, nuns, and male and female devotees say, when the mind stirs, all sorts of things are created and then all kinds of mind appear. I now think that the substance of my thinking is the nature of mind which arises when it unites with externals and which is neither within nor without nor in between. The Buddha said, "You have just said that because phenomena are created, all kinds of mind appear when uniting with them. So this mind has no substance and cannot unite with anything. If that which has no substance can unite with externals, this is union of the 19th realm of sense with the 7th sense datum. This is sheer nonsense. If the mind has substance, when your hand grasps your body, does your mind feeling this, touch, come from within or without? If from within, you should see what is in your body, and if from without, you should see your face." Ananda said, "It is the eyes that see and the mind that knows is not the eyes, to say that it sees is wrong." The Buddha said, "If the eyes can see, when you are in a room, do you see the door, outside? Those who are dead and still have eyes, should see things. If they still see, how can they be dead?" Ananda, if your knowing mind has substance, is that substance single or manifold? As it is in your body, does it spread to every part of it or not? If it is one substance, when you grasp a limb, all four should feel that they are grasped. If so, there would be no grasping of any particular limb. If there is, the contention of a single substance does not hold good. If it is a manifold substance, there should be many persons. Then which substance is yours if it spreads to every part of your body? This is the same as in the previous case of grasping. If it does not spread, then when you touch your head and foot at the same time, while your head feels that it is touched, your foot should not, but this is not so. Therefore, your contention that the mind arises where there is union with externals is groundless. Ananda said, "World-honored one, I have heard the Buddha discuss reality with other sons of the king of the law, i.e. bodhisattvas. He also said that the mind is neither within nor without. I now deduce that if the mind is in the body, it does not see anything within, and if it is outside, they both cease to feel each other. To say that it is within is wrong, for it does not know anything in the body. To say that it is without is also faulty, since body and mind can perceive each other. As they do so, and since nothing is seen in the body, the mind should be between the two, i.e. the inside and outside." The Buddha said, "If your conception of a mind in between is correct, it implies a position for it. Now, according to your inference, where is this intermediate position? Do you mean that it is, in or on, the body? If it is on the surface of the body, it cannot be in its center, and the conception of a mind in the center is no different from that of a mind in the body, which was refuted earlier. Moreover, is its position manifest or not? If it is not, it does not exist. If it is not fixed. Why? For instance, if a stake is driven into the ground to mark a center, when seen from the east it is in the west, and when seen from the south it is in the north. As this stake can only lead to confusion, so is your conception of a mind in between completely chaotic." Ananda said, "The intermediate position that I mentioned is not these two. As the world-honored one has said, the eyes and form are causes from which sight perception arises. While the eyes can distinguish, form does not follow anything, and perception lies between them, hence the mind arises." The Buddha said, "If the mind lies between sense organs and sense data, does it include both or not? If it does, its substance and what is outside will be mixed up together, and since the mind perceives while its objects do not, two opposites will be set up. Then how can there be an intermediate position? If it is not inclusive, that is, if it is independent of the sense organs and sense data, being neither the knower, subject, nor the known, object, it has no substance, then what is this intermediate? Therefore, your contention that it is in between is groundless." Ananda said, "World-honored one, previously when I saw the Buddha, with his four chief disciples, Mahamoggallana, Subhuti, Paroamaitreya Oaputra, and Sariputra, turn the wheel of the law, he always said that the nature of the knowing and discriminating mind is neither within nor without nor between the two, exists nowhere and clings to nothing, hence it is called mind. Is that which does not cling to things called mind? The Buddha replied, you just said that the nature of the knowing and discriminating mind exists nowhere. Now in this world, all things in the air, in water, and on the ground, including those that fly and walk, make the existing whole. By that which does not cling to anything, do you mean that it exists or not? If it is not, it is just the hair of a tortoise or the horn of a hare, then how can there be this extra, non-clinging? If it is, it cannot be said not to exist. That which is not is simply non-existent, and that which is should have a position, then how can there be no clinging? Therefore, your contention that that which does not cling to anything is the knowing mind is groundless. Refuting the false mind to eliminate the third aggregate and expose the unreality of the sixth consciousness. Thereupon Ananda rose from his seat, uncovered his right shoulder, knelt upon his right knee, reverently joined the palms of his hands and said to the Buddha, I am the Tathagata's youngest cousin, and because of his great affection, I have been allowed to be his disciple, but I have presumed on his compassion. And so although I have heard much of his preaching, I have failed to avoid the worldly and have been unable to overcome the magic which has turned me round, causing me to visit a house of prostitution. All this is because I failed to reach the region of reality. May the world-honored one be compassionate enough to teach us the path of samatha for the benefit of those lacking faith and holding perverted views. After saying this, he prostrated himself with knees, elbows and head on the ground. Then he stood up in reverent silence, with the whole assembly keenly awaiting the teaching. Revealing the bright samadhi. By the Buddha's transcendental power, all sorts of rays of light, as brilliant as hundreds and thousands of suns, shone from his forehead, illuminating all the Buddha lands, which shook with 6 kinds of quake. Thus a number of worlds, uncountable as the dust, appeared simultaneously and, by the same power, united into a single world wherein each of the great bodhisattvas, while staying in his own realm, brought his palms together to listen to the Dharma. Origin of inversion. The Buddha said, since the time without beginning, all living beings have given rise to all sorts of inversion because of the karmic seed, of ignorance, which is like the axa shrub. This is why seekers of the truth fail to realize supreme enlightenment but achieve only the states of Sravakas, Pratyekabuddhas, heretics, devas and demons, solely because they do not know the 2 basic inversions, thereby practicing wrongly, like those who cannot get food by cooking sand in spite of the passing of eons as countless as the dust. What are these 2 basic inversions? Ananda, the first is the basic root of birth and death caused, since the time without beginning, by the wrong use of a clinging mind which people mistake for their own nature, and the second is their attachment to causal conditions, which screen the basically bright essence of consciousness, which is the fundamentally pure and clean substance of nirvanic enlightenment. Thus they ignore this basic brightness and so transmigrate through illusory realms of existence without realizing the futility of their wrong practice. Actual inversion. The inverted mind. Probe into the false mind, Ananda, as you have inquired about the samatha gateway through which to escape from birth and death. I must ask you a question. The Buddha then held up his golden-hued arm and bent his fingers, saying, Ananda, do you see this? Ananda replied, yes. The Buddha asked, what do you see? Ananda replied, I see the Buddha raise his arm and bend his fingers, showing a shining fist that dazzles my mind and eyes. The Buddha asked, how do you see it? Ananda replied, I and all those here use the eyes to see it. The Buddha asked, you say that I bend my fingers to show a shining fist that dazzles your mind and eyes, now tell me, as you see my fist, what is that mind which perceives its brightness? Ananda replied, as the Tathagata asks about the mind, and since I am using my own to search for it exhaustively, I conclude that that which searches is my mind. Thinking is unreal. The Buddha said, hey! Ananda, this is not your mind. Ananda stared with astonishment, brought his 2 palms together, rose from his seat and asked, if this is not my mind, what is it? The Buddha replied, Ananda, This is your false thinking which arises from external objects, deludes your true nature and deceives you into mistaking, since the time without beginning, a thief for your own son, thereby losing sight of that which is basically permanent, hence the round of birth and death. The sixth consciousness is empty. Ananda said, I am the Buddha's beloved youngest cousin whose mind so admired him that I left home to serve and make offerings to the Tathagata and to all Buddhas and enlightened teachers in lands as countless as sand grains in the Ganges. If I am determined to do all difficult Dharma duties, it is because I use this mind, and even if I now slander the Dharma, causing my excellent qualities to weaken forever, it is also because of this mind. If it was not mind, I would have no mind and would be like the earth or a log, for nothing exists beyond what I feel and know. Why does the Buddha now say that it is not mind? This frightens me and also this assembly, and not one of us here can avoid being doubtful and suspicious about it. Will you be so compassionate as to enlighten us? From his lion seat the Buddha, in order to teach Ananda and the assembly so that they could all achieve the patient endurance of the uncreate, Upàsaka Dharmakwanti, held out his hand to touch Ananda's head, saying, the Tathagata has always said that all phenomena are manifestations of mind, and that all causes and effects, including all things from the world to its dust, take shape solely because of the mind. Ananda, if we look at all the worlds and all existing things, including even grass and leaves, and investigate their roots, they are all made of matter and have qualities, and even the empty void has its name and appearance. Then how can the pure and clean profound bright mind, which is the underlying nature of every discriminating mind, be without its own substance? If you grasp firmly the knowledge which comes from your discrimination between feeling and seeing as your true mind, it should have its own nature independent of all sense data such as form, smell, taste, and touch. As you now listen to my sermon on the Dharma, you differentiate because you hear my voice. The seventh consciousness is unreal even if you succeed in putting an end to all seeing, hearing, feeling and knowing, and so preserve inner quiet. The shadow of your differentiation of things, Dharma, still remains. I do not want you to hold that this is not mind, but you should examine it carefully and minutely. That which continues to possess discerning nature even in the absence of sense data is really your mind. On the other hand, if this discerning nature ceases with sense data, this is merely the shadow of your differentiation of them, for they are not permanent, and when they cease to exist, so does this so-called mind, like the hair of a tortoise and the horns of a hare. If your Dharmakaya can so easily cease to be, who will then practice and realize the patient endurance of the uncreate? After hearing this, Ananda and all those present were completely bewildered. Refuting all inversion, the Buddha said, practicing students, even after they have realized the 9 successive states of dhyana, still cannot step out of the stream of transmigration and so fail to become arhats, because they cling to this samsaric false thinking which they mistake for reality. This is why, though you have heard much of my Dharma, you have failed to win the holy fruit. The inverted perception. After hearing this, Ananda, in bitter tears, prostrated himself with his head, knees, and elbows on the ground, knelt and brought his 2 palms together, saying, after I left home to follow the Buddha, I merely relied on his transcendental power and always thought that I could dispense with practice since he would bestow samadhi upon me. I did not know that he could not be my substitute, and so lost sight of my fundamental mind. This is why, though I joined the order, my mind was unable to enter the Tao. I was like a destitute son running away from his father. I only realize now that, in spite of much listening to the Dharma, if I do not practice it, I shall come to nothing, as if I had not heard it, like a man who cannot satisfy his hunger by merely speaking of food. World-honored one, I am caught by the 2 hindrances because I do not know the real nature of the still and permanent mind. May the Tathagata be compassionate enough fully to reveal to me that wondrous bright mind, and so open my Tao eye. A bright light to reveal the one reality. Thereupon the Tathagata, from the svastika on his chest, sent out a radiant multicolored precious light which illuminated the Buddha lands in the 10 directions as countless as the dust, and which, after shining on the heads of all Buddhas everywhere, veered to Ananda and the assembly. The Buddha then said to Ananda, I now hoist the banner of great Dharma so that you and all living beings in the 10 directions can realize the pure and bright mind of your profound and subtle nature, and so win the eye that is pure and clear. Returning perception to mind. Ananda, a moment ago you said that you saw my shining fist. Tell me, how did its brightness come about? What caused it to take the form of a fist, and with what did you see it? Ananda replied, the Buddha's golden-hued body is like a precious hill and manifests the state of purity and cleanness, so that the fist shone. It was really my eyes that saw him bend the fingers and form a fist, which was shown to all of us. The Buddha said, in truth, wise people should be awakened by examples and analogies. Ananda, if I had no hand I would have no fist, and if you had no eyes, you would have no faculty of seeing. Is there any connection between your organ of sight and my fist? Ananda replied, yes, world-honored one. If I had no eyes, I would have no faculty of seeing, so there is an analogy between my organ of sight and the Buddha's fist. The Buddha said, your reasoning is incorrect. For instance, a handless man has no fist, but a man without eyes still has his faculty of seeing. When you meet a blind man and ask him what he sees, he will tell you there is nothing but darkness in front of him. Therefore, though things may be screened from view, the faculty of seeing continues. Ananda said, if a blind man sees nothing but darkness before him, how can this be called seeing? The Buddha asked, is there any difference between the darkness seen by a blind man in front of him and that seen by a man who is not blind when he is in a dark room? Ananda replied, world-honored one, there is no difference. The Buddha said, Ananda, when a blind man who used to see only darkness suddenly recovers his sight and sees everything clearly, if you say that it is his eyes which see, then when a man who saw darkness in a dark room suddenly lights a lamp which enables him to see what is there, you should say that it is the lamp that sees. If a lamp can see things, it should have the faculty of seeing and should not be called a lamp. If it really sees, it has no relation to you. Therefore, you should know that while the lamp can reveal form, seeing comes from the eyes but not from the lamp. Likewise, while your eyes can reveal form, the nature of seeing comes from the mind but not from the eyes. Inverted men. Although Ananda and the assembly had heard these words, they remained speechless. As they did not awaken to the teaching, they brought their palms together and waited for the Buddha's further instruction with their minds set on hearing it. The worldling's inverted views. The Buddha then held up his shining hand, straightened his fingers to give further instruction to Ananda and the assembly, and asked, after I attained enlightenment, Bodhi, I went to Mkitava Park where I told Ajahn K'uan Yu and his group of 5 bhikkhus as well as you monks, nuns, and devotees, that all living beings failed to realize enlightenment and became arhats because they were misled by foreign dust which created delusion and distress, by entering their minds. What at that time caused you to awaken so that you can now win the holy fruit? Ajahn K'uan Yu then rose from his seat and replied to the Buddha, I am now a senior in the assembly in which I am the only one who has acquired the art of interpreting because I had awakened to the meaning of the expression foreign dust, so that I won the holy fruit. World-honored one, foreign dust, is like a guest who stops at an inn where he passes the night or eats something and then packs and continues his journey because he cannot stay longer. As to the host of the inn, he has nowhere to go. My deduction is that one who does not stay is a guest and one who stays is a host. Consequently, a thing is foreign when it does not stay. Again, when the sun rises in a clear sky and its light enters the house, through an opening, the dust is seen to dance in the ray of light whereas the empty space does not move. I deduce that that which is still is the void and that which moves is the dust. Consequently, a thing is dust when it moves. The Buddha said, correct. The Hinayanists' inverted views. The Buddha then bent, straightened and rebent his fingers and asked Ananda, what did you see? Ananda replied, I saw the Buddha open and close his fist. The Buddha asked, you say that you saw my fist open and close, was it my fist or your seeing that opened and closed? Ananda replied, as the Buddha's fist opened and closed, I saw that it and not the nature of my seeing did so by itself. The Buddha asked, which one moved and which was still? Ananda replied, the Buddha's hand was not still, as to the nature of my seeing which was already beyond a state of stillness, it could not move. The Buddha said correct. Thereupon the Buddha sent out from his palm a radiant ray of light to Ananda's right, and the disciple turned to look at it. Then he sent out another ray to Ananda's left and the disciple turned to look at it. The Buddha then asked, why did your head move? Ananda replied, I saw the Buddha send out radiant rays of light to my right and left, I turned to look at them and so my head moved. The Buddha said, as you turn to the right and left to see the Buddha light, is it your head or your seeing that moves? Ananda replied, World Honored One, it is my head that turns, as to my seeing which is already beyond the state of stillness, how can it move? The Buddha said, correct. The Buddha then declared to the assembly, so every worldly man knows that what moves is dust, and that he who does not stay is a guest. You have seen Ananda whose head moved of itself whereas his seeing was unmoved. You have also seen my fist which opened and closed of itself whereas his seeing neither expanded nor contracted. Why do you still regard the moving as your body and surroundings, and so, from beginning to end, allow your thoughts to rise and fall without interruption, thereby losing sight of your true nature and indulging in backward actions? By missing the true mind of your nature and by mistaking illusory objects for yourselves, you allow yourselves to be caught in the wheel of samsara, thereby forcing yourselves to pass through transmigrations. The heretic's inverted view of annihilation. After Ananda and the whole assembly had heard the Buddha's words, their bodies and minds became calm and composed. They thought that, since the time without beginning, they had lost sight of their own minds by wrongly clinging to the shadows of their differentiated causal conditions and that they had only now awakened to all this, like a hungry baby who had not suckled for some time and suddenly saw its loving mother. They brought their palms together to thank the Buddha and wished to hear his teaching on the dual states of reality and unreality, existence and non-existence and mortality and immortality of body and mind. King Prasenajit then rose and said to the Buddha, before I received the Buddha's instruction, I met Kakuta, Katyayana and Sanjaya, Varadaputra who both said that when the body died, its annihilation was called nirvana. Although I have now met the Buddha, I am still not clear about this. All those here who are still in the stream of migration wish to know how to realize that mind and prove that it is beyond birth and death. The Buddha said to King Prasenajit, Great King, I now ask you about your body of flesh and blood, is it permanent and indestructible like a diamond, or does it change and decay? The king replied, My body will decay and finally be destroyed. The Buddha asked, Great King, you have not yet died, how do you know that your body will be destroyed? The king replied, World Honored One, though my impermanent, changing and decaying body is not yet dead, I observe that it changes and decays without a moment's pause and is bound to go out like a fire that gradually burns out and will be reduced to naught. The Buddha asked, Yes, Great King, you are old now but how do you look compared to when you were a child? The king replied, World Honored One, when I was a child, my skin glowed and when I grew up, I was full of vigor, but now I age and weaken, I grow thin and my spirits are dull, my hair is white and my face wrinkled so that I know I shall not live much longer, there is no comparison between now and when I was full of vitality. The Buddha said, Great King, your appearance should not decline. The king replied, World Honored One, it has been changing all the time too imperceptibly for me to notice it. With the constant change of seasons, I have become what I am now. Why? Because when I was 20, though still young, I already looked older than when I was 10, while at 30 I was older still. As I am now 62, I am older than at 50 when I was stronger. World-honored one, I notice this imperceptible change in every decade, but when I look into it closely, I see that it has occurred not only yearly, monthly, and daily, but in each moment of thought. That is why I know that my body is destined to final destruction. The Buddha said, Great King, you observe this ceaseless change and know that you will die, but do you know that when you do, there is that which is in your body and does not die? The king brought his two palms together and said, I really do not know. The Buddha continued, I will now show you the self, nature which is beyond birth and death. Great King, how old were you when you first saw the Ganges? The king replied, When I was 3 my mother took me to worship the Deva Java. As we crossed the river, I knew it was the Ganges. The Buddha asked, Great King, as you just said, you were older at 20 than at 10, and until you were 60, as days, months and years succeeded one another, your body changed in every moment of thought. When you saw the Ganges at 3, was its water the same as it was when you were 13? The king replied, It was the same when I was 3 and 13, and still is now that I am 62. The Buddha said, As you now notice your white hair and wrinkled face, there must be many more wrinkles than when you were a child. Today when you see the Ganges, do you notice that your seeing is old now while it was young then? The king replied, It has always been the same, world-honored one. The Buddha said, Great King, though your face is wrinkled, the nature of this essence of your seeing is not. Therefore, that which is wrinkled changes and that which is free from wrinkles is unchanging. The changing is subject to destruction whereas the unchanging fundamentally is beyond birth and death. How can it be subject to your birth and death? Why do you bring out Maskari Gosaliputras, wrong, teaching on total annihilation at the end of this life? Upon hearing this, the king realized that after death, there will be no annihilation but life again in other transmigrations. He and the whole assembly were happy and enthusiastic at the teaching which they had never heard before. The inverted behavior. After hearing this, Ananda rose from his seat, prostrated himself before the Buddha, brought his two palms together and knelt saying, World-honored one, if both seeing and hearing are beyond birth and death, why has the Buddha said that we have lost sight of our true nature and so acted in an inverted manner? Will you be compassionate enough to enlighten us, and so wash off our defiling dust? Thereupon the Buddha lowered his golden-hued arm with the fingers pointing downward and asked Ananda, As you now see my hand, is it in a correct or inverted position? Ananda replied, All worldly men regard this as inverted, but I myself do not know which position is correct or inverted. The Buddha asked, If they hold that it is inverted, which position do they consider to be upright? Ananda replied, If the Buddha holds up his hand, pointing to the sky, it will be upright. The Buddha then held up his hand and said, If worldly men so discriminate between an upright and inverted hand, they will in the same way differentiate between your body and the Buddha's pure and clean Dharmakaya and will say that the Tathagata's body is completely enlightened whereas yours is upside down. If you look closely into your body and the Buddha's, where is this so-called inversion? After hearing this, Ananda and the assembly were bewildered and gazed fixedly at the Buddha without knowing whether their bodies and minds were really inverted. Delusion and enlightenment are of the same source. The Buddha was moved with compassion and, out of pity for Ananda and the assembly, said in his voice as steady as the ocean tide, Virtuous men, I have always declared that form and mind and all causes arising therefrom, all mental conditions and all causal phenomena are but manifestations of the mind. Your bodies and minds are just appearances within the wonderful, bright, and pure profound mind. Why do you stray from the precious, bright, and subtle nature of fundamentally enlightened mind and so recognize delusion within enlightenment? Minds, dimness creates, dull, emptiness and both, in the darkness, unite with it to become form. The mingling of form with false thinking causes the latter to take the shape of a body, stirred by accumulated causes within and drawn to externals without. Such inner disturbance is mistaken for the nature of mind, hence the false view of a mind dwelling in the physical body and the failure to realize that this body as well as external mountains, rivers, space, and the great earth are but phenomena within the wondrous bright true mind. Like an ignorant man who overlooks on the great ocean but grasps at a floating bubble and regards it as the whole body of water in its immense expanse, you are doubly deluded amongst the deluded. This is exactly the same delusion as when I hold my hand down, and so the Tathagata says that you are the most pitiable people. Refuting the false perception to eliminate the fourth aggregate and reveal the non-existence of the seventh consciousness. Wiping out the unreal. The non-existence of discriminative perception. Ananda's wrong view. Ananda was moved to tears by the Buddha's compassion and profound teaching, brought his two palms together and said, "After hearing the Buddha's wonderful Dharma, I have realized that the wondrous bright mind is fundamentally perfect, so that I always dwell in my mind ground. But if my awakening has been due to the Buddha's preaching, I have, really, used my causal mind to hear it with reverence, thereby merely realizing that mind. I dare not pretend that it is the fundamental mind ground. Will you be compassionate enough to enlighten me so as to remove my remaining doubts so that I can return to the Supreme Tao?" Unreality of illusory causes. The Buddha said, "You are still using your clinging mind to listen to the Dharma, since, however, this Dharma is also causal, you fail to realize the Dharma nature. This is like a man pointing a finger at the moon to show it to others who should follow the direction of the finger to look at the moon. If they look at the finger and mistake it for the moon, they lose sight of both the moon and the finger. Why? Because the bright moon is actually pointed at, they both lose sight of the finger and fail to distinguish between the states of brightness and darkness. Why? Because they mistake the finger for the bright moon and are not clear about brightness and darkness. Likewise, if you mistake your intellect, which hears my preaching voice, for your true mind, the latter's discerning nature should be independent of that differentiated voice. For instance, when a traveler spends the night at an inn, he does so for a time and then leaves, not staying there forever. As to the innkeeper, he has nowhere else to go, for he owns the inn. It is the same with your mind. Falseness of both sense organs and consciousness. If it is your true mind, it has nowhere to go. Then why in the absence of speech has it no discerning nature of its own? This discriminating intellect does not arise only when I speak, but also when you discern my appearance. It has no discerning nature of its own when there is no form. It is not true mind, even when you reach the state in which all discrimination ceases, a state that is neither form nor voidness, which the heretics call primordial darkness. All phenomena returnable to causes are unreal if that which has no discerning nature of its own ceases to exist in the absence of causal conditions. How can the so-called nature of your mind be an independent host if it disappears when it returns to its illusory causes? Borrowing the essence of perception to pick out causal externals. Ananda asked, "If every state of my mind can be returned to its cause, why does the Buddha speak of the wondrous bright original mind which is not returnable to anywhere? Will you be compassionate enough to enlighten me?" Setting up the essence of perception, the Buddha said, "As you see me now, the essence of your seeing is originally clear. Although it is not the profound bright mind, it is like a second moon but is not a reflection of the moon, in water. Now listen attentively to my explanation of that which cannot return anywhere. Picking out causal externals. Ananda, the doors and windows of this hall are wide open and face east. There is light when the sun rises in the sky, and there is darkness at midnight when the moon wanes or is hidden by fog or clouds. Your seeing is unimpeded through open doors and windows but is obstructed where there are walls or houses. Where there is discrimination, you perceive the stirring causes, and in the dull void, you only see emptiness. An unconscious condition results from confused externals, whereas an awakened state leads to clear perception. Ananda, see now how I return each of these changing states to its causal origin. What are these original causes? Ananda, of these changing conditions, light can be returned to the sun. Why? Because there is no light without the sun, and since light comes from the sun, it can be returned to it, i.e., its origin. Darkness can be returned to the waning moon, clearness to open doors and windows, obstruction to walls and houses, causes to differentiation, emptiness to relative voidness, confused externals to unconsciousness, and clear perception to the awakened state. Nothing in the world goes beyond these conditions. Now when the essence of your perception confronts these 8 states, where can it be returned to? If to brightness, you will not see darkness when there is no light. Although these states such as light, darkness, etc., differ from one another, your seeing remains unchanged. The nature of perception, all states that can be returned to external causes are obviously not you, but that which cannot be returned to anywhere. If it is not you, what is it? Therefore, you should know that your mind is fundamentally wonderful, bright, and pure, and that because of your delusion and stupidity, you have missed it and so are caught on the wheel of transmigration, sinking and floating in the samsaric sea. This is why the Tathagata says that you are the most pitiable of men. The underlying nature of perception is not the essence of perception. Ananda asked, I now understand that the nature of perception cannot be returned to any external cause, but how can I know that it is my true nature? The capacity of perception, the Buddha said, Ananda, though you have not yet reached the state beyond the stream of transmigration, you may now use the Buddha's transcendent power to behold the first dhyana heaven without obstruction, like Anuruddha who sees this world, Jambudvapa, as clearly as fruit held in his own hand. Bodhisattvas can see hundreds and thousands of worlds. Buddhas in the 10 directions can see all the pure lands as countless as the dust. As to living beings, their range of sight is, sometimes, limited to inches. Picking out causal objects, Ananda, as you and I see the palaces inhabited by the 4 heavenly kings with all that is there in water, on the ground and in the air, though there is a great variety of forms and shapes in the light and darkness, they are but hindrances resulting from your differentiation of objective phenomena. Here you should distinguish between your own self and external objects. From what you see, I now pick out that which is your own self and those which are but phenomena. Ananda, if you exhaust the field of your vision, from the sun and moon to the 7 mountain ranges with all kinds of light, all that you see are phenomena which are not you. As you shorten your range, you see passing clouds and flying birds, the wind rising and dust, trees, mountains, rivers, grass, men, and animals, they are all external and are not you. The essence of perception, Ananda, the great variety of things, far and near, when beheld by the essence of your seeing, appear different. Whereas the nature of your seeing is uniform. This wondrous bright essence is really the nature of your perception. The essence of perception mistaken for externals. Refuting this misconception, if seeing is an object, you should also see my seeing. If you can do so, why when I do not see things, do you not see my non-seeing? Even if you do so, it will not be real but your false seeing. If you do not see my non-seeing, it follows that your seeing and mine are not objects. If so, why cannot your seeing be you? Again, if when you see an object you grasp at it as such, it should also see you. If so, that object and the nature of seeing will mingle, and you, I, and the world will be in complete confusion. True perception, Ananda, when you see things, this seeing is yours and not mine, and its nature penetrates everywhere. If it is not you, what is it? Why do you still doubt about your real nature and ask me to confirm that it is not false? Wiping out the capacity of perception to reveal the true mind. The capacity of seeing, Ananda asked, world-honored one, if I am the nature of seeing, why when the Buddha and I saw the palaces of the 4 heavenly kings and the sun and moon, did this seeing first penetrate the whole world and then return to this vihara, then to its temple, and now to this hall with its eaves and corridors? Does this seeing which first pervaded the universe now return to and fill only this hall? Does its previous scale not shrink, or is cut up by the walls of this hall? I do not know where the meaning of all this really lies. Will you be compassionate enough to enlighten me? Breaking up the capacity of seeing, the Buddha replied, Ananda, all things in this world, whether large or small, inner or outer, as well as in other conditions, are external, you should not say that your seeing expands and contracts. Take for instance a square box, the inside of which is seen as containing a square of air. Now, tell me, is the air seen as square in the square box, really square or not? If so, it should not be round when poured into a round box. If not, then there should be no square of air in the square box. You say that you do not know where the meaning of all this really lies, but, the meaning being so, where do you want it to lie? Ananda, if you want the air to be neither square nor round, just throw the box away. Since air has no location, you should not again insist on removing the place where it lies. If, as you just said, when you entered this hall, your seeing shrank into a small compass, then when you look at the sun, do you lift it up to reach that sun in the sky overhead? If a wall can cut off your seeing, can you prevent it from peeping through a hole in the wall? Therefore, your contention is wrong. Revealing the real. All living beings, from the time without beginning, have disregarded their own selves by clinging to external objects, thereby missing their fundamental minds. Thus they are being turned round by objects and perceive large and small sizes. If they can turn objects round, they will be like the Tathagata, and their bodies and minds will be in the state of radiant perfection. From their immutable holy sight, the end of each of their hairs will contain all lands in the 10 directions. Removing the essence of perception to wipe out the 5th aggregate and 8th consciousness. Eradicating attachment to the ego to reveal the one reality. Ananda asked, if this essence of seeing is my wondrous nature, the latter should manifest before me. If seeing is my real ego, then what are my body and mind? But in fact my body and mind can discern things, whereas that seeing cannot discern my body. If perception is my mind and causes me to see things, then this perception is my ego whereas my body is not. This is exactly what the Buddha previously refuted, with the argument that objects should then see me. Will you be compassionate enough to enlighten me? Rooting out Ananda's misconception of objects being and not being perception. Misconception of objects being perception. The Buddha replied, Ananda, your conception of perception being in front of you is incorrect, because if it is, the essence of perception should have a position which can be shown. As you sit in Jetavana Park, you see its trees and nullas as well as this hall, with the sun or moon overhead and the Ganges in the distance. As you are now, in front of my lion seat, moving your hand to point to the surroundings, such as the dark foliage of the wood, the bright sun, blocking walls and clear open spaces as well as grass, plants and very small things, although they are of different sizes, each of them can be pointed out. If they are really your seeing manifesting in front of you, you should be able to show which one is your seeing. Ananda, you should know that if voidness is your seeing, since it has already become your perception, then how can it be empty? If an external thing is your seeing and has already become your perception, how can it be external? So, after dissecting all things in front of you, pick out the bright and pure principle of your perception and show it, to me, to prove that it is clearly and irrefutably identical with externals. Ananda said, from this hall, I now see the Ganges in the distance, the sun or moon overhead, and all that I can point out with my finger and see with my eyes, they are all external things, but not one of them is my perception. World-honored one, as the Buddha has said, not only a beginner in the Sravaka stage, like myself, who is still in the stream of transmigration, but even a bodhisattva, cannot dissect things and pick out the essence of seeing which has an independent nature apart from phenomena. The Buddha said, correct, correct. Misconception of objects not being perception. The Buddha said, as you have said, there is no essence of seeing with an independent nature apart from phenomena. Now if there is no perception in the things you point out, I now ask again, as you and the Tathagata sit in this Jetavana Park, when you see the wood and all externals including the sun or moon, if there is no essence of seeing which can be picked out from them, tell me which one is not the seeing? Ananda replied, Of all things seen in this Jetavana park, I do not know which one is not the seeing. Why? Because if the trees are not the seeing, why do I see them? If they are the seeing, why are they trees? If the void is not the seeing, why do I see it? If the void is the seeing, why is it empty? I too have thought carefully about all this and now conclude that each one of them is the seeing. The Buddha said, correct, correct. In the assembly, all those who had not achieved the stage beyond study, were very surprised at hearing the Buddha say this. They failed to understand his meaning and were perturbed and thrown off balance. The Buddha realized their perplexity and alarm and took compassion on them, saying, virtuous men, the words of the King of the Supreme Law are true, accord with reality and are neither deceitful nor false, unlike those of the heretics whose sermons are arbitrary and aimless. Now listen attentively, your faith in me shall not be in vain. Manjusra's helpful interposition. Thereupon, Manjusra Bodhisattva, who took compassion on the four Varga, rose from his seat, prostrated himself at the Buddha's feet, brought his two palms together and said, World-honored one, these people do not understand the Tathagata's twofold revelation of the reality and unreality of the essence of perception in form and voidness. They think that if causal form and voidness are the seeing, there should be an indication of it, and if they are not, there should be no seeing. They do not understand your teaching and are, therefore, surprised and bewildered, but they are not like those whose roots are frivolous and inferior. May the Tathagata be compassionate enough to enlighten them, so that they know what objects and this essence of perception are fundamentally and that there exists neither is nor is not between them. The Buddha declared to Manjusra and the assembly, to all Tathagatas and great Bodhisattvas of the 10 directions, abiding in the state of samadhi, seeing and its concurrent causes, as well as all forms imaginable, are like flowers in the sky which fundamentally do not exist. This seeing and its causes are essentially the profound, pure, and bright substance of enlightenment. How can there be is and is not within it? Manjusra, I now ask you this, you are already the real Manjusra, can there be another Manjusra who first is and then is not? Manjusra replied, no, world-honored one, I am the real Manjusra and there cannot be another. Why? Because if there is, then there will be two Manjusras, but my presence here does not mean that there is no Manjusra, with an arbitrary conception of is and is not in between. The Buddha said, likewise this clear seeing as well as the objects, seen, and the void are fundamentally the perfect, pure, true mind of the wonderful, bright, supreme Bodhi wrongly perceived as form and voidness as well as hearing and seeing, just as a second moon is perceived with the accompanying misconception of real and unreal moons. Manjusra, there is only one real moon which is beyond the condition of is and is not. Therefore, if you discern seeing and its objects and give rise to all kinds of mental creation, this is wrong thinking which will prevent you from getting out of this dual condition of is and is not. If you look into them by means of this true, essential, wonderful, bright, and enlightened nature, it will enable you to avoid this duality. Wiping out alay is self-evidencing to reveal one reality. Ananda's discrimination. Ananda said, world-honored one, the king of the law has preached the nature of causal enlightenment, Bodhi, which is always present in the 10 directions and which is beyond birth and death. Does this differ from the concept of primordial profundity, according to the doctrine of Kapila and that of a true ego pervading everywhere according to heterodox ascetics who cover their heads with ashes and dust? The Buddha, while on Leka Mountain, once said to Mahamati, heretics always speak of natural existence but I preach causes and conditions which are beyond the stage they have reached. Now as I look into this nature of enlightenment, it is self-existent, above birth and death and beyond all falsehood and inversion. There seem to be neither your causes and conditions nor their natural existence. Will you please teach us so that we shall not fall into heresies but win the bright nature of wonderful enlightened true mind? Wiping out Ananda's discrimination. Rooting out the self as such, the Buddha said, I have expediently revealed the truth to you, yet you do not awaken to it but mistake it for being the self as such. Ananda, if it is the self as such, it should show clearly that its substance is the self. Now look into this wondrous seeing and see what is itself. Do you mean that light, darkness, clarity, or obstruction is itself? Ananda, if light is itself you should not see darkness, and if the void you should not see obstruction. If darkness is itself, the nature of your seeing should cease to exist when there is light. If so, why do you still see light? Ananda said, if so, the nature of this wondrous seeing is not the self as such. I now guess that it is created by cause and condition, but I am still not clear about it. I pray the Tathagata to teach me how this accords with the nature of cause and condition. Eliminating cause and condition, the Buddha said, you now speak of cause and condition. Let me ask you this, when you see things, the nature of seeing manifests, does this seeing exist because of light, darkness, clarity, or obstruction? Ananda, if it exists because of light, you should not see darkness, and if because of darkness, you should not see light, it is the same with clarity and obstruction. Again, is this seeing in a bright, dark, clear, or obstructed condition? Ananda, if it is clear, you should not see any obstruction, and if it is obstructed you should not see that it is clear. It is the same with light and darkness. Revealing the essential Bodhi, therefore, you should know that the essential Bodhi is wondrous and bright, being neither cause nor condition, neither self as such nor not self as such, neither unreality nor not unreality, and neither reality nor not reality, for it is beyond all forms and is identical with all things, Dharma. How can you now think of it and use the frivolous terminology of the world to express it? This is like trying to catch or touch the void with your hand. You will only tire yourself, for how can you catch the void? Brushing away wrong assumptions, Ananda asked, World-honored one, if the nature of wonderful enlightenment has neither cause nor condition, why has the Buddha always told the bhikkhus about the nature of seeing which exists because of the four conditions of voidness, light, mind, and I? What does all this mean? The Buddha replied, I spoke of worldly cause and condition which have nothing to do with supreme reality. Eliminating the essence of perception to reveal inceptive enlightenment. Wiping out Ananda's discrimination. Ananda, I now ask you this, when a worldly man says that he can see things, what does he mean by seeing and not seeing? Ananda replied, when a worldly man sees forms by the light of the sun, moon, and lamps, this is called seeing, but in the absence of such light, he cannot see anything. The Buddha asked, Ananda, if it is called not seeing when there is no light, he should not see darkness. If he does, this is because there is no light. How then can there be no seeing? Ananda, in the dark, if this is called not seeing solely because he does not see the light, then when there is light, if he does not see darkness, this is again called not seeing, thus there would be no seeing in both cases. But in these two states which replace each other, the nature of your seeing does not cease for an instant. Therefore, there is actual seeing in both states, so how can there be no seeing? Revealing the inceptive Bodhi. Therefore, Ananda, you should know that when you see the light, your seeing is not clear, when you see the darkness, your seeing is not obscure, when you see the void, it is not empty, and when you see obstruction, it is not obstructed. After you have understood these four states, you should also know that when your absolute seeing perceives the essence of seeing, the former is not the latter which still differs from it. How can your false seeing reach that absolute seeing? How can you speak of cause and condition, of the self existing as such, and of the so-called union? You are all ignorant and narrow-minded hearers, Sravaka, and cannot understand pure and clean reality. I now teach you the truth, into which you should look carefully, so do not allow indolence and remissness to obstruct your path to profound Bodhi. Revealing the unreality of the two realms to expose the non-existence of Dharma, things. Ananda said to the Buddha, World-honored one, although the Buddha has taught us about cause and condition, the state of the self as such, of mingling and union and of non-mingling and non-union, our minds are still not open to the teaching. As we listened to his further instruction on seeing that is not seeing, we became more deluded and perplexed. Please be compassionate enough to open our wisdom eye to enlighten us. After saying this, he shed bitter tears, prostrated himself at the Buddha's feet and waited for the holy teaching. The Buddha took pity on Ananda and the assembly and was about to teach the profound practice of the samadhis of the great Guru when he said to Ananda, "Though you have tried to memorize my Dharma, you have only broadened your hearing, or knowledge, and are still not very clear about deep insight into samatha. Now listen with attention to what I now tell you fully, for the benefit of you, and those who are still in the stream of transmigration so that you can all win the Bodhi fruit. Ananda, all living beings are subject to transmigration through various worlds because of two inverted, discriminative and wrong views which, wherever they occur, cause people to be caught in the turning wheel of samsara. What causes these two wrong views? They are due to their individual and collective karmas. Individual karma. What is the individual karma that causes wrong views? Ananda, it is like a man who, because his eyes are inflamed, sees at night a five-colored circle round the light of a lamp. Is this circle the color of the flame or that of his seeing? If it is the color of the flame, why does only the man with bad eyes see it while others do not? If it is the color of his seeing, since his seeing is already that color, what do you call the circle? Moreover, Ananda, if this circle is independent of the lamp, the man should see it when looking at nearby curtains, tables, and mats. If it is independent of the seeing, it should not be seen by the eyes, but why does the man with bad eyes see it? Therefore, you should know that this color is revealed by the lamplight and becomes a circle when perceived by defective seeing. Both the circle, form, and the seeing, perception, are due to bad eyes, but that which recognizes this disease is not sick. Thus you should not discriminate and say that it is either the lamp or the seeing, with the further idea of it being neither the lamp nor the seeing. It is like a second moon which is neither the real moon nor its shadow. Why? Because the sight of this second moon is an illusory creation. So wise people should not say that this illusion is or is not form or that it exists apart from seeing or non-seeing. In the same way, how can you prove that an illusion caused by bad eyes is due to the lamp or to your seeing? Still less can you establish that it is due to neither the lamp nor your seeing. Collective karma. What is the collective karma that causes wrong views? Ananda, this universe, Jambudvapa, comprises, beside the Great Sea, 3,000 continents, with the largest at the center, containing altogether, from east to west, 2,300 countries and other small continents, each consisting of 1, 2, 30, 40, 50, 200, or 300 countries. Ananda, in a small continent there may be only 2 countries, one of which is inhabited by people who, as a result of their evil karma, may witness all sorts of evil states, while the inhabitants of the other country neither see nor even hear of them. Ananda, let us compare these 2 karmic conditions, dealing first with wrong views caused by individual karma which are similar to those by collective karma. Ananda, all living beings whose individual karma causes them to see wrongly, are like the man who, because his eyes are inflamed, sees round the light of a lamp a circle which seems to be out there in front of him, but in fact exists because his sight is disturbed. This circle is not created by form. However, the faculty of seeing through which he is aware of this trouble, is free from it. Similarly, if you now look at mountains, rivers, and the country with its inhabitants, they are all created by a disturbance in your seeing since the time without beginning. Though this seeing and its causal externals seem to be phenomena in front of you, they originally arise from your subjective awareness of that brightness of reality, which leads to a wrong perception of objective causal falsities. Thus awareness and perception cause wrong seeing, but the bright true mind of basic Bodhi which sees clearly these causal states is free from all ills. That which realizes this awareness as faulty does not fall into delusion. This is what I mean by true seeing, that is not discriminative and about which you asked for elucidation. How can this be comprehended by your, discriminative, seeing, hearing, feeling and knowing? Therefore, your actual seeing of yourself, of me, and of living beings of the 10 types of birth is a disturbance of your seeing and certainly not that which is aware of your wrong seeing. For the basic nature of the true essence of perception is beyond all ills, hence it is not called seeing. Ananda, let us now compare wrong seeing caused by collective karma with that by individual karma. The illusion of a circle round the light of a lamp seen by a man because his eyes are bad, and the evil condition experienced by all the inhabitants of a country because of collective karma, are both created by false seeing since the time without beginning. Thus the Jambudvapa's 3,000 continents, the 4 great seas, the Saha world and samsaric countries in the 10 directions as well as their inhabitants are the product of causal seeing, hearing, feeling and knowing which arise from the subjective awareness of the brightness of supramundane wondrous mind, entailing mixtures and unions of concurring causes which result in their rise and fall. Revealing the independent basic bodhi. To expose the unfettered absoluteness, Bhateta Theta. He who can avoid the illusory mixture and union and non-mixture and non-union of concurrent causes, will be able to destroy all causes of birth and death, thereby perfecting the transcendental nature of enlightenment and realizing the permanent basic bodhi of pure and clean self-mind. Wiping out all traces of the false to enter the abstruse to reveal the Bhateta Theta. Ananda, though you have understood the profound and bright nature of basic bodhi which is neither causal nor conditional nor the self as such, you are still not clear about this enlightened substance which neither mixture and union nor non-mixture and non-union can create. Ananda, I must now ask you a question. Since you still hold that all false thinking mixes and unites with causes and conditions, you are in doubt and worry about the thoughts of a bodhi mind arising from such mixture and union. If so, does your essence of perception mix with light, or darkness, with clarity, or obstruction? If it mixes with light, when the latter appears and you see it, where does it mix with your seeing? Since your seeing is clear, where can you find such mixture? If it is not the seeing, why do you see light? If it is the seeing, how can you see your own seeing? Since your seeing is complete by itself, how can it be mixed with the light? Since light is complete by itself, where can it contain your seeing? Therefore, seeing and light differ, and if they are mixed up, even the word light would cease to exist. In other words, such a mixture would suppress the light. Consequently, your concept of a mixture of seeing with light is wrong, and so is a mixture of seeing with darkness, clarity, and obstruction. Again, Ananda, does the essence of your perception unite with light, darkness, clarity, and obstruction? If it unites with light, then when light vanishes and is replaced by darkness, the seeing should not unite with the latter, but why do you still see darkness? When you see darkness, if your seeing does not unite with it, then when it unites with light, you should not see light as well. If light is not seen, then when there is light, do you know that it is light and not darkness? Likewise, a union of the seeing with darkness, clarity, and obstruction is equally false. Ananda asked, World-honored one, I am thinking again about this enlightened substance, does it neither mix nor unite with causal externals and with the mind's thinking and discerning? The Buddha replied, you now speak of not mixing and not uniting. Do you mean that this essence of seeing does not mix with light, darkness, clarity, and obstruction? If so, then when you see the light, there should be a demarcation line between seeing and light. Now look carefully, and tell me, where are the fields of light and of your seeing, and where are their boundaries? Ananda, if you do not see where light is, then your seeing will not reach it. If so, you will not even know where the light is, and how can there be a border line? It is the same with darkness, clarity, and obstruction. Again, do you mean that this essence of seeing does not unite with light, darkness, clarity, and obstruction? If it does not unite with light, then both the seeing and light are in opposition, like your ears and the light which can never meet. So your seeing would not perceive anything where there is light, then how can you cause them either to unite or not? It is the same with darkness, clarity, and obstruction. Direct pointing to the one mind. Ananda, you are still not clear about the illusory appearances of all passing phenomena which vanish wherever they arise. These illusions in the shape of forms spring from their underlying nature, which is the substance of wonderful Bodhi. So also are the 6 entrances, organs, the 12 ayatana, 6 sense organs and 6 sense data, and the 18 realms of senses which falsely arise from the mixture and union of causes and conditions, and which falsely vanish when the same causes and conditions are disconnected. They are but creation and destruction appearing and vanishing within the permanent, wonderfully bright, immutable, all-embracing, and profound Patatatheta, absolute, nature of the Tathagata store, wherein neither coming nor going, neither delusion nor enlightenment, and neither birth nor death can be found. Fusing myriads of things with the Absolute to reveal the identity of phenomenon with noumenon. Fusing the 5 aggregates. The first aggregate Rapa. Ananda, why are the 5 aggregates fundamentally the wondrous nature of the Absolute of the Tathagata store? Ananda, for instance, when a man looks at a clear sky with clear eyes, he sees only the void which contains nothing. If suddenly without any apparent reason he steadies his seeing, it will be disturbed and he will see flowers dancing and other objects moving in the sky. It is the same with the aggregate Rapa. Ananda, these dancing flowers come neither from the void nor from his eyes. If they came from the void, they would return to it. If there was really such a coming and going of these flowers, the void would not be empty. If voidness was really not empty, i.e. if it was solid, then they could not appear and vanish in it. This is like Ananda's solid body, which does not allow another Ananda to enter it. If these flowers come from the eyes, they should be able to return to the eyes, and because they come from the faculty of seeing, they should be able to see things. Thus when they leave the eyes, they become flowers in the sky, and when they return, they should see the organ of sight. If they cannot see things, then when they leave, they should screen the sky, and when they return, they should veil the eyes, but when the man sees these flowers, his eyes are not veiled. Then why do you wait until the sky is clear, of these flowers, to say that your eyes are really clear? Therefore, you should know that the aggregate form is unreal, for it is neither causal nor conditional nor self-existent. The second aggregate Vedana. Ananda, when, for instance, a man is in good health and his limbs are in good condition, he does not feel anything. But if suddenly, without any reason, he rubs his palms together, he feels coarseness, smoothness, cold, and warmth. It is the same with the second aggregate Vedana. Ananda, these sensations come from neither the void nor his palms. If they come from the void, why are they felt by his palms only and not by his body? It should not be up to the void to choose his palms to feel them. If they come from his palms, they should not wait for the palms to be brought together to be felt. Moreover, if they really come from his palms and are felt when the latter are brought together, when they are separated, these sensations should re-enter the palms, arms, shoulders, bones and marrow, which should also feel their re-entry. They should also be felt by the mind as coming in and out, as if something had moved in and out of the body. If so, there is no need to bring the 2 palms together to feel these sensations. Therefore, you should know that the aggregate Vedana is unreal and is neither causal nor conditional nor self-existent. The third aggregate Sanjana. Ananda, if someone speaks of sour plums, your mouth will water, and if you think of walking above an overhanging cliff, you will have the sensation of shivering in the soles of your feet. This is the same with the third aggregate Sanjana. Ananda, this talk of sourness does not come from the plum, nor does it enter your mouth. If it comes from the plum, it should be spoken of by the plum itself, then why does it wait for someone to speak of it? If it enters your mouth, it should be your mouth which actually talks about it, then why does it wait until your ears hear of it? If it is your ears which alone hear it, why does not that water come out of them? This is the same with your thought of walking above an overhanging cliff. Therefore, you should know that the third aggregate sanjana is neither causal nor conditional nor self-existent. The fourth aggregate saskara. Ananda, the fourth aggregate saskara is like water which flows in a torrent endlessly and in good order over a fall. Ananda, this flow does not come from the void nor is it due to the water, it is neither the water itself nor does it exist apart from the void and the water. If it is created by the void, boundless space would become an endless flow of water and the whole world would be submerged. If it is due to the water, then it should not be water and should have its own form and location which should be apparent. If it is water, then still and clear water should not be water. If it exists apart from the void and water, this is impossible because space is all-embracing and has nothing outside it, and because there is no flow without water. Therefore, you should know that the fourth aggregate saskara is false and is neither causal nor conditional nor self-existent. The fifth aggregate jnana. Ananda, the fifth aggregate consciousness is like the void in an empty pitcher with two mouths. If someone blocks both mouths and carries it to another country, the void does not go from one place to another. If the void comes from somewhere, that place should lose some of its voidness, and on arrival elsewhere, when the mouths are opened and the pitcher reversed, one should see the void poured out of it. Therefore you should know that consciousness is unreal and is neither causal nor conditional nor self-existent. Fusing the six entrances. Entrance through the eyes. Again, Ananda, why are the six entrances, of illusions into the mind, fundamentally the absolute nature of the Tathagata store Ananda, the steadying of the seeing that disturbs the sight, as well as the eyes and the disturbance itself are but trouble arising from bodhi. Because the seeing arises between the two states of light and darkness, they are drawn into, alayas, perception which is called the faculty of seeing. This seeing has no independent substance that exists apart from the two states of light and dark. Therefore, Ananda, you should know that this seeing comes from neither light nor darkness and from neither the organ of sight nor the void. Why? Because if it comes from light, it would cease to exist when darkness appears and would not perceive the latter. If it comes from darkness, it would be no more when there is light, and would not perceive the latter. If it comes from the organ of sight, there would be no objective light and darkness, then such essence of perception would have no nature of its own. If it comes from the void, when it perceives these two states, it would also see the organ of sight. Moreover, the void would thus perceive everything of itself and have nothing to do with entrance through your eyes. Therefore, you should know that entrance through the eyes is false and is neither causal nor conditional nor self-existent. Entrance through the ears. Ananda, if a man suddenly closes his ears with two fingers, disturbance will arise in this sense organ and he will hear sounds in his head. This, closing of the ears, as well as the ears and the disturbance experienced are trouble that comes from bodhi. Since this hearing arises between the two states of stillness and motion, they are drawn into, alayas, perception which is called hearing. This hearing has no substance independent of stillness and motion. Ananda, you should know that this hearing comes from neither stillness, nor motion, nor from a sense organ nor the void. Why? Because if it comes from stillness, it should cease to exist when there is motion and would not hear the latter. If it comes from motion, it should cease to exist when there is stillness and would not hear the latter. If it comes from a sense organ, there would be no objective stillness nor motion, then this faculty of hearing would have no nature of its own. If it comes from the void, that which can hear is, certainly, not the void. Moreover, the void would hear of itself and will have nothing to do with that entrance through your ears. Therefore, you should know that entrance through the ears is neither causal nor conditional nor self-existent. Entrance through the nose. Ananda, if a man suddenly holds his breath, his nostrils will feel cold. Because of this feeling, he can distinguish clearance, ventilation, from obstruction, suffocation, and emptiness from fullness and can smell fragrant and offensive odors. This restraint of breath as well as the nose and its feeling are trouble that comes from bodhi. Since feeling arises between the two false conditions of clearance and obstruction, sensations are drawn into, alayas, perception which is called smell. This smell has no substance independent of clearance and obstruction. You should know that it comes neither from these two states nor from the nose nor the void. Why? Because if it comes from the clearance, it will cease to exist when there is obstruction, but why does it feel the latter? If it comes from obstruction, it will cease to be clear, but why does it come into contact with fragrance and stench? If it comes from a sense organ, there would be no objective clearance and obstruction, then this faculty of smelling would have no nature of its own. If it comes from the void, it should be able to smell your own nose. If so, the void itself would smell and would have nothing to do with that entrance through your nose. Therefore, you should know that that entrance is neither causal nor conditional nor self-existent. Entrance through the tongue. Ananda, if, for instance, a man licks his lips again and again, he will have trouble with his sense of taste. If he is ill he will experience a bitter taste, and if he is healthy, a somewhat sweet one. Thus bitterness and sweetness reveal the sense which is always tasteless in the absence of stirring feelings, and which, together with the tongue and the trouble caused by the taste, are but illusion which comes from bodhi. This illusion is due to false externals, such as bitterness and sweetness, and is drawn into alayas, perception which is called taste. This taste has no independent substance apart from flavors, such as sweetness and bitterness, and tastelessness. Ananda, you should know that this perception of taste comes neither from the flavors, such as sweetness and bitterness, nor tastelessness, nor from a sense organ nor the void. Why? Because if it comes from sweetness and bitterness, it will vanish in the state of tastelessness, but why does it feel the latter? If it comes from tastelessness, it will disappear when in touch with sweets, but why does it still feel sweet and bitter tastes? If it comes from the tongue, the latter originally is neither tasteless nor sweet nor bitter, hence we know that the organ of taste has no nature of its own. If it comes from the void, the latter not being your mouth, would taste by itself, then what has it to do with that entrance through your tongue? Therefore, you should know that this entrance is unreal and is neither causal nor conditional nor self-existent. Entrance through the body. Ananda, for instance, when a man touches his warm hand with his cold one, if the coldness exceeds the warmth, the warm hand will become cold, and if the warmth exceeds the coldness, the cold hand will become warm. This touch is revealed when the two hands meet and then separate. This contact causes the feeling of touch which, together with his body and the illusion experienced, are but trouble which comes from bodhi. This trouble occurs where there are two false conditions of contact and separation, and is drawn into alayas, perception which is called touch. This touch has no independent nature apart from contact and separation and from pleasant and disagreeable conditions. Ananda, you should know that this perception of touch comes neither from contact nor separation, nor from pleasant nor disagreeable conditions, nor from a sense organ nor the void. Why? Because if it comes from contact, it should vanish in the state of separation, but why does it feel the latter? It is the same with pleasant and disagreeable conditions. If it comes from a sense organ, it would be free from contact and separation and from pleasant and disagreeable conditions, then your body that feels them would have no nature of its own. If it comes from the void, the latter will feel the touch by itself, then what has it to do with your entrance through the body? Therefore, you should know that this entrance is false and is neither causal nor conditional nor self-existent. Entrance through the intellect. Ananda, when for instance, a man is tired, he sleeps soundly, then he awakes, and when he sees objects, he remembers and after a time forgets all about them. This is the inverted condition of birth, stay, change and death, which is continuously drawn into the inner intellect, hence the organ of manas, which, together with the intellect and the trouble experienced, are an illness arising in bodhi. This illness comes from perceiving the two false conditions of birth and death, a perception which covers all inner data that cannot be reached by seeing and hearing, hence it is called knowing. This knowing has no substance of its own apart from the waking and sleeping states and from the conditions of birth and death. Thus, Ananda, you should know that the organ of knowing comes neither from the waking and sleeping states, nor from the conditions of birth and death, and neither from a sense organ nor the void. Why? Because if it comes from the waking state, it should cease to exist in the sleeping state. Then why does one sleep? If it comes from birth, it should be void at death, then who will die? If it comes from death, it would cease at birth, then who is living? If it comes from a sense organ, then while the body experiences the two states of waking and sleeping, the knowing has no nature of its own apart from these two states and will be like a flower in the sky. If it comes from the void, the latter will know everything and will have nothing to do with your entrance through the intellect. Therefore, this entrance is neither causal nor conditional nor self-existent. Fusing the 12 ayatana, 6 sense organs and 6 sense data. Eyes and form. Again, Ananda, the 12 ayatana are fundamentally the same as the absolute of the Tathagata store. Ananda, just look at the grove and stream in Jetavana Park. Is it form that creates the eye seeing or vice versa? If the organ of sight creates form, when you see the void which is not form, form would vanish, which means that nothing would exist. Then if form is no more, what can be used to reveal the void? It is the same with the void. If form produces the eye seeing, when you see the void which is not form, your seeing would vanish, which means that nothing would exist. Then who distinguishes the void from form? Therefore, you should know that neither seeing nor form nor the void has a place of abode, and that form and seeing are false and are neither causal nor conditional nor self-existent. Ears and sound. Ananda, in Jetavana Park when you hear a drum beat to announce a meal and a bell rung to summon the bhikkhus, these sounds succeed one another. Do they come to the ears or do the ears go to them? Ananda, if they come to the ears, it is like when I go to Sravasta to beg for food and am absent from Jetavana Park. If these sounds come to Ananda's ears, Maudgalaputra and Kasyapa should not hear them. Then why do all the 1,250 bhikkhus, when they hear the bell, go together to the eating hall? If your ears go to the sound, it is like when I return to Jetavana Park and am not in Sravasta. Then when you hear the drum, if your ears go to it, you should not hear the bell which rings at the same time, nor the sound of elephants, horses, buffaloes, and sheep, in this park. If there is no such coming and going, there would be no hearing. Therefore, you should know that hearing and sound have no location and that both are false, being neither causal nor conditional nor self-existent. Nose and smell. Ananda, just smell the smoke of sandalwood in this burner. The quantity burnt is small but its fragrance spreads to Sravasta and the neighborhood. Do you think that this perfume comes from the sandalwood, from your nose, or from the void? Ananda, if it comes from your nose it should be produced by and spread from it, but since your nose is not sandalwood, how can there be this fragrance there? If you say that you smell perfume, it should be inhaled into your nose, but since it emanates from it, as aforesaid, it is wrong to say that you smell it. If it comes from the void, the latter being permanent, this fragrance should be so as well and there would be no need to burn dry sandalwood. If it comes from the sandalwood, its fragrant substance has become smoke by burning, and if your nose smells this perfume, your nose should be full of smoke. As smoke rises in the air, how can it be smelled in distant places even before it reaches them? Therefore, you should know that odor, nose, and smelling have no fixed location and that smelling and odor are false being neither causal nor conditional nor self-existent. Tongue and taste. Ananda, twice a day you go out to beg for food and occasionally are given butter and cream which are tasty delicacies. Do you think that this taste comes from the void, your tongue, or the food? Ananda, if it comes from your tongue, the latter has already become butter, and since you have only one tongue, how can you then taste honey? If you do not, this means that your taste does not change, then how can it be called tasting? If it changes and since your tongue is of one substance how can this single tongue know various tastes? If it comes from the food, the latter cannot know, then how can it taste itself? Assuming that it knows itself, it and other food will have nothing to do with your tasting. If it comes from the void, when you bite the air, what does it taste like? Assuming that it comes from the void, when the latter tastes salt, as your tongue is salty, your face should be so too. If so, all men would be like fish in the sea. If you are salty, you will not know what is tasteless. If you do not know what is tasteless, and do not taste salt, you will have no taste, then how can there be taste? Therefore, you should know that neither taste nor tongue nor tasting has location, and that tasting and taste are false, being neither causal nor conditional nor self-existent. Body and touch. Ananda, you are accustomed to rub your head with your hand every day early in the morning. When feeling this rub, do you know whether that which rubs is your hand or your head? If it is your hand, then your head, an object, should not feel that it is being rubbed. If so, how can there be touch? If it is your head, there would be no need for your hand to rub it, then how can you call it touch? If both hand and head are subjects, then you, Ananda, should have two bodies. If it comes from the contact of your hand with your head, then both your hand and head should be one, and one thing cannot contact itself. If it is two, i.e. hand and head, from which does it arise, for subject and object differ? Neither can there be touch when your head comes into contact with the void. Therefore, you should know that neither the feeling of touch nor your body has location, and that they are false, being neither causal nor conditional nor self-existent. Intellect and Dharma. Ananda, because of good, evil, and neutral causes, your intellect, manas, always gives rise to Dharma. Are these Dharma created by the mind, or do they exist apart from it and have their own place? Ananda, if they are the same as the mind, they cannot be its objects, for they are not its causal phenomena. Then how can they have a place of their own? If they exist apart from the mind and have their own place, do they possess the faculty of knowing or not? If they do, they are merely the mind, but since they have the faculty of knowing and differ from you, they should not be your Dharma but should belong to someone else's mind. If they have the faculty of knowing and are your Dharma, at the same time, they are merely your mind, then how can you have another mind as well as your own? If they differ from you and do not have the faculty of knowing, where are they, since they are not inanimate phenomena such as form, sound, smell and flavor, nor cold and warmth due to contact or separation, as well as to the void? Since they cannot be shown in either form or the void, there should not be in the universe another voidness outside the void. Assuming that there is another outer voidness, they cannot be the mind's causal phenomena, then where are they? Therefore, you should know that neither Dharma nor mind has location, and that intellect and Dharma are both false, being neither causal nor conditional nor self-existent. Fusing the 18 fields or realms of the senses. The field of sight perception. Again, Ananda, why are the 18 fields or realms of the senses the same as the Absolute in the Tathagata store? Ananda, as you already know, eyes and form are causes that beget sight perception. Is this sight perception created and conditioned by the eyes or by form? Ananda, if it is created by the eyes, in the absence of both form and the void, there will be nothing to be differentiated. Then what is the use of this perception even if you own it? In this instance what you see will be neither blue, yellow, red, nor white, where then can you show its boundary? If it is created by form, when you see the void, which means that form is absent, your perception should cease to exist. Then why do you still distinguish the void? When form changes, you notice it, but your perception is unchanging, then where can its boundary be? If perception follows the change of form to undergo its own change, there would be no boundary. If it is unchanging, it should be permanent, then, as it is created by form, it should not perceive the void. If it is created by both the eyes and form, these two are separate when you think that they are united, and unite when you think that they are separate. If so, both intermingle, then how can there be the realm of the eyes and that of form? Therefore, you should know that both causal eyes and form as well as the, so-called, created perception do not exist, and that the eyes, form and the realm of form are neither causal nor conditional nor self-existent. The field of sound perception. Ananda, as you, already, know, ears and sound are causes that beget perception of sound. Is this perception created and conditioned by the ears or by sound? If it is created by the ears, this organ, in the absence of both disturbance and stillness, does not discern anything and is, therefore, devoid of objects. If it cannot discern, how can it create perception? Assuming that hearing begets perception by the ears, since no hearing occurs in the absence of both disturbance and stillness, how can the ears, which are form, unite with external objects to produce perception, and where can the latter's field be? If it is created by sound, that is, if it depends solely on sound, then it should have no relation to your hearing. But if hearing ceases, there will be no sound. Now, assuming that it is really created by sound and that sound exists because of hearing, then your hearing of sound should be perceived by the ears. If this sound is not perceived, it would have no relation with the realm of ear perception. On the other hand, if it is heard, it is already sound, and since it is hearing's object, it cannot discern anything, then who knows the perception? If there is no such knower, you will be like grass and plants. There cannot be a mixing of sound and hearing to create between them an intermediate realm of perception by the ear, for such a realm cannot be at the center, in the inner organ, or in the outer sound. Therefore neither ears nor sound exist as causes, nor perception by the ear, as effect, and ears, sound and its field are neither causal nor conditional, nor self-existent. The field of smell perception. Ananda, as you, already, know, the nose and smell are causes that beget the perception of smell. Is this perception created and conditioned by the nose or by smell? If so, Ananda, what is this nose? Is it that hooked and fleshy part of your face with which you sniff? But this piece of flesh belongs to the body, and the bodhi's perception is called touch. The body is not the nose and touch is its object. If the nose cannot be named, where is it? If it perceives smell, where is that perception in your mind? If perception comes from a part of the face, it is touch and has nothing to do with the nose. If it comes from the void, it should be known by the latter instead of being felt by the flesh. If so, the void should be you and your body would feel nothing. Then, there would be no Ananda anywhere at the moment. If smell is the knower, it should know itself and would have nothing to do with you. If good and bad smells create your nose, they should not produce sandalwood and fetid herbs. Without the latter, smell your own nose and see if it is fragrant or offensive. Since fragrance cannot stink and stench cannot be fragrant, if you can smell both, you should have two noses. And now, as you ask me about the Dharma, there should be two Anandas. Then which Ananda are you? If there is only one nose, and if fragrance and stench are not two different smells, they can be mistaken for each other, which proves that neither exist. If so, where can the field of smell perception be established? If it is created by smell, and if perception exists because of smell, it is like your eyes, which can see things, but not themselves, so that perception which exists because of smell should not scent it. If it does, it cannot be created by smell, and if it does not, it is deprived of that perception. Since smell does not depend on perception, it has no field. If perception cannot smell, its field cannot be established on the basis of smell. Since there is no intermediate perception between nose and smell, there would be neither inner organ nor outer object. Thus smell perception is false. Therefore, neither nose nor smell as causes, nor the field of smell perception as their creation, exist, while nose, smell and its field are neither causal nor conditional nor self-existent. The field of taste perception. Ananda, as you, already, know, tongue, arid taste are causes that beget perception by the tongue. Is this perception created and conditioned by the tongue, or by taste. Ananda, if it is created by the tongue, then sugar cane, sour black plums, bitter wort, rock salt, wild spikenard, ginger and cassia would be tasteless. Taste your own tongue and see if it is sweet or bitter. If it is bitter, who is the taster? Since the tongue cannot taste itself, who experiences the taste? If it is not bitter, no taste can come from it. Then how can it be conditioned? If perception derives from taste, it would be taste itself, but, like the tongue, it cannot taste itself. Then how can it distinguish various flavors? Again, since there are many flavors which cannot come from a single source, there should be as many, corresponding, perceptions. If there is only one, and if it is created by different flavors, then all salt, insipid, sweet and bitter flavors should unite and become one, then there would be no discerning. If so, there would be no perception, by the tongue. How then can the tongue, taste, and perception be conditioned? The void cannot make your mind perceive. Since tongue, organ, and taste, object, cannot unite to create an intermediate, perception, where is the latter's field? Therefore, tongue and taste, as causes, and the field of taste perception, as their creation, do not exist, while tongue, taste and their field of perception are neither causal nor conditional nor self-existent. The field of touch perception. Ananda, as you, already, know, body and touch are causes that create the perception of touch. Is this created and conditioned by the body or by touch? Ananda, if it is created by the body, what does the latter perceive when there is neither contact nor separation? If by touch, your body would not be needed, then who can, without a body, feel contact and separation? Ananda, objects do not perceive touch, but the body knows and feels it. Body's perception is revealed by touch and touch through the body. Therefore, body and touch are inseparable, but they are not the same, and so originally they have no home. When touch contacts body, it becomes the body, and when it ceases, it becomes the void. Since there are no such things as inner, body, and outer, touch, how can there be an intermediate, perception, between them? Where then is the field of body perception? Therefore, body and touch, as causes, and body perception, as their creation, do not exist, and all three are neither causal nor conditional nor self-existent. The field of the sixth consciousness. Ananda, as you, already, know, intellect, manas, and dharma, ideas, are causes that create the sixth consciousness. Is this consciousness created and conditioned by intellect, or by dharma? Ananda, if this consciousness is created by intellect, the latter, as organ, should contain dharma, as object, to reveal its own existence. In the absence of dharma, your intellect does not exist and cannot create anything. Even if it does create consciousness, what is the latter's use if it is not confronted with causal ideas, dharma? Moreover, both your mind, i.e. the sixth consciousness, and your thinking process, i.e. the intellect, discern ideas and things. Are they the same as, or different from each other? If the same, consciousness is just intellect, then how can it be created by intellect? If different, consciousness would be unconscious, then how can it come from intellect? If it is also conscious, then, tell me, what intellect and consciousness are. Therefore they are neither the same nor different, then where is the field of consciousness? If consciousness is created by dharma, all things in the world are inseparable from the five sense data of form, sound, smell, taste and touch, which clearly correspond with the sense organs and are not affected by the intellect. If your consciousness depends on dharma for its existence, look carefully into dharma and see what they look like, for beyond form and voidness, motion and stillness, clearness and obstruction, union and separation, and birth and death, where can dharma be found? For dharma arise simultaneously with form, voidness, etc., and vanish with them. Since there are no causes leading to their creation, what are the forms and shapes of dharma? If these do not exist, What then conditions Dharma? Therefore, intellect and Dharma as causes, and the field of the sixth consciousness, as their creation, do not exist, and they are neither causal nor conditional nor self-existent. Fusing the seven elements into the Absolute to reveal the free intermingling of phenomenon and noumenon. Ananda said to the Buddha, "World-honored one, the Tathagata has often spoken of cause, condition, and the state of the self as such, and has taught us that all changes and transformations in the world are due to the mixture and fusion of the four elements. Why does he now wipe out all concepts of cause, condition, and the state of the self as such? I do not understand. Will he be compassionate enough to explain in full to all living beings the mean which is beyond all sophistry?" The Buddha replied, "You are tired of, and have sought to abandon, the Hanayana teaching on the Sravaka and Pratyekabuddha stages, and so wish to seek unsurpassed Bodhi. I will, therefore, teach you the supreme truth. Why do you still restrict yourself by reasoning frivolously about false causes and conditions? Although you have listened to me a lot, you are like one who is accustomed to talk about medicines but who, when he sees them, cannot pick out those which are good. This is why the Tathagata says that you are really to be pitied. Listen with attention to what I now tell you, so that all who practice Mahayana in the future can attain reality." Ananda kept silent, awaiting the holy teaching. Exposing faulty differentiation. Ananda, as you have said, when the four elements mix and fuse, they cause all kinds of transformation in the world. But they cannot mix and unite if it is against their nature, just as the void cannot with form. On the other hand, if they so mix and fuse, they are transformations and owe their existence wholly to their mutual dependence. They are thus subject to creation and destruction in endless succession, like the ring of fire caused when a torch is waved in a circle. Pointing to the one source. Ananda, this is like water which, after becoming ice, can change back into water. Instruction on the seven elements. The element of earth. Look at the element of earth, which ranges in size from the great earth to a tiny speck of dust. Split this speck which is near to nothing and reduce it to the finest mote on the extreme border of form. Then split it again and it becomes the void. Ananda, if this mote can be reduced to nothing, you should know that form comes from the void. You now ask about material changes which you attribute to the mixing and uniting of the four elements. Take, for instance, this mote which is nearest to the void. How much voidness should be mixed and united to produce it? But it is absurd to suppose that this can be done by uniting motes. Since a mote can be split and reduced to voidness, how many particles of form should be fused together to create the void? The union of form with form produces form but not voidness, and the union of the void with the void produces voidness but not form. Form can be split up, but how can the void unite with form? You do not know that in the Tathagata store both form and its opposite, the void, arise from self-nature and are identical with each other, and that the element of earth is fundamentally pure and clean, embraces all in the Dharma realm and manifests because the minds of living beings know and distinguish between things, in accordance with the laws of karma. Ignorant wordings wrongly attribute this to cause, condition and the state of the self as such, because their consciousnesses differentiate and discriminate without their knowing that the language they use has no real meaning. The element of fire. Ananda, fire has no ego but exists because of external causes. When people in a town are about to prepare their meals, they use mirrors of polished metal to obtain fire from the sun. Ananda, about your idea of mixture and union, take this community of myself and 1250 bhikkhus. Though the group is one, each member has his own body, clan, and name, like Sariputra, who is a Brahmin, Uruvulva, a Kashyapa tribesman, and you, Ananda, who are of the Gautama clan. Ananda, if fire comes from the mixture and fusion of the elements, when a man holds a mirror to obtain fire in the sun, does this fire come from the mirror, the moksha, or the sun? Ananda, if it comes from the sun, it can burn the moksha in your hand. If so, all the trees will be scorched. If it comes from the mirror and then lights the moksha, why does it not melt the mirror and burn your hand? But if you do not even feel the heat, how can the mirror melt? If it comes from the moksha, why does the latter require the sun and the mirror to make it burn? Look at the mirror held by the hand, the sun up in the sky and the moksha which originally came from the ground. How can fire travel elsewhere before coming here? Moreover, the sun and the mirror are a very long way apart and cannot mix and unite with each other. Finally, fire cannot exist by itself. You do not realize that in the Tathagata store both fire and its opposite, the void, arise from the self-nature and are identical with each other, and that the element of fire is fundamentally pure and clean, embraces all in the Dharma realm and manifests because the minds of living beings know and distinguish between things. Ananda, you should know that fire is produced wherever a man holds a mirror, in the sun, and that if mirrors are held up throughout the Dharma realm, fire will spring up everywhere in accordance with the laws of karma and not in a given place and direction. Ignorant worldlings wrongly attribute this to cause, condition and the state of the self as such without realizing that it is because their consciousnesses differentiate and discriminate and that the language they use has no real meaning. The element of water, Ananda, water is unstable by nature, for it either flows or is still. Great magicians in Sravasta, such as Kapila, Kakra, Padma, and Asta, obtain water to mix with their medicines by exposing a crystal ball to the full moon. Does this water come from the ball, the void, or the moon? Ananda, if it comes from the moon, which is a very long way off, it should pass through the trees in the forest before reaching the crystal ball to flow into the bowl. If it does not flow through the trees, this shows that it does not drop from the moon. If it comes from the crystal ball, it should flow regularly, not only when the moon is full. If it comes from the void of space, which is boundless, it should flow everywhere, submerging everything between earth and heaven. If so, how can there be living beings to walk on the earth, fly in the air and swim in the water? Think of all this again. The moon is in the sky, the crystal ball is in the man's hand, and the bowl is in front of him. So where does this water come from to flow into the bowl? The moon and the ball are a very long way apart and cannot mix and unite with each other. It is absurd to say that this water does not come from any source. You do not know that in the Tathagata store both water and its opposite, the void, arise from self-nature and are identical with each other, and that the element of water is fundamentally pure and clean, embraces all in the Dharma realm, and manifests because the minds of living beings know and distinguish between things. Thus water flows wherever crystal balls are used to collect it, and if they are held up throughout the Dharma realm, it will flow everywhere in accordance with the laws of karma and not in a given place or direction. Ignorant worldlings wrongly attribute this to cause, condition and the state of the self as such without knowing that it is because their consciousnesses differentiate and discriminate and that the language they use has no real meaning. The element of wind, Ananda, the element of wind has no substance and either moves or is still. When you join a gathering and adjust your robe, the hem, occasionally, brushes the person next to you, disturbing the air which fans his face. Does this wind come from the hem of your robe, from the void, or from that man's face? Ananda, if it comes from the hem of your robe, the latter should leave your body, to brush the man's face. As I preach the Dharma here, my robe does not move. Where can you find any wind in it? It has no hidden place where wind can be stored. If the wind comes from the void, why does it not fan the man when your robe is still? Moreover, the void is permanent and so should be the wind, then without the wind there would be no void. You can feel when the wind stops fanning, but what indication can there be when the void ceases to exist? If the void can be created and destroyed, it cannot, really, be void, and if it is, how can it create the wind? If the wind comes from your neighbor's face, it should also fan you, then why does not your robe, when brushing against him, fan you back? Look into all this carefully. The robe which you adjust is yours, the face fanned is that of another bhikkhu, and the void is still and does not move. Then where does the wind come from? The wind and the void differ and can neither mix nor unite, while the wind cannot exist of itself without a cause. You do not realize that in the Tathagata store wind and its opposite, the void arise from self-nature and are identical with each other, that the element of wind is fundamentally pure and clean and embraces all in the Dharma realm and manifests because the minds of living beings know and distinguish between things. If, Ananda, you move your robe, a light wind stirs. And if there is similar movement throughout the Dharma realm, there will be wind all over the world in accordance with the laws of karma and not in a given place or direction. Ignorant worldlings attribute the element of wind to cause, condition and the state of the self as such because their consciousnesses differentiate and discriminate without realizing that the language they use has no real meaning. The element of space. Ananda, space is far from the river. People of different castes, such as Kshatriya, Brahman, Vaishya, Sadra, Bharadvaja and Kaola, who come to live there, dig wells to find water. Each foot of earth is replaced by a foot of space and 10 feet of earth by 10 feet of space, so that the shallowness or depth of each well corresponds with the amount of earth removed. Does this space come from the earth, from the digging or from itself as such? Ananda, if space exists of itself, why before the digging was it not unobstructed by the earth? Why was there only earth without any space being seen there? If space comes from the earth, it should be seen to enter the well when the earth is being dug out. If only the earth is removed without space entering the well, how can space come from the earth? If earth is not excavated and space does not fill in the hole, both space and earth should be the same, then why is not space dug out with the earth? If space comes from the digging, when the former is produced by the latter, no earth should be removed. If space does not come from the digging, why when earth is being dug out, is space seen in the well? Think about all this and see where space comes from when a man uses his hands to dig earth to make a well. For digging and space are not in the same category and can be neither mixed nor united. And it is absurd to suppose that space exists of itself without coming from any cause. If space is perfectly all-embracing and essentially unmoving, you should know that it and the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind which together are called the 5 elements, intermingle naturally and are merely the untreated and unending Tathagata store. Ananda, since your mind is deluded and you remain unaware of the real identity of the 4 elements in the Tathagata store, you should look into space and see whether or not it comes or goes, or neither comes nor goes. You do not know that in the Tathagata store Bodhi and its opposite, the void arise from the self-nature and are identical with each other, because the element of space is fundamentally pure and clean, embraces all and manifests because the minds of living beings know and distinguish between things. The 10 quarters, Ananda, are like an empty pit filled with space which in accordance with the laws of karma has no given place nor direction. Ignorant worldlings attribute this to cause, condition and the state of the self as such because their consciousnesses differentiate and discriminate without knowing that the language they use has no real meaning. The element of perception. Perception knows nothing by itself and only manifests through form and voidness. As you are now in Jetavana Park, you see light by day and darkness in the evening. At night there is light when the moon shines and darkness when there is no moon. This light and darkness are discerned by the seeing, but, is the seeing of the same nature as light, darkness, and the void or not? Is it the same or different from them? Ananda, if the seeing is of the same nature as light, darkness, or the void, we come to this as light and darkness alternate, and when there is one the other disappears, then if the seeing is one with darkness, it should vanish when there is light and vice versa. As the seeing disappears in both cases, why are light and darkness still seen? As they differ, it follows that the seeing is beyond creation and annihilation. If so, how can the seeing be the same as light and darkness? If the seeing is not of the same nature as light and darkness, try to find out what the seeing looks like apart from light, darkness, and the void, without which there can be no seeing, like the hair of a tortoise and the horns of a hare. As light, darkness, and the void differ, where can the seeing be? As light and darkness are in opposition, how can the seeing equate with them? If there is no seeing without light, darkness, and the void, how can it differ from them? If you try to separate the void from the seeing, you will not find their boundaries. If so, why are they not the same thing? When you see light and darkness, your seeing does not change, so why does it not differ from them? If you look closely and minutely into all this and examine it again and again, you will find that light comes from the sun, darkness from the moonless night, clearance from space and obstruction from the earth, so where is the begetter of this essence of seeing? Since the seeing can discern whereas the void cannot, they can neither mix nor unite. And we cannot say that this essence of seeing comes from nowhere. You should know that perception by seeing and hearing which pervades all and essentially does not change, and boundless unmoving space, as well as its moving counterparts as such, the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, all of which are called the six elements, intermingle by nature and are the fundamental untreated and unending Tathagata store. You are infatuated by nature and do not understand that seeing, hearing, feeling and knowing fundamentally come from the Tathagata store. You should inquire into them and see if they pertain to birth and death, if they are one or many, if they pertain neither to birth nor death, and if they are neither one nor many. You do not know that in the Tathagata store self-natured seeing is basically the enlightened perception which is pure and clean, embraces all in the Dharma realm and manifests because the minds of living beings know and distinguish between things. Like seeing which pervades the whole Dharma realm, hearing, smelling, tasting and touching as well as the activities of body and mind have wonderful virtues which are bright and universal and so are not in a given place or direction. They manifest according to the laws of karma, but ignorant worldlings think wrongly that they are causal, conditional, and due to the self as such. Because of their consciousnesses they differentiate and discriminate and do not know that their language has no real meaning. The element of consciousness ananda, consciousness has no origin and is an illusion, arising from the six organs and sense data. Look at this holy assembly and turn round to see those present. Your eyes are like a mirror which cannot discern, while your consciousness notices in turn the presence of Manjusra, Paramaitreya, Maudgalyayana, Subhuti, Saraputra, etc. Does this consciousness come from perception, form, or the void, or does it emerge suddenly without any cause? Ananda, if your consciousness comes from your seeing, perception, then in the absence of light, darkness, form, and the void, there will be no seeing, and when there is no perception, how can it create consciousness? If your consciousness comes from form that is not from perception, then, when light and darkness are not seen, there are neither form nor the void, then how can non-existing form create consciousness? If your consciousness comes from the void that is neither from form nor perception, the absence of perception means also that of discernment, which implies the non-perception of light, darkness, form, and the void, and the absence of form is the end of all external causes. How, then, can your seeing, hearing, feeling and knowing occur? Thus without form and perception, consciousness which comes from the void simply does not exist. On the other hand, if it exists in the absence of objects, what can it discern? If your consciousness suddenly emerges without any cause, why cannot it discern the moon in the daytime? Now look closely and minutely into all this. Your seeing, perception, depends on the pupils of your eyes meeting an external object, which is when there is form and is not when there is no form. These are the four causes, i.e. the seeing, eyes, form and voidness, from which consciousness arises, but which one of them creates consciousness? Since consciousness is always moving, to differentiate, whereas perception is still, for it does not discriminate, they cannot mix and fuse together. Your hearing, feeling, and knowing are in the same category as your seeing, but your consciousness should still have a source. If this consciousness comes from nothing, you should know that perception, by means of seeing, hearing, feeling and knowing, pervades everywhere and comes not from any source. Moreover, with space, earth, water, fire, and wind, they are called the seven elements, the natures of which are real and intermingle, freely, being but the untreated and unending Tathagata store. Ananda, because your mind is unsettled, you do not realize that the seeing and hearing that arouse consciousness, come fundamentally from the Tathagata store. You should look into the consciousnesses inside the six entrances and see if they are the same or different, exist or not, are neither the same nor different, and neither exist nor not. For you do not realize that in the Tathagata store self-natured consciousness is the enlightened basic bodhi which embraces and pervades the whole Dharma realm, is not, to be found, in a given, place or direction and manifests according to the laws of karma. Ignorant worldlings think wrongly that it is causal, conditional, and due to the self as such, according to the way their consciousnesses differentiate and discriminate, while they do not know that the language they use has no real meaning. Ananda's understanding expressed in his Gatha. After listening to the Buddha's profound instruction, Ananda and the assembly realized that their bodies and minds were now free from all obstructions. Each understood that his self-mind pervaded the 10 directions of space which he saw clearly like a leaf held in his own hand, and that all things were the wondrous and bright fundamental mind of Bodhi. While his essence of mind embraced all and contained the 10 directions, he looked back at his own body given him by his parents, which was like a speck of dust dancing in the great void, sometimes visible and sometimes not, and like a bubble rising and falling aimlessly in a boundless clear ocean. After seeing all this clearly, they all realized their fundamental, profound, permanent, and indestructible self, minds, and brought their palms together to pay reverence to the Buddha, thanking him for showing them what they had never seen before. Thereupon, Ananda praised the Buddha in the following Gatha. O thou serene, all-powerful, and unchanging Lord, rare is your all-embracing supreme Surangama, which helps me to root out wrong thoughts that have been held for untold eons, and teaches me how to realize Dharmakaya in an instant. May I now win the fruit and achieve enlightenment to save living beings countless as the Ganges sands. To myriad Buddha lands I now offer this mind profound, to repay my debt of gratitude for the grace of the Lord. Humbly I now implore the world-honored one to seal my oath to re-enter the 5 turbid realms wherein, if even one being fails to become a Buddha, I shall, at once, renounce all my claim to nirvana. O great hero, the mighty, the compassionate one, may you also destroy my last secret delusion so that I soon attain to Bodhi supreme, sitting in Bodhi Mu'oalas everywhere. The void to an end may come, but my firm mind will not flinch. 2. The phenomenon in the Tathagata store. The meditative study of all as unreal, Samapatti. The one mind being the source of both delusion and enlightenment. Paro Maitreya Putra, who was in the assembly, rose from his seat, uncovered his right shoulder, knelt upon his right knee, reverently joined the palms of his hands and said to the Buddha, O august and world-honored one, you have revealed the Tathagata's profound meaning so well to all living beings. The Buddha has always declared that I surpass all men in preaching the Dharma, but as I now listen to his melodious and deep Dharma voice, I am like a deaf man, striving to hear flies and mosquitoes 100 feet away. He cannot see, still less can he hear them. In spite of what the Buddha taught to cut off our delusion, I fail to understand its ultimate meaning, which is altogether beyond me. World-honored one, it is reasonable that, those like Ananda who have merely opened their minds but have not cast away their worldly habits, do not understand it, but though I, and others here, have reached the state beyond the stream of transmigration, we are still not quite clear about the Dharma, just, taught by the Tathagata. World-honored one, if all things, such as, the sense organs and data, aggregates, entrances, and fields of sense are fundamentally the pure and clean Tathagata store, why does the latter suddenly create mountains, rivers, the great world and all other forms that rise and fall in turn without interruption? The Tathagata has also spoken of, the elements of, earth, water, fire, and wind whose natures mix and pervade the whole Dharma realm in which they remain all the time. World-honored one, if the element of earth was all-embracing, how could it contain the element of waters? If the latter was all-pervading, there would be no fire. Then how can one be clear that these two elements pervade all space without destroying each other? World-honored one, the nature of earth is obstructive while that of space is the reverse. How can both of them pervade the whole Dharma realm? I really do not understand. May the Tathagata be compassionate enough to enlighten me and so dispel the clouds of my delusion. After saying this, he prostrated and eagerly awaited the holy teaching. The Buddha said to Paro Maitreya Putra and all arhats in the assembly who had reached the state beyond samsaric transmigration and beyond further study, the Tathagata now expounds the highest transcendental truth so that those hearers with settled minds and arhats who have not yet realized that neither ego nor dharma exist and who seek reality, will know the correct practice of the passionlessness of the supreme vehicle. Listen attentively to what I say. Paro Maitreya Putra and the assembly kept silent, awaiting with reverence the Buddha's Dharma voice. The Buddha asked, Paro Maitreya Putra, you now ask why that which is fundamentally pure and clean suddenly created mountains, rivers, and the great earth, but have you not heard the Buddha declare that, self-natured Bodhi is absolute and enlightened and that basic Bodhi is enlightened and absolute? Paro Maitreya Putra replied, yes, world-honored one, I have heard this. A probe into the disciples' understanding of noumenon and phenomenon to reveal the rise of illusions. The Buddha asked, when you speak of Bodhi and enlightenment, do you mean that because of its enlightened nature you call it Bodhi, or because of its basic, unenlightened nature, you, now, call it enlightened Bodhi? The real missed by cognizance of the false. Paro Maitreya Putra said, if that which is unenlightened is called Bodhi, it is not aware of anything. The three finer conditions of unenlightenment, basic ignorance, subject and object. The Buddha said, you say that that which is not aware of anything is not enlightened Bodhi, but that which creates an illusory object is unenlightened and that which abstains from so doing is free from subjective awareness. The unenlightened is, certainly, not the clean nature of Bodhi, for self-natured Bodhi is essentially enlightened but is mistaken for enlightened awareness. Bodhi is not that awareness of things, for such awareness sets up objects, and the setting up of illusory objects implies an illusory subject. The six coarser conditions of unenlightenment. Thus from that which was beyond both identity and diversity arose all differences. When the differentiating subject confronted its differentiated objects, the resultant diversity led to identification. Identity and diversity further led to that which was neither the same nor different. These conflicting disturbances resulted in troubled perception, which in time gave rise to objective form. Self-created confusion, caused by clinging to names, caused karmic activity and so suffering. Thus that which manifested became the changing world and that which was still was space. Hence space stands for identity and the world for diversity. And that which is neither the same nor different is a living being. The law of continuity. Continuity of the physical universe. Sustained confrontation of subjective awareness with objective dim voidness produced vibration and movement, hence the will of wind in constant motion in the universe. Awareness so shaken by the void, was benumbed by it and hardened into the element of metal, hence the will of metal to preserve the earth. When the movement caused by awareness produced wind and hardened into metal, the friction between wind and metal flashed fire, the nature of which was transformative. Fire sprang up and melted metal, hence the will of water pervades all the worlds in the 10 directions. The meeting of rising fire with falling water, formed wet oceans and dry continents. This is why fire, sometimes, rises from the bottom of the seas, and streams and rivers flow over continents. Excess of water over fire resulted in the formation of high mountains, hence rock sparks when struck and melts when submitted to great enough heat. An excess of earth over water resulted in the growth of vegetation, hence a forest fire reduces the trees to ashes, i.e. earth, and a plant bleeds when twisted. Thus these illusory, four wheels, intermingled and became mutual seeds to ensure the continuity of the world. Continuity of living beings further, Paro Maitreya Putra, this defect in awareness was caused by its subjectiveness that set up illusory objects beyond which awareness, thus circumscribed, cannot reach, hence one's hearing is limited to sound and one's seeing to form. The 6 illusory sense data, thus created, divided, the undivided nature, into seeing, hearing, feeling and knowing. As a result, of unenlightened, Activities, similarity of karma caused affinity, whereas dissimilarity led to either union for embodiment or parting for transformation. When the perception of an attractive light reveals an illusory form, the clearness of the latter stimulates a keen desire for it. Opposing views cause hatred, whereas concordant ones lead to love, the flow of which becomes the seed germ which, by uniting with craving, forms a fetus. Thus sexual intercourse attracts those who share the same karma and causes the 5 states of a fetus. Therefore, the 4 forms of birth derive from particular causes. Birth from an egg is due to the predominance of thoughts, that from a womb to passions, that from humidity to responsive union, and that by transformation to parting and metamorphosis. The union and parting of thoughts and passions cause further changes and transformations which rise and fall, closely followed by living beings who are thus subject to the retributive effects of their karma. Hence the continuity of the realm of living beings. Continuity of karmic retribution. Paro Maitreya Putra, since desire and love are tied so closely together, no disengagement is possible, and the result is an endless succession of the births of parents, children, and grandchildren. This comes mainly from sexual desire, which is stimulated by love. Since passion cannot be destroyed, living beings born from wombs, eggs, humidity and by transformation tend to use their strength to kill each other for food. This comes mainly from their passion for killing. So if a man kills a sheep to eat its meat, the sheep will be reborn as a human being, and the man, after his death, will be reborn a sheep, to repay his former debt. Thus living beings of the 10 states of birth, devour each other and so form evil karma which will have no end. This comes mainly from their passion for stealing. Due to such causes as you owe me my life and I pay my debt, living beings are subject to birth and death for hundreds and thousands of eons. Due to such causes as you treasure my heart, I love your beauty, they continue to be tied to each other for hundreds and thousands of kalpa. Therefore, the basic causes of continuous karmic retribution are 3, killing, stealing, and carnality. Thus Paro Maitreya Putra, these 3 evil causes succeed one another solely because of unenlightened awareness, which gives rise to the perception of form and so sees falsely mountains, rivers, and the great earth as well as other phenomena which unfold in succession and, because of this very illusion, appear again and again, as on a turning wheel. The uncreated and unending. Paro Maitreya Putra asked, if Bodhi, which is basically absolute and enlightened and is the same as the unchanging Tathagata mind, can suddenly create mountains, rivers, the great earth and other phenomena, when will the Buddha, who has attained absolute enlightenment, again give rise to the worldly perception of mountains, rivers, and the great earth? The Buddha said, Paro Maitreya Putra, if a man loses his way to a village by mistaking south for north, does his error come from delusion or enlightenment? Paro Maitreya Putra replied, from neither. Why? Because, since delusion has no root, how can this error come from it? Since enlightenment does not beget delusion, how can it cause him to err? The Buddha asked, if this man, while erring, suddenly meets someone who shows him the right way, do you think in spite of his mistake, he will lose his way again? Paro Maitreya Putra replied. No, world-honored one. The Buddha said. Paro Maitreya Putra, it is the same with all Buddhas in the 10 directions. Delusion has no root, for it has no self-nature. Fundamentally there has never been delusion, and though there is some semblance of it, when one is awakened, it vanishes, for Bodhi does not beget it. This is like a man suffering from an optical illusion who sees flowers in the sky. If he is cured, these flowers will disappear. But if he waits for them to appear again, do you call him stupid or intelligent? Paro Maitreya Putra replied, fundamentally space has no flowers, but due to defective sight they are seen as being in the void. This is already a false attitude. If in addition, they are required to appear again, this is mere folly. How then can that man be called stupid or intelligent? The Buddha said, since you have interpreted well the non-existence of flowers in the sky, Why do you still ask me about the immaterial absolute Bodhi of all Buddhas creating mountains, rivers, and the great earth? It is like ore which contains pure gold. Once the latter is extracted, it cannot be mixed with the ore again. It is also like the ashes of burnt wood which cannot become wood again. It is the same with all Buddhas of the Nirvanic enlightenment. The unhindered intermingling of noumenon and phenomenon. Paro Maitreya Putra, you now ask about the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind which fundamentally intermingle without hindrance in the Dharma realm. You are in doubt about why the elements of water and fire do not destroy each other and how the elements of space and earth can contain each other. Paro Maitreya Putra, take for instance space which differs greatly from all forms but which does not prevent them from manifesting in it. Why? Because space is radiant in the sun and dark when the sky is cloudy, it moves with the wind, is bright in a clear sky, hazy in a mist, obscure in a dust storm and is reflected when above clear water. Do you think that these transient forms in different places are created by these conditions or that they come from space? If they come from these conditions, then, when the sun shines, there is sunlight and all the worlds in the 10 directions should be identical with the sun, then why is the sun seen in the sky? If space shines, it should shine upon itself, why then at night or when there are clouds and fog, is there no light? Light therefore is neither the same as nor different from the sun and space. Thus when looked into, essentially there are no forms, i.e. the 7 elements, for they cannot be pointed out like unreal flowers in the sky that can only produce unreal fruit, so why do you inquire about their mutual destruction? But when their, underlying, nature is looked into, it is fundamentally real for it is absolute Bodhi. Since this absolute enlightened mind is basically neither water nor fire, why do you question their mutual hindrance? Within this true and absolute Bodhi enlightenment, if you give rise to the karmic illusion of space, space will manifest. If you have similar illusions of earth, water, fire, and wind one after another, they will manifest separately, and if you give rise to them all, they will appear simultaneously. Paro Maitreya Putra, what does simultaneous appearance mean? If 2 men walking in opposite directions see the sun reflected in water, each will see the reflection follow in his direction. There is no fixed standard here and you cannot query why one sun can move in opposite directions or why 2 suns are seen when only one appears in the sky, thereby deepening your delusion without any prop on which to hold. Expounding the common source of delusion and enlightenment to sum up the intermingling of phenomenon and noumenon. Paro Maitreya Putra, because you cling to form and space that displace each other in the Tathagata store, the latter in accordance with your karma, manifests as space and form which pervade the whole Dharma realm, and as a result, there appear within it the blowing wind, still voidness, a bright sun and dark clouds. Due to their delusion and perplexity, living beings turn their backs on Bodhi and cling to sense objects, thereby giving rise to troubles, klesa, with the resultant appearance of illusory forms. As to me, my uncreated and unending profound enlightenment accords with the Tathagata store which is absolute Bodhi, and ensures my perfect insight into the Dharma realm where the one is infinite and the infinite is one, where the large manifests in the small and vice versa, where the immovable Bodhi Mu'ala appears everywhere, where my body embraces the 10 directions of inexhaustible space, where the kingdom of treasures, i.e. the Buddha land, appears on the tip of a hair, and where I sit in a speck of dust to turn the wheel of the Dharma. As I have wiped out all illusory objects of senses to accord with Bodhi, I have realized the nature of the absolute enlightenment of the Bhattacharya. 3. The Tathagata store containing both noumenon and phenomenon. Meditative study of the mean, dhyana. Elimination of is to reveal the true mind. The fundamental, absolute, and perfect mind of the Tathagata store is neither mind nor the elements of space, earth, water, wind and fire, neither eye nor ear, nose, tongue, body, nor intellect, neither form nor sound, smell, taste, touch nor idea. Dharma, neither the field of sight perception nor the other fields of sense including that of the intellect, neither enlightenment nor unenlightenment nor the 11 other links in the chain of existence including old age and death, neither the end of enlightenment nor that of unenlightenment nor that of the 11 other links, neither misery nor the accumulation of misery, extinction of passion and the path thereto, neither wisdom nor gain, realization, neither charity, dana, nor discipline, sala, neither zeal, virya, patience, kwanti, meditation, dhyana, wisdom, prajna, nor perfection, paramita, and even neither tathagata, arhat, samyaksabbadai, parinirvana, nor, true, eternity, bliss, self, and purity. Elimination of is not to reveal the true mind. Thus the basic enlightened mind of the Tathagata store, being neither mundane nor supramundane, is wonderful in that it is, also, identical with, worldly, mind and, the elements of, space, earth, water, wind, and fire, with eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and intellect, with form, sound, smell, taste, touch and ideas, with the field of eye perception and all other fields before and including that of intellect, with enlightenment, unenlightenment and the 11 other links in the chain of existence before and including old age and death, with the end of enlightenment, of unenlightenment, and of the 11 other links, with misery and its accumulation, with the extinction of passions and the path thereto, with dana, sala, virya, kwanti, dhyana, prajna and paramita, and also with tathagata, arhat, samyaksabbadai, parinirvana, true eternity, bliss, self and purity. Simultaneous elimination of is and is not to reveal the absolute mind. Thus the underlying principle of the absolute enlightened mind of the Tathagata store, being identical with and, including, both the mundane and supramundane, is above is and is not and beyond both identity and difference. How therefore, can worldly beings of the three realms of existence and in the supramundane Sravaka and Pratyeka Buddha states fathom the Tathagata supreme Bodhi and penetrate the Buddha wisdom by word and speech? For in stance though a lute can make sweet melody, it is useless in the absence of skillful fingers. It is the same with you and all living beings, for although the true mind of precious Bodhi is complete within every man, when I press my finger on it, the ocean Cernval radiates, but as soon as your mind moves, all troubles, klesa, arise. This is due to your remissness in your search for supreme Bodhi, in your delight in Hanayana and your contentment with the little progress which you regard as complete. The one mind, sudden awakening and realization. Paro Maitreya Putra said, the Buddha and I possess the true, absolute, and clean minds of complete enlightenment, which are the same and wholly perfect. But why, after so many transmigrations due to my delusion from the time without beginning and after my present attainment of the saintly vehicle, am I still unable to realize the ultimate, whereas the world-honored one has eliminated all falseness and has realized absolute permanence? I beg to ask the Tathagata what causes the delusion that screens living beings from their profound enlightenment and so subjects them to their present perdition. The Buddha replied, although you have wiped out your troubles, klesa, traces of your defilement still remain. I will now put some worldly questions to you. Have you not heard of the madman, Yajanadatta of Sravasta, who would look into a mirror and delight in seeing his eyebrows and eyes, but when one morning he failed to see them in his own head, thought himself bedeviled? Do you think there was any valid reason for such madness? Paro Maitreya Putra replied, there was no valid reason. The Buddha said, the absolute Bodhi is basically enlightened and absolute. When it is screened and wrongly called false, how can there be a real cause of this delusion? For if there is a real reason, how can it be called false? All this arises from wrong thinking, which develops into further wrong thinking. When one falseness is heaped on another, in spite of the teachings by Buddhas in countless former eons, you are still unable to avoid delusion. Its causes are also under delusion, but if you realize that it has none, falseness will have no support, and will vanish. Since delusion was never created, what is there to destroy to realize Bodhi? This is like a man who, when awake, relates what he saw in a dream. He may be ingenious, but what can he get from it? Still less can he benefit from a state which does not derive from any cause and does not really exist, like Yajnadatha who, without reason, took fright at not seeing his own head. If he suddenly ceased to be crazy, his head would not come from elsewhere, and even if he was still mad, it was not really lost. Paro Maitreyo Aputra, since this is the nature of falseness, where is its cause? If you will only cease to discriminate and to believe in the three illusions that there are, the universe, karmic retribution and the realms of living beings, the three conditions, derived from killing, stealing and carnality, will come to an end. Without these conditions, the three causes will not arise and, as with mad Yajnadatha, the mad nature of your own mind will come to an end, and when it does, that is enlightenment, Bodhi. Thus your unexcelled, pure, and enlightened mind, which essentially pervades the Dharma realm, does not come from outside. How can it be realized by toilsome and profound practice and by achievement? This is like a man with a pearl sewn in his coat who forgets all about it, thinks he is really poor and wanders about begging for food. Although he is poor, his pearl has never been lost. If a wise man suddenly tells him that it is in his coat, all his wishes will be answered and he will become very rich. He will thus realize that his wonderful gem does not come from outside. Ananda then came forward, prostrated himself with his head at the feet of the Buddha, stood up and asked, "The world-honored one now speaks of eliminating the three conditions of killing, stealing and carnality to ensure that the three basic causes do not arise, and so to stop the upsurge of Yajnadatha's madness and realize Bodhi, which thus does not come from outside." This without a shadow of doubt shows the causes and conditions, but why does the Tathagata throw them away completely? It is also due to causes and conditions that my mind has opened. World-honored one, I am not the only hearer, Sravaka, who, though still needing study and learning, has so awakened, but others in this assembly, like Mahamoudgalyayana, Sariputra, Subhuti, etc., who followed the Brahmacharin, heard of the Buddha's teaching on causes and conditions, then awakened to the Dharma and achieved the state beyond transmigration. If you now say that Bodhi does not depend on causes and conditions, then the self-existent as preached by the heretics in Rajagacha, such as Maskari Gosalaputra and others, would be nirvana. Will you be so compassionate enough to enlighten my delusion and perplexity? The Buddha said, Ananda, in the case of Yajnadatha, if the so-called cause and condition of his madness had been wiped out, his own nature, which was not mad, would have revealed itself, and whatever you may rationalize about cause, condition, and self-existence does not go beyond this. Ananda, if Yajnadatha's head had basically been self-existent, it should always have been so and could not have been otherwise. What then were the cause and condition that resulted in his taking fright and going mad? If his self-existent head became mad owing to cause and condition, why was it not lost? But when he took fright and went mad, why was it still there unchanged? Thus how could cause and condition affect his head? If his madness was self-existent, it should always have been there, but before he became mad, where was it hidden? If his madness was not self-existent and there was nothing seriously wrong with his head, why did he go mad? If you realize that his fundamental head was intact, you will know that, only, his consciousness became mad. And will realize that to talk of cause, condition, and self-existence is frivolous. This is why I say that if the three conditions, of killing, stealing and carnality, are eliminated, this is Bodhi mind. But the idea that Bodhi mind is created after the samsaric mind has been annihilated pertains to samsara. Even after the ideas of both creation and destruction have been abandoned, with no more thought of practice and realization, if the least belief in self-existence remains, this shows clearly that the death of the worldly has given birth to the self-existent mind, which also pertains to samsara with its implied opposite, self-existence. This is like the mixture and fusion of various worldly materials into a composite compound which implies its opposite, the uncompounded. But, the absolute, which is neither original nor unoriginal, neither mixed and united nor not mixed and not united, and neither apart nor not apart from union and separation, is above and beyond all sophistry. Bodhi and nirvana are still very far away and cannot be attained without eons of practice and experience. Even if you succeed in memorizing the 12 divisions of the Mahayana canon taught by all the Buddhas, and the profound and perfect doctrines countless as the Ganges sands, this will only increase sophistry. Although you speak of cause, condition, and self-existence as if you are very clear about them, and in spite of people calling you the first of those with a wide knowledge of the Dharma, with its beneficial influence for eons past, you have been unable to avoid the pit into which Mattagga fell. Why have you waited to be rescued from it by my Surangama mantra, which caused the girl to extinguish the fire of lust completely, to realize the state of anagaman and to enter the dense forest of zeal and devotion? As the river of love dried up, you were delivered from bondage. Therefore, Ananda, your memorizing and remembering the Tathagata's profound and wonderful teaching for successive eons cannot compare with one day's practice of the transcendental path which has enabled you to avoid suffering from both love and hate. Mattagga was a prostitute, but she gave up lust and desire with the aid of the mantra, thereby becoming a bhikkhua, called self-nature, in this assembly. Both she and Yasodhara, the mother of my elder son, Rahula, awoke to sufferings caused by desire and love in their previous lives and, in a flash of thought, practiced the transcendental way. One was freed from bonds and the other received my prediction of her future enlightenment. Why do you still deceive yourself by clinging to what you see and hear? 4. Self-enlightenment. Objects contemplated in meditative studies. After hearing the Buddha's teaching, Ananda and the assembly, now rid of doubt and illusion, awoke to reality and felt a lightness of body and mind which they had never experienced before. Ananda again wept, prostrated himself with his head at the feet of the Buddha, knelt down, brought his palms together and said, "O peerless, compassionate, and immaculate King of treasures, you have opened my mind so well by using all kinds of expedients and encouragement to lead me out of darkness in the ocean of suffering. World-honored one, after hearing your Dharma voice, although I have realized that the bright mind of absolute Bodhi of the Tathagata store pervades the 10 directions to bring all the lands therein to the pure and majestic kingdom of absolute enlightenment, the Buddha again blames my useless knowledge acquired by listening, which cannot compare with true practice and training. I am like a traveler who is suddenly given by the King of Heaven a splendid mansion, which now that he owns it, he should know how to enter. May the Tathagata not forsake his great compassion, and may he teach all the deluded in this assembly how to give up the small vehicle and how to develop their minds in order to attain to ultimate nirvana, so that those who still need study and learning may know how to overcome their clinging to causal phenomena in order to achieve perfect control, dharo, and enter the Buddha's all-wisdom." After saying this, he prostrated himself and reverently awaited the holy teaching. The Buddha took pity on the Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas in the assembly whose minds set on enlightenment were still not at ease, and, also, on future living beings in the Dharma ending age who will want to develop their Bodhi minds and to tread the path of the Supreme Vehicle. He said to Ananda and the assembly, "As you are determined to develop the Bodhi mind and practice the Tathagata Samadhi tirelessly, you should first ascertain the 2 decisive factors in the development of your mind. What are they? The subjective mind in the meditation Ananda, as you decide to give up the state of a Sravaka to practice with the Bodhisattva vehicle in order to possess the Buddha's all-wisdom, you should see clearly if the cause ground, used as a point of departure, and its fruit ground, i.e. realization, are compatible or not. Ananda, if you use your worldly mind as a causal point of departure, you will fail in your search for the Buddha vehicle which is beyond birth and death. Therefore, you should inquire into all the creations of the mind, which in this material world are subject to change and destruction. Ananda, which one of them does not decay? Yet you have never heard that space can perish. Why? Because it is not a created thing. The objective phenomena in the meditation in your body, that which is solid is the element of earth, that which is liquid is the element of water, that which is warm is the element of fire, and that which moves is the element of wind. These 4 restraining elements divide your pure, perfect, absolute, and enlightened Bodhi into seeing, hearing, knowing and discerning, hence the 5 turbid conditions, kaya, from the beginning to the end. What is turbidity? Ananda, take for instance clear water which is so by nature, and dust, earth, ashes, and sand which are obstructive by nature. If someone throws earth and dust into clear water, the former will lose their obstructive qualities and the latter its clearness. The result is dirty water which is called turbid. Your 5 turbid conditions are like that dirty water. Ananda, when you see space in the 10 directions, your perception and the void are inseparable, and since the void is bodiless and your perception unenlightened, both unite into one falseness which is the first layer, called turbid kulpa. Your body is made of 4 elements which limit your mind and divide it into seeing, hearing, feeling and knowing. The union of water, fire, wind, and earth with your feeling and knowing begets another falseness which is the second layer, called turbid views. Your recollection and habits give rise to intellection which responds to the 6 sense data. This intellect has no independent form apart from the objects of sense and is devoid of nature apart from perception. It unites with sense data, to become another falseness which is the third layer, called turbid passions, klesa. In the endless rise and fall of illusions in samsara your intellect is intent on staying in the world whereas your karma forces you to transmigrate from place to place. They thus unite into another falseness which is the 4th layer, called turbid being. Fundamentally your seeing and hearing are by nature the same but, being limited by sense data, they degenerate into 2 separate faculties. They are aware of each other within their common nature but differ in their functions. As a result they are, as it were, upside down and unite into another falseness which is the 5th layer, called turbid life. At first, alayas, perception and dull voidness united to become the first aggregate form, rapa, just as when clear water is mixed with earth and dust it becomes turbid. This was the origin of the aggregate of form which continued for a period of time, hence the turbid kulpa, in contrast with the timeless pure reality. Turbid, or deteriorated, views correspond with the second aggregate vedana, or the responsiveness of the first 5 consciousnesses which cling to the body made of 4 elements, which does not exist fundamentally but divides the true mind into seeing, hearing, feeling and knowing. The unknowing bodhi mind is thus transformed into the knowing ego, hence the turbid views which rise and fall without interruption. Turbid passion, klesa, corresponds to the 3rd aggregate sanjana, which is the 6th consciousness that thinks wrongly. Although klesa has no nature of its own and wrong thinking is essentially non-existent, your recollection and habits give rise to thoughts of previously seen and known objects, hence the manifestation of the 6 sense data which cannot be found in the true mind. Turbid being corresponds with the 4th aggregate saskara. Fundamentally a living being is illusory and non-existent but your wrong thinking is endless and never stops, hence your desire to stay in this illusory world wherein your continued karmic activities cause you to transmigrate through all realms of existence. Turbid life corresponds with the 5th aggregate vijnana. Life does not really exist but your true nature is divided by the 4 elements into seeing, hearing, feeling and knowing which arise from a single underlying substance but function separately. This vijnana clings to form and mind as the basis of its existence, hence turbid life. These 5 turbid conditions do not exist in the bodhi mind which is polluted by the 5 aggregates, hence the 5 turbidities which are the origin of delusion. The point of departure Ananda, if you wish to bring your seeing, hearing, feeling and knowing into line with the Tathagata's absolute eternity, bliss, self, and purity, you should first pick out the root of birth and death, and turn its worldly falseness back to its unworldly profound nature until it is subdued and reverts to basic bodhi, and then use this pure nature as the causal mind ground, i.e. as the point of departure, to perfect your practice and realization of the fruit ground. This is like purifying muddy water in a clean container. Left unshaken in complete calmness, the sand and mud will sink to the bottom. When the clear water appears, this is called the first suppression of the intruding evil element of passion. When the mud has been removed leaving behind only the clear water, this is called the permanent cutting off of basic ignorance. Enlightenment is pure and unmixed, and its manifestations are not of the nature of klesa, but are in accord with the immaculate virtues of nirvana. Looking into the roots of klesa. To find the sense organ suitable for meditation, what is the second decisive factor? In your determination to develop the Bodhi mind and to advance boldly along the Bodhisattva path by relinquishing everything worldly, you should look closely into the origin of klesa, caused by your basic ignorance and developing discrimination, and see who creates and endures them. Ananda, in your cultivation of Bodhi, if you do not inquire into the root of klesa, you will never know how and where the organs and sense data are turned upside down. If you fail to understand this, how can you overcome them to win the Tathagata stage? Ananda, if a man who is good at untying knots does not see them, how can he undo them? And you have never heard that the void can be unfastened, for it has neither form nor shape and is not like a knot that can be untied. But your eyes, ears, nose, and tongue, as well as your body and mind, are the 6 decoys which a thief uses to steal the treasures of your house. For this reason, since the time without beginning, living beings, and this world, have always been interlocked, in time and space, hence you are unable to leap beyond the material world. Ananda, what is this realm of time and space? Time means duration and space location. You know that the 10 directions are in space and that the past, present and future are in time. There are 10 directions of space, and 3 aspects of time. All living beings owe their bodies to illusory time and space which are interwoven within them and continue to affect them. Although there are 10 directions, the worldly man recognizes only the east, west, south and north as cardinal points, but disregards the intermediate ones and the zenith and nadir, which he considers as unimportant. The entanglement of the 3 times with the 4 cardinal points, 3x4, or of the 4 cardinal points with the 3 times, 4x3, results in the constant 12. Allowing for the change and transformation of discriminative thoughts occurring thrice, to cover the past, present and future, this constant is increased from 1 to 10,100 and 1,000 to cover the whole field of activity of each of the 6 sense organs, its maximum sum of merits, i.e. its potential function, being represented by the number 1,200. Ananda, now measure the potentiality, for merit, of each organ. For instance, your eyes can see things in front and on both sides but nothing behind you. Its incomplete field of activity represents only 2/3 of the maximum. That is only 800 merits. As to your ears, their field of activity includes all the 10 directions. A sound is heard whether near or distant, while silence is registered as being boundless. Hence this organ earns the full 1,200 merits. The function of your nose relies on in and out breaths which lack a common point of contact, hence it earns only 800 merits. When your tongue propagates mundane and supramundane wisdoms, though language is restricted, the meaning is inexhaustible. Hence this organ registers all the 1,200 merits. When your body feels that it is touched, this feeling exists when there is touch but vanishes in its absence. Hence, your body has only 800 merits. As intellect embraces both the mundane and supra-mundane of the past, present and future in the 10 directions, including all the worldly and saintly without limits, you should know that this organ earns the full 1,200 merits. Ananda, as you now wish to go against the samsaric current of desire, you should revert to the very organ, from which it flows, until you reach the state beyond birth and death. Therefore, you should look into the 6 functioning organs and see which one is consistent or not, is deep or shallow, and is all-penetrating or deficient. If you find the all-pervading organ, you should turn back its karmic flow so that it accords with its penetrating quality. The difference between realization by means of this penetrating organ and that through a deficient one is comparable to that between a day and an eon. I have now revealed to you the 6 organs, arising from your true mind and their respective potentialities, so that you can choose the one most suitable to you and advance in your practice. All the Tathagatas practiced self-cultivation through the 18 realms of sense to realize supreme Bodhi, To them all these 18 objects of meditation were suitable for their practice, but your quality is inferior and you are unable to use them to win supreme wisdom. This is why I now teach you to choose a suitable organ for your deep meditation. Once you have entered it and freed yourself from illusion, all your 6 organs will become pure and clean simultaneously. Ananda asked, World-honored one, how can one by going against the samsaric current, enter deep into a single sense organ so as to ensure that all the 6 senses become pure and clean simultaneously? The Buddha replied, although you have realized the state of stream entry, srodapana, and wiped out worldly views, you are still not yet clear about the inner thoughts that have accumulated since the time without beginning, the elimination of which can be made only by practice and training. Still less are you clear about the inner illusions of birth, stay, change and death to be wiped out during the successive stages of bodhisattva development. Now look at your 6 organs, are they 1 or 6? Ananda, if they are 1, why cannot you see with your ears, hear with your eyes, walk with your head and speak with your feet? If they are 6, then as I expound the profound Dharma, which one of them receives my instruction? Ananda said, I use my ears to listen to it. The Buddha said, if so your ears should have no relation with your body and mouth when your mouth asks for its meaning and your body stands up to receive it reverently. Therefore, they are neither 1 ending in 6 nor 6 ending in 1, in other words, basically your sense organs are neither 1 nor 6. Ananda, you should realize that your organs are neither 1 nor 6 and that because you have seen everything upside down since the time without beginning, the illusion of 1 and 6 have arisen from that which is perfect and clean. Although your attainment of the state of srodapana has wiped out the illusory concept of 6, you still retain that of 1. This is like the void, contained in different vessels and called by different names according to the shapes of the containers. If you throw away the vessels and look at the void, you will say that it is 1. But how can the void follow your discrimination to become 1 or many? Still less can it become 1 or none. So your 6 active organs are like the void, in different containers. Because of light and darkness which, alternate with, and reveal each other, their adhesion to the wondrous perfect, mind, results in perception, the essence of which reflects forms and unites with them to become a sense organ. This organ originally comes from the 4 fine elements, of earth, water, fire, and wind, and is called an eye which is shaped like a grape. Hence this organ of perception is in constant search of forms. Because the conditions of disturbance and stillness contrast with each other, their adhesion to the wondrous perfect, mind, results in hearing, the essence of which echoes with sound and unites with it to become a sense organ. This organ originally comes from the 4 fine elements and is called an ear which is shaped like a young rolled leaf. Hence this organ of perception is in constant search of sound. Because of the 2, alternating, conditions of clearance and obstruction, their adhesion to the wondrous perfect, mind, results in smelling, the essence of which responds to odor and absorbs it to become a sense organ. This organ originally comes from the 4 fine elements and is called a nose which is shaped like the claw, end of a hammer. Hence this organ of perception is in constant search of smell. Because of changing and unchanged conditions, their adhesion to the wondrous perfect, mind, results in tasting, the essence of which responds to flavor and absorbs it to become a sense organ. This organ originally comes from the 4 fine elements and is called a tongue which is shaped like a crescent moon. Hence this organ of perception is in constant search of taste. Because of the alternate conditions of contact and separation, their adhesion to the wondrous perfect, mind, results in feeling, the essence of which responds to touch and unites with it to become a sense organ. This organ originally comes from the 4 fine elements and is called a body which is shaped like a trunk narrow in the center. Hence this organ of perception is in constant search of touch. Because of the 2 successive states of creation and destruction, their adhesion to the wondrous perfect, mind, results in knowing, the essence of which clings to Dharma and unites with them to become a sense organ. This organ originally comes from the 4 fine elements and is called an intellect which is like perception hidden in a dark room. Hence this organ of perception is in constant search of Dharma. Thus, Ananda, these 6 sense organs cause the enlightened Bodhi to become subjective awareness so that it misses its essence by clinging to falseness. This is why there is no substance of seeing in the absence of both light and darkness, no substance of hearing without both stillness and disturbance, no nature of smelling in the absence of clearance and obstruction, no taste without changing and unchanged conditions, no feeling of touch beyond contact and separation, and no prop for knowing in the absence of creation and destruction. You have only not to follow the states of stillness and disturbance, of contact and separation, of changing and unchanged conditions, of clearance and obstruction, of creation and destruction, and of light and darkness, and from these 12 worldly conditions, just root out any one of your 6 sense organs to disengage it from both inner and outer adhesion. As soon as it is subdued and brought back to the real, the latter's light will appear. When the bright nature manifests, the other 5 adhesions will be completely rooted out and you will be free from wrong views created by the sense data. This light does not follow the sense organs but manifests through them, and so all the 6 organs function through each other. Ananda, do not you see in this assembly Anuradha who is blind but sees, Upananda who is deaf but hears, the goddess of the Ganges who is noseless but smells, Gavampati who does not taste with his tongue, and the god of Sanyata who has no body but feels touch. This god of the void appears temporarily in the Tathagata light, since his body is, like, air and does not exist materially. He has realized stillness, dhyana, derived from the elimination of the second and third aggregates, thereby achieving the peace of the Sravaka stage. And Mahakasyapa, who is here, succeeded long ago in rooting out the organ of intellect, thereby realizing perfect knowledge which does not derive from the thinking process. Ananda, if all your sense organs are rooted out, your inner light will appear, all transient sense data as well as the changing conditions of the material world will vanish, like ice melted by boiling water, and you will realize supreme Bodhi instantly. Ananda, if a man who sees with his eyes suddenly closes them, darkness will appear before him, screening all his 6 sense organs including his head and feet. If he then feels his body with his hands, he will discern his head and feet although he does not see them. This shows that his knowing is the same whether he sees something in the light or nothing in the dark. That which does not rely on the light to manifest is not affected by darkness. After all organs and sense data have vanished, why cannot you realize the perfect and absolute enlightened Bodhi? Expedient instruction on the one mind. Ananda said, World-honored one, as the Buddha has said, the causal ground used as the point of departure in quest of reality should be compatible with the fruit ground. World-honored one, though realization of the fruit ground is called by 7 different names, Bodhi, Nirvana, the Absolute, Buddha nature, immaculate knowledge, Amalabhijana, immaterial Tathagata store, the great mirror wisdom, it is pure, clean, and perfect, and its substance does not change, like the royal diamond which is permanent and indestructible. Now the faculties of seeing and hearing have no independent nature in the absence of brightness and darkness, stillness and motion, and clearance and obstruction, and are like the thinking mind which ceases to exist in the absence of sense data. How can they be used as the point of departure in the search for the Tathagata 7 permanent fruits? World-honored one, seeing ceases to exist in the absence of light and darkness, like the thinking mind which comes to an end when there are no external phenomena. As I look into all this, I search in vain for my mind and its objects. What then should I set up as the cause in my quest of supreme Bodhi? Does the Tathagata's previous teaching on the nature of seeing, which is profound, pure, perfect, and permanent, contradict your true words and become sophistry, as well? Will you please be compassionate enough to clear away my delusion and perplexity? The Buddha said, you have widened your knowledge by hearing but have failed to get out of the stream of transmigration completely. Though you know the cause of your upset, yet when you find yourself in the presence of that cause, you fail to recognize it. Lest your trustfulness remain incomplete, I will now do something to clear away your doubt and suspicion. The Buddha then ordered Rahula to ring the bell and asked Ananda, do you hear it? Ananda and the others in the assembly replied that they did. When the bell was no more heard, the Buddha asked again, "Do you still hear it?" They all replied that they did not. Rahula again rang the bell and the Buddha asked, "Do you hear it?" They replied that they did. The Buddha then asked Ananda, "What do you mean by hearing and not hearing?" Ananda and the others replied, "If the bell is rung, we call it hearing, and when the sound and its echo stop, we call it not hearing." The Buddha again ordered Rahula to ring the bell and asked Ananda, "Is there any sound?" Ananda and the others replied that there was a sound of the bell. A little later, when it could no longer be heard, the Buddha asked again, "Is there any sound?" They all replied that there was none. Then Rahula rang the bell again and the Buddha asked, "Is there any sound?" They all replied in the affirmative. The Buddha then asked Ananda, "What do you mean by sound and no sound?" Ananda and the others replied that if the bell was rung, there was sound, and when both the sound and its echo stopped, this was called no sound. The Buddha said, "Why did you talk so wildly?" Ananda and the others asked, "Why do you say that we talked wildly?" The Buddha said, "When I asked you about hearing, you spoke of hearing, and when I asked you about the sound, you spoke of it. So merely about hearing and sound, your answers were ambiguous. How could they not be called wild?" Ananda, when both the sound and its echo ceased, you said there was no hearing. If there really was no hearing, its nature would have died and would be like a withered log, but when the bell was rung again, how did you hear it? Existence and non-existence concern only the sound which may be present or not, but how can the nature of your hearing follow your discrimination to exist or not? If it really ceased, who then knew there was no sound? Therefore, Ananda, in your hearing, the sound may exist or not, but this does not mean that the sound, whether heard or not, can cause your hearing to exist or not. In your delusion you mistake the sound for your hearing and so regard the permanent as transient. You should not say that hearing has no nature when it exists apart from the conditions of disturbance, stillness, obstruction, and clearance. For instance, when a man sleeps soundly, if people pound rice, he may hear the beating of a drum or the ringing of a bell. So when asleep he may find it strange that the bell is like the beating of a piece of wood or stone, but if he suddenly wakes up and hears the pestle, he will tell his family about his mistake when asleep. Ananda, does that man remember in his sleep the conditions of stillness, disturbance, clearance, and obstruction? Although his body rests, the nature of his hearing is present. Even when your body perishes and your life comes to an end, how can this nature vanish? For since the time without beginning all living beings have followed forms and sounds and pursued the flow of their thoughts without awakening to their pure, profound, and permanent nature. By straying from the permanent and by following birth and death, they have been contaminated with defilements in successive lives. If you, only, keep away from samsara and dwell in real permanence, your eternal light will appear thereby causing your organs, sense data, consciousness and mind to vanish simultaneously. The objects of your thinking process are polluting, dust, and the feelings that arise from your consciousness are impurities. If both are kept away, your Dharma eye will appear pure and bright instantly. Why then cannot you realize Supreme Bodhi? Main instruction on the three meditative studies of the One Mind. Ananda said, "World-honored one, although the Tathagata has taught the second decisive point, in the development of the mind, I think that if the man good at untying knots does not know how they came to be tied, he will be unable to undo them. In this assembly I and those who need to study and learn more, are in the same case. Since the time without beginning we and our delusions have both been subject to birth and death, and although we have cultivated good qualities that have enabled us to widen our knowledge by hearing about it all, and so are called leavers of homes, we are like a person suffering from malaria which recurs every other day. Will you take pity on us and save us from drowning? Will you tell us which of our bodies and minds are in a knot and how to untie it so that all suffering beings can escape from samsara and avoid falling, again, into the three realms of existence?" After saying this, he and all the assembly prostrated themselves, shed bitter tears and eagerly awaited the Buddha's supreme revelation. The Buddha took pity on Ananda and those in the assembly who still needed to study and learn, as well as on future living beings. In order to enable them to sow the cause of their future appearance in the world, as teachers, and so become the eye of wisdom, to guide coming generations. He extended his shining golden-hued hand to touch Ananda's head, and comfort him. Thereupon all Buddha lands in the 10 directions shook 6 times, and Tathagatas, countless as motes of dust, sent out, from the tops of their heads, radiant rays of light which reached Jetavana to shine upon the Buddha's head. This had not been seen before by the assembly. Then Ananda and all those present heard countless Buddhas declare with one voice, "Excellent, Ananda, if you want to know about the innate ignorance that causes you to transmigrate in samsara, you should know that, the roots of your birth and death are your 6 sense organs. If you want to know about supreme Bodhi, it is these 6 organs that will enable you speedily to realize happiness in liberation and permanence in nirvana." Although Ananda had heard these Dharma voices, he was still not clear about their profound meaning. So he bowed and asked the Buddha, "How can the same 6 organs cause me to transmigrate in samsara and be happy in absolute nirvana?" The Buddha said, "Ananda, both organs and their objects spring from the same source. Bondage and liberation are not 2 different things. Consciousness is illusory, like a flower in the sky. Ananda, your knowing originates from each phenomenon which takes on form because of your sense organs. Both form and seeing are mutually dependent, like 2 bundles of rushes that stand by leaning against each other. Therefore, if your intellect acts as the knower, this is the root of your ignorance, but, if it is free from seeing, it will be nirvana, which is transcendental and pure. How then can the latter allow foreign elements to intrude?" To repeat his instruction, the Buddha read the following gatha. "True nature is free from all phenomena which are illusions by causes created. Noumena neither rise nor fall, but all phenomena are flowers in the sky. The unreal reveals the real, but both are but illusions. Since there is nothing real nor unreal, how can there be a subject and an object? For between the 2 there is no true nature, like the point where 2 rush bundles meet when set upright. Tying and untying from the same cause arise, while the saintly and the worldly are not dual. Consider underlying nature at the point of meeting where both is and is not cannot be. If you disregard it, you are in delusion; if you awaken to it, you are free at once. 6 knots are untied one after the other; when 6 are undone, one vanishes as well. Choose an organ that is all-penetrating to enter the holy stream and attain Bodhi. Old habits flow like torrents in Alaya's subtle consciousness. Since the real yet unreal can create confusion, I have refrained from revealing it to you. If mind be set on searching for the mind, that which at heart is not illusion becomes illusory. If you stop all grasping, then there is nothing real. If what is not illusion ceases to arise, where can illusion be? This is the profound lotus dharma, law, the precious Bodhi of the royal gem, the samadhi of seeing all things as illusion, which in a finger snap leads to the state beyond all study. The unsurpassed doctrine was followed by all Bhagavats in all directions on the one path that to nirvana leads. How to untie the 6 knots? Thus Ananda and the assembly listened to the compassionate Buddha's unsurpassed sermon and gatha, whose profound meanings were so enlightening and penetrating, that their mental eyes were opened. They praised what they had never seen before. Ananda then brought his palms together, prostrated, and said, "I have today listened to the Buddha's compassionate teaching, which revealed the pure, subtle, and permanent reality of the self, nature, but I am still not clear about how to untie the 6 knots one after the other, and what you meant by when the 6 knots are undone the one. If you only stop clinging, even the true mind cannot be found. Also vanishes. Will you again take pity on this assembly and future generations and teach us in order to wash our defilements away?" The Buddha, who was on his lion seat, adjusted his inner garments and outer robe, and took from the teepoi a piece of beautiful cloth which the Yamadeva had given him. Then, in the presence of the assembly, he tied a knot and showed it to Ananda, asking, "What is this?" Ananda and the others replied, "It is a knot, The Buddha then tied another knot and asked, "What is this?" They all replied, "This also is a knot." The Buddha tied 4 more knots, showing each to Ananda and asking, "What is this?" They all replied that each was a knot. The Buddha said to Ananda, "When I first tied this cloth, you called it a knot. There is only one piece of cloth, but why did you call the second and third ties also knots?" Ananda replied, "World-honored one, although there is only one piece of cloth, if you tie it once, there will be a knot, and if you tie it 100 times, there will be 100 knots. But this cloth has only 6 knots because you only tied it 6 times. Why do you agree to my calling the first tie a knot and disagree to the second and third ones also being called knots?" The Buddha said, "Ananda, originally there was only one piece of cloth, but when I tied it 6 times, there were 6 knots. As you see it, the length of cloth was the same before but is now different with its 6 knots. The first knot I tied was called the first one, and altogether I tied 6 of them. Do you think that the 6th one can be called the first knot?" Ananda replied, "No, world-honored one, so long as there are 6 knots, the last one is the 6th and cannot be called the first. Even if I discuss this for the rest of my life, how can I number these 6 knots in the wrong order?" The Buddha said, "It is so, these 6 knots are different but come from one length of cloth and you cannot reverse their order. It is the same with your 6 sense organs which, though coming from the same source, are manifestly different. Ananda, clearly you object to the 6 knots and prefer one piece of cloth, but how can you obtain it?" Ananda replied, "If these 6 knots remain, concepts of right and wrong will arise in great confusion, with such things as, this knot is not that one and that knot is not this one. World-honored one, if all the knots were untied, there would remain nothing, with complete elimination of thisness and thatness. Then in the absence of even one, how can there be 6? The Buddha said, "Likewise, when the 6 knots are untied, the one also vanishes. It is because of confusion in your mad mind since the time without beginning that your intellect gives rise to illusions, the unceasing creation of which disturbs your seeing and causes it to perceive objects in the same way that troubled eyes see dancing flowers. Hence in the clear and bright reality, arise without any cause all worldly phenomena such as mountains, rivers, the great earth, samsara, and nirvana, which are but dancing flowers, created by confusion, trouble, passions, and inversion." Ananda asked, "How can one untie these knots created by trouble and confusion?" Then the Buddha held up the piece of cloth, pulled its left end and asked, "Can it be untied in this way?" Ananda replied, "No, world-honored one." The Buddha then pulled the right end and asked, "Can it be untied in this way?" Ananda replied, "No, world-honored one." The Buddha said, "I have pulled both ends of the cloth but have been unable to untie the knots. What will you do now?" Ananda replied, "World-honored one, each knot should be untied in its center, heart." The Buddha said, "Correct, Ananda, correct. A knot should be untied from its heart. Ananda, the Buddha-dharma which I expound manifests due to causes and is beyond those coarse forms that come from worldly concepts of mixtures and unions. When the Buddha reveals the mundane and supramundane, he knows their chief causes and concurrent conditions. He is even clear about the number of drops of rain in a place as many miles away from here as there are sand grains in the Ganges, as well as why pine trees arc straight and brambles crooked, geese white, and crows black. Therefore, Ananda, choose one organ from the 6, and if its knot is untied, all objects of sense will vanish of themselves. When all illusions disappear, if this is not reality, what more do you expect? Ananda, tell me now if the 6 knots of this cloth can be untied simultaneously." Ananda replied, "No, world-honored one, because they were originally tied one after the other and should be untied in the same order. Although they are in the same piece of cloth, they were not tied simultaneously. How can they now be untied all at once?" The Buddha said, "Your 6 organs should be disengaged in the same way. When you begin to disentangle them, you will realize that the ego is void. When this voidness is perfectly clear, you will realize that all dharma, phenomena, are void. When you are disengaged from dharma, the voidness, of ego and dharma, will vanish. This is called the patient endurance of the uncreate achieved by means of samadhi in the bodhisattva stage. After Ananda and the assembly had heard the Buddha's teaching, their understanding was clear and free from doubt and suspicion. Ananda brought his palms together, prostrated himself and said, "Today our bodies and minds are clear, at ease and unhindered. Though I have understood what you mean by the disappearance of both 1 and 6, I am still unable to perfect my sense organs. World-honored one, I am like a lonely wanderer and a hapless orphan. How fortunate have I been to meet the Buddha and to be his relative, like a hungry baby who suddenly meets its suckling mother. This gives me a chance to attain the holy goal, but although I have listened to his profound words, I am still unawakened as if I had not heard them. Will you please reveal to me the ultimate approach, by means of the appropriate organ?" After saying this, he prostrated himself and concentrated on his inner potentiality to receive the profound instruction. Thereat the world-honored one said to the great bodhisattvas and chief arhats in the assembly, "I want to ask you, bodhisattvas and arhats who have practiced my dharma and have reached the state beyond study, this question: when you developed your minds to awaken to the 18 fields of sense, which one did you regard as the best means of perfection, and by what methods did you enter the state of samadhi?" Meditation on the 6 sense data. K'uan Yu, one of the first 5 bhikkhus, rose from his seat, prostrated himself with his head at the feet of the Buddha and declared, "When, soon after his enlightenment, we met the Tathagata in the Mkadava and Kukana parks, I heard his voice, understood his teaching and awakened to the 4 noble truths. When questioned by the Buddha, I interpreted them correctly and the Tathagata sealed my awakening by naming me Ajnata, thorough knowledge. As his wonderful voice was mysteriously all-embracing, I attained arhatship by means of sound. As the Buddha now asks about the best means of perfection, to me sound is the best according to my personal experience." Upaniyad then rose from his seat, prostrated himself with his head at the feet of the Buddha and declared, "I also met the Buddha soon after his enlightenment. After meditating on impurity which I found repulsive and from which I kept, I awakened to the underlying nature of all forms. I realized that, even our bleached bones that came from impurity would be reduced to dust and would finally return to the void. As both form and the void were perceived as non-existent, I achieved the state beyond study. The Tathagata sealed my understanding and named me Nayuad. After eradicating the relative form, wonderful form, Surapa, appeared mysteriously all-embracing. Thus I attained arhatship through meditation on form. As the Buddha now asks about the best means of perfection, to me form is the best according to my personal experience." A bodhisattva named Fragrance Adorned then rose from his seat, prostrated himself with his head at the feet of the Buddha and declared, "After the Tathagata had taught me to look into all worldly phenomena, I left him and retired to set my mind at rest. While observing the rules of pure living, I saw the bhikkhus burn sandal incense. In the stillness, its fragrance entered my nostrils. I inquired into the smell, which was neither sandalwood nor voidness, and neither smoke nor fire, and which had neither whence to come nor whither to go. Thereby my intellect vanished and I achieved the state beyond the stream of transmigration. The Tathagata sealed my awakening and named me Fragrance Adorned. After the sudden elimination of relative smell, the wonderful fragrance became mysteriously all-embracing. Thus I attained arhatship by means of smell. As the Buddha now asks about the best means of perfection, to me smell is the best according to my personal experience." The 2 bodhisattvas called Bhaiwajiraja and Bhaiwajya who were present with 500 Brahmadevas, then rose from their seats, prostrated themselves with their heads at the feet of the Buddha and declared, "Since the time without beginning we have been skillful physicians in the world and have tasted with our own mouths herbs, plants, and all kinds of mineral and stone found in the world, saha, numbering 108,000 in all. As a result we know perfectly their tastes, whether bitter or sour, salt, insipid, sweet, acrid, etc., their natural, changing or harmonizing properties, and whether they are cooling, heating, poisonous or wholesome. We received instruction from the Tathagata and knew clearly that taste was neither existing nor non-existent, was neither body nor mind and did not exist apart from them. Since we could discern the cause of taste, we achieved our awakening, which was sealed by the Buddha, who then named us by Vajraja and by Vajrasamudgata. We are now ranked among the sons of the Dharma King in this assembly, and because of our awakening by means of taste, we have attained the Bodhisattva stage. As the Buddha now asks about the best means of perfection, to us taste is the best according to our personal experience. Bhadrapala, who was with 16 companions who were all great bodhisattvas, rose from his seat, prostrated himself with his head at the feet of the Buddha and declared, when the Buddha with an awe-inspiring voice, Bhasmagarjitagoisvararaja, appeared in the world, I heard of the Dharma and left home. At the time of bathing, I followed the rules and entered the bathroom. Suddenly I awakened to the causal water which cleansed neither dirt nor body, thereby I felt at ease and realized the state of nothingness. As I had not forgotten my former practice, when I left home to follow the Buddha in my present life, I achieved the state beyond study. That Buddha named me Bhadrapala because of my awakening to wonderful touch and my realization of the rank of a son of Buddha. As the Buddha asks now about the best means of perfection, to me touch is the best according to my personal experience. Mahakasyapa, who was present with the Bhikkhu of Golden Light and others, of his group, then rose from his seat, prostrated himself with his head at the feet of the Buddha and declared, in a former eon, when Kendrasaryapradopa Buddha appeared in this world, I had a chance of following him and of hearing the Dharma which I practiced. After he had passed away, I revered his relics, lit lamps to perpetuate his light and decorated his statue with pure gold powder. Since then, in every subsequent reincarnation, my body has been radiant with perfect golden light. This Bhikkhu of Golden Light and the others who are with her, are my retinue because we developed the same mind at the same time. I looked into the 6 changing sense data which can be reduced to complete extinction only through the state of nirvana. Thus my body and mind were able to pass through hundreds and thousands of eons in a finger snap. By eradicating all dharma, things and ideas, I realized arhatship, and the world-honored one declared that I was the foremost disciplinarian. I awakened to the wonderful dharma, thereby putting an end to the stream of transmigration. As the Buddha now asks about the best means of perfection, to me dharma are the best according to my personal experience. Meditation on the 5 sense organs. Anuruddha then rose from his seat, prostrated himself with his head at the feet of the Buddha and declared, after I left home, I was always very fond of sleep, and the Tathagata scolded me, saying that I was like an animal. After this severe reprimand, I wept bitterly and blamed myself. Because of my sadness I did not sleep for 7 successive nights and went completely blind. Then the world-honored one taught me how to take delight in the enlightening Vajra Samadhi, which enabled me to perceive, not with my eyes, but my mind, the pure truth pervading the 10 directions, very clearly perceptible, as easy to see as a mango held in my own hand. The Tathagata sealed my attainment of arhatship. As he now asks about the best means of perfection, to me seeing is, according to my personal experience, the best, which is made possible by turning the organ of sight back to its source. Khudrapanthaka then rose from his seat, prostrated himself with his head at the feet of the Buddha and declared, I did not know much about the Dharma, for want of reading and reciting the scriptures. When I first met the Buddha, I heard of the Dharma and then left home. I tried to memorize a line of his Gatha but failed for 100 days, because as soon as I could retain its first words, I forgot the last ones, and when I could remember the last words, I forgot the first ones. The Buddha took pity on my stupidity and taught me how to live in a quiet retreat and to regularize my breathing. At the time I looked exhaustively into each in and out breath and realized that its rise, stay, change and end lasted only an instant, Kwayo, thereby my mind became clear and unhindered until I stepped out of the stream of transmigration and finally attained arhatship. I came to stay with the Buddha who sealed my realization of the state beyond study. As he now asks about the best means of perfection, to me breathing is the best according to my personal experience in turning the breath back to the condition of nothingness. Gavapati then rose from his seat, prostrated himself with his head at the feet of the Buddha and declared, because of my verbal sin when I trifled with monks in a former eon, in every succeeding reincarnation I have been born with a mouth that always chews the cud like a cow. The Tathagata taught me the pure and clean doctrine of one mind, which enabled me to eliminate the conception of mind for my entry into the state of samadhi. I looked into tasting, realized that it was neither a subjective substance nor an objective thing, and leaped beyond the stream of transmigration. I thereby disengaged myself from both the inner body and mind and the outer universe and was released from the three worlds of existence. I was like a bird escaping from its cage, thus avoiding impurities and defilements. With my dharma I now pure and clean, I attained arhatship, and the Tathagata personally sealed my realization of the stage beyond study. As the Buddha now asks about the best means of perfection, to me the turning of taste back to its knower is the best according to my personal experience. Pilandavatsa then rose from his seat, prostrated himself with his head at the feet of the Buddha and declared, when I first followed the Buddha to enter upon the path, very often I heard the Tathagata speak about the worldly which could not give joy and happiness. One day, I went to town to beg for food, and as I was thinking about his teaching, I stepped inadvertently on a poisonous thorn that pierced my foot and caused me to feel pain all over my body. I thought of my body which knew and felt this great pain. Although there was this feeling, I looked into my pure and clean mind which no pain could affect. I also thought, how can this one body of mine have two sorts of feeling? And after a short, mental, concentration on this, all of a sudden, my body and mind seemed to be non-existent, and 3 weeks later I achieved the stage beyond the stream of transmigration and thereby attained arhatship. The Buddha personally sealed my realization of the stage beyond study. As he now asks about the best means of perfection, to me the pure awareness that wipes out the conception of body is the best according to my personal experience. Subhani then rose from his seat, prostrated himself with his head at the feet of the Buddha and declared, as my mind was already free from all hindrances in former eons, I can now remember my previous reincarnations as countless as the sands in the Ganges. Even when I was a fetus in my mother's womb, I had already awakened to the condition of still voidness, which subsequently expanded to fill all the 10 directions and which enabled me to teach living beings how to awaken to their absolute nature. Thanks to the Tathagata, I realized the absolute voidness of self-natured awareness, and with the perfection of my immaterial nature, I attained arhatship, thereby entering suddenly into the Tathagata's precious brightness, which was as immense as space and the ocean, wherein I, partially, achieved Buddha knowledge. The Buddha sealed my attainment of the stage beyond study. I am, therefore, regarded as the foremost disciple because of my understanding of immaterial self-nature. As the Buddha now asks about the best means of perfection, according to my personal experience, the best consists in perceiving the unreality of all phenomena, with the elimination of even this unreality, in order to reduce all things to nothingness. Meditation on the 6 consciousnesses. Sariputra then rose from his seat, prostrated himself with his head at the feet of the Buddha and declared, in former eons, the sight perception of my mind was already pure and clean, and in my subsequent incarnations as countless as the sands in the Ganges, I could see without hindrance through all things either on a worldly or supramundane plane. One day, I met on the road the 2 brothers Kasyapa who were both preaching the doctrine of causality, and after listening to them, my mind awakened to the truth and thereby became extensive and boundless. I then left home to follow the Buddha and achieved perfect sight perception, thereby acquiring fearlessness, attaining arhatship, and qualifying as the Buddha's elder son born from the Buddha's mouth and by transformation of the Dharma. As the Buddha now asks about the best means of perfection, according to my personal experience, the best consists in realizing the most illuminating knowledge by means of the mind's radiant sight perception. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva then rose from his seat, prostrated himself with his head at the feet of the Buddha and declared, I was already a son of the Dharma king when formerly I was with the Tathagatas who were countless as the sands in the Ganges. All the Buddhas in the 10 directions who teach their disciples to plant bodhisattva roots, urge them to practice samantabhadra deeds which are called after my name. World-honored one, I always use my mind to listen in order to distinguish the variety of views held by living beings. If in a place, separated from here by a number of worlds as countless as the sands in the Ganges, a living being practices samantabhadra deeds, I mount at once a 6-tusked elephant and reproduce myself in 100 and 1,000 apparitions to come to his aid. Even if he is unable to see me because of his great karmic obstruction, I secretly lay my hand on his head to protect and comfort him so that he can succeed. As the Buddha now asks about the best means of perfection, according to my personal experience, the best consists in hearing with the mind, which leads to non-discriminative discernment. Sundarananda then rose from his seat, prostrated himself with his head at the feet of the Buddha and declared, "When I left home to follow the Buddha, although fully ordained, I failed to realize the state of samadhi because my mind was always unsettled. I was, therefore, unable to reach the condition beyond the stream of transmigration. The world-honored one then taught me and Count Hila to fix the mind on the tip of the nose. I started this meditation and some 3 weeks later, I saw that the breath that went in and out of my nostrils was like smoke. Inwardly both body and mind were clear and I looked through the external world which became a pure emptiness like crystal everywhere. The smoke gradually disappeared and my breath became white. As my mind opened, I achieved the state beyond the stream of transmigration. Both my in and out breaths, now bright, illumined the 10 directions so that I attained the Arhat stage. The world-honored one prophesied that I would win enlightenment. As he now asks about the best means of perfection, according to my personal experience, the best is to eliminate breath which will then turn radiant, ensuring the attainment of the stage of perfection beyond the stream of transmigration. Paramaitreya Putra then rose from his seat, prostrated himself with his head at the feet of the Buddha and declared, "In former eons, my power of speech was unhindered and I preached the doctrine of misery and unreality, thereby penetrating deep into the absolute reality. I, also, expounded in the assembly the Tathagata's Dharma doors to enlightenment as uncountable as the sands in the Ganges, and thereby won fearlessness. The world-honored one knew that I had acquired the great power of speech and taught me how to perform the Buddha work by preaching. There, in his presence, I assisted him in turning the wheel of the law and since I could give the lion's roar, I attained arhatship. He sealed my unexcelled skill in expounding the Dharma. As he now asks about the best means of perfection, according to my opinion, the best consists in employing the Dharma voice to subdue the enmity of Mara and to stop the stream of transmigration. Upali then rose from his seat, prostrated himself with his head at the feet of the Buddha and declared, "I personally accompanied the Buddha and we climbed the city wall to flee from home. With my own eyes, I saw how he endured hardship in his practice during the first 6 years of ascetic life, subdued all demons, overcame heretics, and freed himself from worldly desires and all impure efflux, ashrava, from the mind. He personally taught me discipline, including the 3,000 regulations and 80,000 lines of conduct which purified all my innate and conventional subtle karmas. As my body and mind were in the nirvanic state, I attained arhatship and the Tathagata sealed my mind because of my strict observance of discipline and control of body. I am now a pillar of discipline in this assembly and am regarded as the foremost disciple. As the Buddha now asks about the best means of perfection, in my opinion, the best consists in disciplining the body so that it can free itself from all restraints and then in disciplining the mind so that it can be all-pervading, which results in the freedom of both body and mind. Mahamoggalyayana then rose from his seat, prostrated himself with his head at the feet of the Buddha and declared, "One day as I was begging for food in the street, I met the 3 Kashyapa brothers, Uravilva, Gaya, and Nada, who preached the profound doctrine of causality taught by the Tathagata. Suddenly my mind opened and became all-pervading. Then the Tathagata gave me a monk's robe and when I wore it, my hair and beard fell out. I rambled in the 10 directions and met no obstruction. I thus acquired transcendental power which proved the foremost and led to my attainment of arhatship. Not only the world-honored one, but all the Tathagatas in the 10 directions praised my supernatural powers which were perfect, pure, sovereign, and fearless. As the Buddha now asks about the best means of perfection, in my opinion the best consists of returning to stillness to allow the light of the mind to appear just as muddy water by settling becomes pure and clean as crystal. Meditation on the 7 elements. Usthyuma then came forward in front of the Tathagata, joined the palms of his 2 hands, prostrated himself with his head at the feet of the Buddha and declared, I can still remember that in a very remote eon, I was filled with sensual desire. At the time a Buddha called the King of Immateriality appeared in the world. According to him, those with lustful desires increased their own hell fires. He then taught me to meditate on the bones in my body, on my 4 limbs and on my warm and cold breaths. So by turning inwardly the spiritual light for pointed concentration, my lustful mind turned into the fire of wisdom. Since then, I was called Firehead by all the Buddhas. Because of my powerful fire light samadhi, I attained arhatship. Then I took my great vow to become a demigod, Vira, so that when all Buddhas were about to attain enlightenment, I would personally help them to overcome the enmity of Mara. As the Buddha now asks about the best means of perfection, according to my opinion, the best consists in looking into the non-existent heat in my body and mind in order to remove all hindrances thereto and to put an end to the stream of transmigration so that the great precious fight can appear and lead to the realization of supreme bodhi. Dharaudhara Bodhisattva then rose from his seat, prostrated himself with his head at the feet of the Buddha and declared, I still remember that formerly when the Buddha of universal light appeared in the world, I was a bhikkhu who used to level all obstacles, build bridges, and carry sand and earth to improve the main roads, ferries, rice fields and dangerous passes which were in bad condition or impassable to horses and carts. Thus I continued to toil for a long time in which an uncountable number of Buddhas appeared in the world. If someone made a purchase at the marketplace and required another to carry it home for him, I did it without charge. When Visvabhu Buddha appeared in the world and famine was frequent, I became a carrier charging only 1 coin no matter whether the distance was long or short. If an ox cart could not move in a bog, I used my supernatural power to push its wheels free. One day the king invited that Buddha to a feast. As the road was bad, I leveled it for him. The Tathagata Visvabha placed his hand on my head and said, you should level your mind ground, then all things in the world will be on the same level. Upon hearing this, my mind opened and I perceived that the molecules of my body did not differ from those of which the world is made. These molecules were such that they did not touch one another and could not be touched even by sharp weapons. I then awakened to the patient endurance of the uncreate and thereby attained arhatship. Then by turning my mind inwards, I realized the Bodhisattva stage, and when I heard the Tathagatas expound the Buddha's universal knowledge in the profound Lotus Sutra, I was the first listener to be awakened to it and was made a leader of the assembly. As the Buddha now asks about the best means of perfection, in my opinion, the best consists in looking into the sameness of body and universe which are created by infection from falsehood arising from the Tathagata store, until this defilement vanishes and is replaced by perfect wisdom which then leads to the realization of supreme bodhi. Chandraprabha Bodhisattva then rose from his seat, prostrated himself with his head at the feet of the Buddha and declared, I still remember that in the remotest of eons, countless as the sands in the Ganges, there was a Buddha, called Varuna, who appeared in the world and taught bodhisattvas to contemplate the element of water in order to enter into the state of samadhi. This method consists in looking into the body wherein all watery elements do not by nature suppress one another, using as subjects of meditation first tears and snot, and then saliva, secretion, blood, urine, and excrement, and then reversing the order, thereby perceiving that this element of water in the body does not differ from that of the fragrant oceans that surround the pure lands of Buddhas, situated beyond our world. When I achieved this contemplation, I succeeded in realizing only the sameness of the element of water, everywhere, but failed to relinquish my view of the body. I was then a bhikkhu practicing dhyana, and when my disciple peeped into the room, he saw that it was filled entirely with clear water, without anything else. As he was an ignorant boy, he picked up a broken tile, threw it into the water with a splash, gazed curiously and left. When I came out of my dhyana state, I suddenly felt pain in my heart as if I had the same trouble which Saraputra had with a wicked demon. I thought, since I have realized arhatship, I should be free from all causal ailments. Why today, all of a sudden, have I pain in my heart? Is it not a sign of my backsliding? When the boy returned and related what he had seen and done during my meditation, I said, when next you see water in my room, open the door, enter the water and take away the broken tile. The boy obeyed, for when I again entered the dhyana state, he saw the same broken tile in the water. He then opened the door and removed the tile. When I came out of dhyana, my pain had vanished. Later, I met countless Buddhas before I encountered Sagaravaradharabuddhivakrawaitabhijana Buddha, under whose instruction, I succeeded in relinquishing the conception of body, thereby realizing perfect union of this body and the fragrant oceans in the 10 directions with absolute voidness, without any further differentiation. This is why I was called a son of a Buddha and was qualified to attend all Bodhisattva meetings. As the Buddha now asks about the best means of perfection, in my opinion the best consists in achieving the unhindered universalizing pervasion of the element water, thereby realizing the patient endurance of the uncreate which ensures complete enlightenment. The Bodhisattva of crystal light then rose from his seat, prostrated himself with his head at the feet of the Buddha and declared, I still remember that once, in the remotest of eons countless as the sands in the Ganges, there was a Buddha called Infinite Voice who appeared in the world to reveal to Bodhisattvas the profoundly enlightened fundamental awareness which, by looking into this world and the bodily forms of all living beings, could perceive that all were created by the power of the wind arising from illusory concurrent causes. At the time, I inquired into the illusory setting up of the world, changing time, bodily motion and motionlessness, stirring of mind, in other words all kinds of movement which were fundamentally the same and did not differ from one another. I then realized that these movements had neither whence to come nor whither to go and that all living beings in the 10 directions, as uncountable as the dust, came from the same falsehood. Likewise, all living beings in every small world of the great chiliocosm were like mosquitoes in a trap in which they hummed aimlessly and created a mad tumult. Soon after meeting that Buddha, I realized the patient endurance of the uncreate. As my mind opened, I perceived the land of the imperturbable Buddha in the eastern region where I was admitted as a son of the Dharma King, serving all the Buddhas in the 10 directions. My body and mind gave out rays of light that illumined all the worlds without obstruction. As the Buddha now asks about the best means of perfection, in my opinion the best consists in looking into the power of the element of wind which has nothing, real, on which to rely, thereby awakening to the Bodhi mind so as to enter Samadhi and, then, to unite with the profound one mind expounded by the Buddhas in the 10 directions. Akasagarbha Bodhisattva then rose from his seat, prostrated himself with his head at the feet of the Buddha and declared, when the Tathagata and I were with Dopakara Buddha and realized our boundless bodies, I held in my hands 4 big precious gems which illumined all Buddha lands in the 10 directions, as uncountable as dust, and transmuted them into the absolute void. Then my own mind appeared like a great mirror emitting 10 kinds of mysterious precious light which penetrated the 10 directions, reaching the boundaries of space and causing all pure lands of Buddhas to enter the mirror and then to intermingle freely with my own body which was just like unobstructive space. Then, my body could enter perfectly as many, samsaric, countries as there are grains of dust to carry out far and wide the Buddha works, of salvation, so that universality could prevail, everywhere. This great transcendental power derived from my close inquiry into the 4 elements which had nothing real to rely upon and into false thinking that rose and fell, alternately and ended in nothingness. I realized the non-duality of space and the sameness of the Buddhas, pure lands, and samsaric worlds, thereby achieving the patient endurance of the uncreate. As the Buddha now asks about the best means of perfection, according to my own experience, the best consists in the close examination into boundless space, leading to entry into samadhi and perfecting thereby the mysterious spiritual power. Maitreya Bodhisattva then rose from his seat, prostrated himself with his head at the feet of the Buddha and declared, "I still remember that in the remotest of eons, as uncountable as the dust, there was a Buddha called Chandrasaryaprabhupada who appeared in the world, to convert others. I followed him to leave home. However, I, still, cherished worldly fame and liked to mix with noble clans. Then the Tathagata taught me how to practice dhyana meditation on the mind's consciousness in order to realize the state of samadhi. Ever since the following eons, I have used this samadhi to serve Buddhas as many as the sands in the Ganges, thereby eliminating completely my previous mind set on worldly fame. When Dvapakara Buddha appeared in the world, under his instruction, I realized the consciousness perfecting supreme samadhi of the mind, which enabled me to perceive that all Tathagata, stores, and samsaric worlds, purity and impurity and existence and non-existence were but appearances caused by my own mind's transformations. World-honored one, because of my clear understanding that only the mind's consciousness was the cause of all externals, I perceived an unlimited number of Tathagatas coming out of the nature of consciousness, hence, the Buddha's prophecy that I shall be his successor. As the Buddha now asks about the best means of perfection, my opinion is that the best consists of close examination into all appearances which are created by consciousness only, in order to perfect the conscious mind, thereby realizing complete reality and ensuring non-reliance on externals and the breaking of all attachments caused by discrimination, thereby achieving the patient endurance of the uncreate. Mahastama, a son of the Dharma king, who was the head of a group of 52 bodhisattvas, rose from his seat, prostrated himself with his head at the feet of the Buddha and declared, "I still remember that in the remotest of eons, countless as the sands in the Ganges, there was a Buddha called Amitabha who was succeeded by 11 other Tathagatas in that kalpa. The last one was called the Buddha whose light surpassed that of the sun and moon. He taught me how to realize the state of samadhi by thinking exclusively of Amitabha, Buddha. By way of illustration, if a man concentrates his mind on someone else while the latter always forgets him, both may meet and see, but without recognizing each other. However, if both are keen on thinking of each other, their keenness will grow from one incarnation to another until they become inseparable like a body and its shadow. The Tathagatas in the 10 directions have compassion for all living beings and always think of them, like a mother who never ceases thinking of her son. If the son runs away, her thoughts of him will not help. But if he also thinks of her with the same keenness, they will not be separated in spite of the passing of transmigration. If a living being remembers and thinks of the Buddha, he is bound to behold him in his present or future incarnation. He will not be far from the Buddha, and thus without the aid of any other expedient, his mind will be opened. He is like a man whose body, perfumed by incense, gives out fragrance, hence his name one glorified by Buddhas, fragrance and light. From my fundamental cause ground and with all my thoughts concentrated on the Buddha, I achieved the patient endurance of the uncreate. This is why I help all living beings of this world to control their thoughts by repeating the Buddha's name so that they can reach the Pure Land. As the Buddha now asks about the best means of perfection, I hold that nothing can surpass the perfect control of the 6 senses with continuous pure thoughts in order to realize samadhi. Meditation on the organ of hearing. Thereupon Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva rose from his seat, prostrated himself with his head at the feet of the Buddha and declared, "I still remember that long before numbers of eons countless as the sand grains in the Ganges, a Buddha called Avalokitesvara appeared in the world. When I was with him, I developed the Bodhi mind and, for my entry into samadhi, I was instructed by him to practice meditation by means of the organ of hearing. At first by directing the organ of hearing into the stream of meditation, this organ was detached from its object, and by wiping out the concept of both sound and stream entry, both disturbance and stillness became clearly non-existent. Thus advancing step by step, both hearing and its object ceased completely, but I did not stop where they ended. When the awareness of the state and the state itself were realized as non-existent, both subject and object merged into the void, the awareness of which became all-embracing. With further elimination of the void and its object, both creation and annihilation vanished, giving way to the state of nirvana which then manifested. Suddenly I leaped over both the mundane and supermundane, thereby realizing an all-embracing brightness pervading the 10 directions, and acquired 2 unsurpassed merits. The first was in accord with the fundamental profound enlightened mind of all the Buddhas high up in the 10 directions and possessed the same merciful power as the Tathagata. The second was in sympathy with all living beings in the 6 realms of existence here below in the 10 directions and shared with them the same plea for compassion. World-honored one, as I followed and made offerings to the Tathagata of Avalokitesvara, he taught me to use my illusory hearing and sublimate it to realize the diamond, Vajra, Samadhi, which gave me the same power of mercy of all Buddhas and enabled me to transform myself into 32 bodily forms for the purpose of visiting all countries in samsara, to convert and liberate living beings. World-honored one, if there are bodhisattvas who practice samadhi to attain the transcendental, mean, when there is a chance for them to realize absolute wisdom, I will appear as a Buddha to teach them the Dharma to liberate them. If there are solitary students seeking, only, self-enlightenment, who practice the stillness of nirvana, when there is a chance for them to realize it, I will appear as a teacher of self-enlightenment to teach them the Dharma to liberate them. If there are students of the Four Noble Truths who, after realizing the unreality of suffering and its accumulation, tread the path leading to the extinction of passions, when there is a chance for them to achieve this, I will appear as a hearer, Sravaka, to teach them the Dharma to liberate them. If there are living beings who realize the harmfulness of desire in the mind and abstain from all worldly cravings to achieve purity of body, I will appear as Brahma to teach them the Dharma to liberate them. If there are living beings who desire to be lords of devas to rule over the realms of the gods, I will appear as Sakra to teach them the Dharma so that they reach their goals. If there are living beings who wish to roam freely in the 10 directions, I will appear as Isvaradeva to teach them the Dharma to that they reach their goals. If there are living beings who wish to fly freely in empty space, I will appear as Mahesvara to teach them the Dharma so that they reach their goals. If there are living beings who wish to be lords of ghosts and spirits to protect their countries, I will appear as a great warrior to teach them the Dharma so that they reach their goals. If there are living beings who wish to rule over the world to protect all its inhabitants, I will appear as a Deva king of the 4 quarters to teach them the Dharma so that they reach their goals. If there are living beings who wish to be reborn in the palace of Devas to command ghosts and spirits, I will appear as a son of the Deva king of the 4 quarters to teach them the Dharma so that they reach their goals. If there are living beings who wish to be kings of human beings, I will appear as a king to teach them the Dharma so that they reach their goals. If there are living beings who wish to be heads of clans to enjoy the respects of their clansmen, I will appear as a respectable elder to teach them the Dharma so that they reach their goals. If there are living beings who enjoy discussing well-known sayings and practice pure living, I will appear as a respectable scholar to teach them the Dharma so that they reach their goals. If there are living beings who wish to govern cities and towns, I will appear as a magistrate to teach them the Dharma so that they reach their goals. If there are living beings who delight in practicing mysticism for self-welfare, I will appear as a Brahmin to teach them the Dharma so that they reach their goals. If there are men who are keen on study and learning and leave home to practice the rules of morality and discipline, I will appear as a bhikkhu to teach them the Dharma so that they reach their goals. If there are women who are eager to study and learn and leave home to observe the precepts, I will appear as a bhikkhu to teach them the Dharma so that they reach their goals. If there are men who observe the 5 precepts, I will appear as a Upāsaka to teach them the Dharma so that they reach their goals. If there are women who observe the 5 precepts, I will appear as a Upāsika to teach them the Dharma so that they reach their goals. If there are women who are keen to fulfill their home duties thereby setting a good example to other families and the whole country, I will appear as a queen, a princess, or a noble lady to teach them the Dharma so that they reach their goals. If there are young men who are chaste, I will appear as a celibate youth to teach them the Dharma so that they reach their goals. If there are young women who are keen to avoid carnality in order to preserve their virginity, I will appear as a maiden to teach them the Dharma so that they reach their goals. If there are gods who wish to be freed from bondage in their realms, I will appear as a deva to teach them the Dharma so that they reach their goals. If there are dragons, nagas, who wish to be freed from bondage in their realms, I will appear as a naga to teach them the Dharma so that they reach their goals. If there are yakwas who wish to be freed from bondage in their realms, I will appear as a yakwa to teach them the Dharma so that they reach their goals. If there are Gandharvas who wish to be freed from bondage in their realms, I will appear as a Gandharva to teach them the Dharma so that they reach their goals. If there are Asuras who wish to be freed from bondage in their realms, I will appear as an Asura to teach them the Dharma so that they reach their goals. If there are Guruoas who wish to be freed from bondage in their realms, I will appear as a Guruoa to teach them the Dharma so that they reach their goals. If there are Kinnaras who wish to be freed from bondage in their realms, I will appear as a Kinnara to teach them the Dharma so that they reach their goals. If there are Mahoragas who wish to be freed from bondage in their realms, I will appear as a Mahoraga to teach them the Dharma so that they reach their goals. If there are living beings who wish to be reborn as human beings, I will appear in human form to teach them the Dharma so that they reach their goals. If there are non-human beings with or without forms and either thoughtful or thoughtless, who wish to be freed from bondage in their realms, I will appear as one of them to teach them the Dharma so that they reach their goals. These are my 32 transformation bodies in response to the needs of all countries in samsara, achieved by means of the uncreated sovereign power of samadhi realized in my practice of sublimating the faculty of hearing. World Honored One, I also use this uncreated sovereign power of diamond samadhi, derived from sublimating hearing, to share with all living beings in the 6 realms in the 10 directions the same plea for compassion, and to bestow upon them 14 kinds of fearlessness which emanate from my body and mind. Once, since I myself do not meditate on sound but on the meditator, I cause all suffering beings to look into the sound of their voices in order to obtain liberation. 2. By returning, discriminative, intellect to its absolute source, I cause them to avoid being burned when they find themselves in a great fire. 3. By returning hearing to its source, I cause them to avoid drowning when they are adrift on the sea. 4. By stopping wrong thinking and thereby cleansing their minds of harmfulness, I lead them to safety when they wander in the realm of evil ghosts. 5. By sublimating their wrong hearing to restore its absolute condition, thereby purifying all 6 organs and perfecting their functions, I cause them, when in danger, to be immune from sharp weapons which become blunt and useless like water that cannot be cut and daylight that cannot be blown away, because their underlying nature does not change. 6. By perfecting the sublimation of their hearing, its bright light pervades the whole Dharma realm to destroy the darkness of ignorance, thereby dazzling evil beings such as Yakwa, Rakwa, Kyubhuoa, Paisaka, Patana, etc., who cannot see them when meeting them. 7. When hearing is reversed so that sound vanishes completely, all illusory objects of sense disappear so that practicers are freed from fetters which can no longer restrain them. 8. The elimination of sound to perfect hearing results in universal compassion so that they can pass through regions infested with robbers and bandits who cannot plunder them. 9. The sublimation of hearing disengages them from the objects of sense and makes them immune from attractive forms, thereby enabling lustful beings to get rid of desires and cravings. 10. The sublimation of sound eliminates all sense data and results in the perfect mingling of each organ with its objects and the total eradication of subject and object, thereby enabling all vindictive beings to bury anger and hate. 11. After the elimination of sense data and the return to the bright reality, both inner body and mind and outer phenomena become crystal clear and free from all hindrances, so that dull and ignorant unbelievers, ekantika, can get rid of the darkness of ignorance. 12. When their bodies are in harmony with the nature of hearing, they can, from their immutable state of enlightenment, bodhimu'o'ala, re-enter the world, to liberate others, without harming the worldly, and can go anywhere to make offerings to Buddhas countless as dust, serving every Tathagata in the capacity of a son of the king of the law and having the power to give male heirs with blessed virtues and wisdom to childless people who want boys. 13. The perfecting of the 6 organs unifies their divided functions so that they become all-embracing, thus revealing the great mirror, wisdom, and immaterial Tathagata womb compatible with all Dharma doors taught by Buddhas as uncountable as dust. They can bestow upright, blessed, gracious, and respect-inspiring girls on childless parents who want daughters. 14. In this great chiliocosm which contains 100 lakhs of suns and moons, there are now bodhisattvas countless as sand grains in 62 Ganges rivers. They practice the Dharma to set a good example to all living beings by befriending, teaching and converting them. In their wisdom their expedient methods differ. Because I used one penetrating organ which led to my realization through the faculty of hearing, my body and mind embrace the whole Dharma realm in which I teach all living beings to concentrate their minds on calling my name. The merits that follow are the same as those derived from calling on the names of all these bodhisattvas. World-honored one, my single name does not differ from those uncountable ones, because of my practice and training which led to my true enlightenment. These are the 14 fearless powers, which I bestow upon living beings. World-honored one, because of my perfect understanding which led to my attainment of the supreme path, I acquired 4 inconceivable absolute virtues. 1. When I first realized the hearing mind which was most profound, the essence of mind, i.e. the Tathagata store, disengaged itself from hearing and could no longer be divided by seeing, hearing, feeling and knowing, and so became one pure and clean all-pervading precious bodhi. This is why I can take on different wonderful forms and master a countless number of esoteric mantras. I can appear with 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, and up to 108, 1,000, 10,000 and 84,000 sovereign, kakra, faces, with 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 24 and up to 108, 1,000, 10,000 and 84,000 arms making various gestures, mudras, and with 2, 3, 4, 9 up to 108, 1,000, 10,000 and 84,000 clean and pure precious eyes, either merciful or wrathful, and in a state either of still imperturbability, dhyana samadhi, or of absolute wisdom, prajna, to save and protect living beings so that they can enjoy great freedom. 2. Because of my meditation by means of the organ of hearing, which resulted in my disengagement from the 6 sense data, like a sound going through a wall without hindrance, I can, with each appearance and with the aid of each mantra, bestow fearlessness upon suffering beings in countries as countless as dust in the 10 directions in which I am regarded as the giver of dauntlessness. 3. Because of the perfection which I won by sublimating the appropriate organ, living beings in countries which I visit, lay down their desires and attachments and offer their bodies and treasures to implore my compassion. 4. As one have realized the Buddha mind and attained ultimate reality, I can make offerings to the Tathagatas in 10 directions and satisfy living beings in the 6 worlds who seek virtuous wives, good sons, samadhi, long life, and even parinirvana. As the Buddha now asks about the best means of perfection, my method, which consists in regulating the organ of hearing so as to quiet the mind for its entry into the stream of meditation leading to the state of samadhi and attainment of enlightenment, is the best. World-honored one, that Buddha praised my excellent method of perfection and gave me, in the presence of the assembly, the name of Avalokitesvara. Because of my all-embracing, absolute function of hearing, my name is known everywhere. Thereupon, the Buddha, from his lion seat, sent out from the 5 members of his body, rays of light which reached and shone on the heads of the Tathagatas and Bodhisattvas countless as dust in the 10 directions. In return countless Tathagatas sent back rays of light which shone on the heads of the Buddha, great Bodhisattvas and Arhats in the assembly, causing the groves and streams to intone the Dharma and uncountable rays of light to interlace in precious nets, a spectacle never seen before. As a result, all the Bodhisattvas and Arhats in the assembly realized the diamond samadhi. At the same time showers of green, yellow, red, and white lotus blossoms turned the whole of space into a 7-colored expanse and caused mountains, rivers and the great earth to disappear and all the countless other realms to merge into one universe filled with songs and recitations. Thereupon, the Tathagata said to Manjusra, son of the Dharma king, these 25 bodhisattvas and arhats who no longer need to study and learn, have related the expedient methods used by them at the start of their practice for their realization of bodhi. In reality each of these methods does not differ from, and is neither superior nor inferior to the others. Tell me which one of them is suitable to Ananda so that he can awaken to it, and which one is easy of achievement, for the benefit of living beings who, after my nirvana, wish to practice with the bodhisattva vehicle in their search for supreme bodhi. Manjusra's Gatha teaching the appropriate method for human beings. As commanded, Manjusra rose from his seat, prostrated himself with his head at the feet of the Buddha and reverently chanted the following Gatha. Perfect and clear by nature is the Bodhi ocean, pure and faultless Bodhi is in essence wonderful. Its fundamental brightness shone, so by chance creating an object which then obscured its radiant nature. Thus in delusion there appeared one-sided emptiness in which an imaginary world arbitrarily was built. Steadying itself, the thinking process made the continents while the illusory knower became a living being. The voidness so created within Bodhi is but a bubble in the ocean. Worldly realms, countless as the dust, arose in this relative emptiness. When the bubble bursts, the void's unreality is exposed, how much more so is that of the three realms. Though all return to one nature at the source, there are many expedient methods for the purpose. Though holy nature pervades all, direct or inverse methods are expedients, hence newly initiated minds of different aptitudes are quick or slow to enter samadhi. Form which from thought crystallizes is too difficult to look through. How can perfection be achieved through this impenetrable form? Sound, voice, word and speech are each confined to specific definition which by itself is not all-embracing. How can they help perfection to achieve? Smell, perceived when in contact with the nose, without that contact is non-existent. How can that which is not always present be a means to achieve perfection? Taste exists not of itself, but is perceived when flavors present. Since sense of taste is ever varied, how can it to perfection lead? Touch exists when there's an object touched, without an object touch is naught. Since contact and its absence are not constant, how can touch help to achieve perfection? Dharma is inner defilement called, reliance thereon implies an object. Since subject and object are not all embracing, how can Dharma lead one to perfection? The organ of sight, although perceiving clearly, sees things in front but cannot see behind. How can partial sight of the four quarters help one to achieve perfection? The inward and the outward breath have no link uniting them. How can they, thus unconnected, be used to achieve perfection? The tongue is useless touching nothing, when flavor is present, there is taste which vanishes when flavors absent. How can this help to achieve perfection? Body must be conditioned to the object touched, both cannot be used for all-embracing meditation which is beyond both subject and object with their limits. How can this serve to achieve perfection? The tumult of thinking with the mind disturbs the serenity of right perception. Since stirring thoughts are most hard to eradicate, how can intellect serve to achieve perfection? Union of consciousness with eye and sight has three components that are not settled. How can that which is devoid of substance be used as a means to win perfection? The hearing mind which reaches into space needs a great cause for its development, but untrained men cannot realize it. How can this help to achieve perfection? Meditation on the nose is only an expedient means to control the mind by fixing it for the moment, but wrong dwelling can create an illusory abode. How can this be used to achieve perfection? Preaching the Dharma plays upon voice and words, but awakening occurred during practice long ago. Words and speeches never going beyond the worldly stream. How can this be a means to achieve perfection? Observance of rules of discipline controls the body but never that which is beyond it. Since control of body is not all-embracing, how can this serve to achieve perfection? Transcendental powers come from a former cause, how can they derive from discriminating consciousness? Since thinking from externals cannot stray, How can it serve to achieve perfection? If the element of earth be used for contemplation, it is solid and cannot be penetrated, belonging to the worldly it lacks spirituality. How can it be used to achieve perfection? If meditation be on the element of water, the thoughts that then arise have no reality. Beyond feeling and seeing is the absolute, how then can water help to achieve perfection? If for meditation the element of fire be used, dislike of desire is not complete renunciation, 'tis no expedient for newly initiated minds. How then can fire become a means to achieve perfection? If meditation is on the element of wind, motion, and stillness are a false duality from which supreme bodhi cannot develop. How can wine serve to achieve perfection? If the element of space be used for meditation, its dimness and dullness cannot be enlightenment. Since whatever is unenlightened differs much from bodhi, how can the element of space help to achieve perfection? If on the element of consciousness you meditate, it changes, and is not permanent. The mind fixed on it being false, how can that element then help you to achieve perfection? Phenomena are all impermanent, thinking originally comes and goes. Since cause will ever differ from effect, how can the element of perception achieve perfection? I now submit to the world-honored one that all Buddhas in this world appear to teach the most appropriate method, which consists in using pervasive sound. The state of samadhi can be realized by means of hearing. Thus was Avalokitesvara freed from suffering. Hail to the regarder of sound who, during eons countless as Ganges sand, entered as many Buddha lands to win the power and comfort of his independence and bestow fearlessness upon all living beings. O you who have achieved the sound profound, the seer of sound the purifier, who, unfailing as the sound of ocean tides, saves all beings in the world, make them secure, ensure their liberation and attainment of eternity. Reverently I declare to the Tathagata what Avalokitesvara said. When one dwells in quietude, rolls of drums from 10 directions simultaneously are heard, so hearing is complete and perfect. The eyes cannot pierce a screen, but neither can mouth nor nose, body only feels when it is touched. Mind's thoughts are confused and unconnected, but voice whether near or far at all times can be heard. The 5 other organs are not perfect, but hearing really is pervasive. The presence or absence of sound and voice is registered by ear as is or is not. Absence of sound means nothing heard, not hearing devoid of nature. Absence of sound is not the end of hearing, and sound when present is not its beginning. The faculty of hearing, beyond creation and annihilation, truly is permanent. Even when isolated thoughts in a dream arise, though the thinking process stops, hearing does not end, for the faculty of hearing is beyond all thought, beyond both mind and body. In this Saha world, teaching is by voice. Living beings who cognize not hearing's nature, follow sound to continue transmigrating. Though Ananda memorized all that he had heard, he could not avoid perverted thoughts. This is to fall into samsara by clinging to sound, whilst reality is one against the worldly stream. Listen, Ananda, listen closely. In the name of Buddha I proclaim the Vajra king of enlightenment, the inconceivable understanding that illusions are unreal, the true samadhi that begets all Buddhas. You may hear of esoteric methods from Buddhas countless as the dust, but if you cannot eradicate desire, to hear much causes errors. To hear your very self, why not turn backward that faculty employed to hear Buddha's words? Hearing is not of itself, but owes its name to sound. Freed from sound by turning hearing backwards, what do you call that which is disengaged when one sense organ has to its source returned? All the 6 senses thereby are liberated. Seeing and hearing are like optical illusions, just as all 3 worlds resemble flowers in the sky. With hearing disengaged, the illusory organ vanishes, with objects eradicated, perfectly pure is Bodhi in utter purity, the bright light pervades all, with its shining stillness enfolding the great void. All worldly things, when closely looked at, are but illusions seen in dreams. Dreamlike was the Matega maiden, how could she keep your body with her? Like a clever showman presenting a puppet play, though movements are many, there is but one controller. When that control is stopped, figures show no nature. Likewise are the 6 organs, derived from one alaya which divides into 6 unions. If one of these returns to source, all 6 functions are ended. With all infection ended, bodhi is then realized. Any defiling remnant requires further study, whereas full enlightenment is the Tathagata. Ananda and all you who listen here should inward turn your faculty of hearing to hear your own nature, which alone achieves supreme bodhi. That is how enlightenment is won. Buddhas as many as the Ganges sand entered this one gateway to nirvana. All past Tathagatas have achieved this method. All bodhisattvas now enter this perfection. All who practice in the future on this dharma should rely. Avalokitesvara did not practice it alone, because through it I also passed. The enlightened and world-honored one has asked about the best expedients for those in the dharma-ending age who wish from samsara to escape in their search for nirvana's heart. It is best to contemplate on worldly sound. All other methods are expedients used by Buddha in particular cases to keep disciples from occasional trouble. They are not good for indiscriminate practice by men of different types. I salute the Tathagata store which is beyond the worldly stream. Blessed be coming generations so that they have, abiding, faith in this easy expedient. 'Tis good for teaching Ananda and those of the Dharma-ending age who should use the hearing organ which surpasses all others and with the true mind accords. After hearing this, Ananda and the assembly, felt, their bodies and minds to be in tune with the profound teaching. To them the Buddha's Bodhi and Parinirvana were like the way home which a traveler should know well before returning from a long journey abroad. Others present, such as the 8 classes of non-human beings, students of Hinayana and Bodhisattvas who had just developed the Bodhi mind and whose number was countless as the sand in 10 Ganges rivers, awakened to their fundamental minds, avoided defilement, and won the pure Dharma I. After hearing the Gatha, Bhikkhu Oa's self-nature realized arhatship and an uncountable number of living beings developed the unsurpassed Samyak Sabadai mind. V. The enlightenment of others. Ananda adjusted his robe, brought his palms together and prostrated himself with his head at the feet of the Buddha. He rejoiced at his good understanding of the mind and, for the benefit of coming generations, bowed again and said, O great compassionate and world-honored one, I have now awakened to the Dharma gateway to Buddhahood by means of right practice about which I have no more doubt. I have always heard the Buddha speak of bodhisattvas who, before their own liberation, set their minds on freeing others, and of Buddhas who, after their own complete enlightenment, appeared in the world to enlighten others. Though I am not yet liberated, I now vow to deliver all living beings in the Dharma-ending age. World-honored one, future generations will gradually move farther away from the Buddha and, will meet, heretics as many as the sand grains in the Ganges. In order to control their minds for entry into samadhi, what should they do to set up seats of study and learning, bodhimuoala, to keep the demon away and avoid failure, in their cultivation, of the mind set on enlightenment? The Buddha praised Ananda and said, Excellent, Ananda, excellent, it is good that, you ask about the setting up of bodhimuoalas for the protection of living beings against failure in the Dharma-ending age. Listen attentively to what I now tell you. Ananda and the assembly reverently awaited the holy teaching. Discipline and its 3 decisive steps, Sala, Dhyana, and Prajna. The Buddha said, Ananda, you have always heard me teach about discipline, Vinaya, which consists in the practice of 3 decisive steps, the control of mind, called Sala, which leads to stillness, Dhyana, and thence to wisdom, Prajna. This is called the threefold study of the supramundane way. Prohibition against carnality. Ananda, why is control of mind called Sala? If all living beings in the 6 worlds of existence abstain from sexual desire, they will not be subject to the continual round of births and deaths. Your practice of samadhi should free you from defilements, but they cannot be eliminated if your lustful mind is not wiped out. Even after you have acquired such wisdom, if you fail to kill sensuality, then when dhyana manifests, you will fall into the way of demons in which their king takes the high, his male subjects the middle and his female subjects the low rank. These demons have their following and boast of having attained the supreme path. After my nirvana, in the Dharma ending age, these subjects of Mara will be found everywhere, will encourage sensuality and will disguise themselves as men of good counsel, Kalyao Amitras, and cause living beings to fall into the pit of lust, thereby missing the Bodhi path. You should teach worldly men who practice samadhi to cut off their lustful minds at the very start. This is called the Buddha's profound teaching of the first decisive deed. Therefore, Ananda, if carnality is not wiped out, the practice of dhyana is like cooking gravel to make rice. Even if it is boiled for hundreds and thousands of eons, it will be only hot gravel. Why? Because instead of rice grains it contains only stones. If you set your lustful mind on seeking the profound fruit of Buddhahood, whatever you may realize will be carnal by nature. If your root is lustful, you will have to transmigrate through 3 unhappy ways, to the hells of fire, blood, and swords, from which you will not escape. How then can you find the way to cultivate the Tathagata's nirvana? You should cut off both the sensual body and mind until even the very idea of doing so ceases. Only then can you hope to seek the Buddha's enlightenment. This teaching of mine is that of the Buddha, whereas any other one is that of evil demons, Papian. Prohibition against killing. Ananda, if living beings in the 6 worlds of existence cease to kill, they will not be subject to the continual round of births and deaths. Your practice of samadhi should free you from defilements, but if your murderous mind is not cut off, they cannot be eliminated. You may acquire much wisdom, but if you fail to stop killing, when dhyana manifests, you will fall into the way of spirits, in which the high rank is attained by the mighty ghost, Preta, the middle one by flying yakwas and chief ghosts, and the low one by earth-bound rakuasas. These have followers and boas that they have attained the supreme path. After my nirvana, in the Dharma ending age, these ghosts will be found throughout in the world, and will boast of how they feed on flesh, which leads them to realize Bodhi. Ananda, I permit the bhikkhus to eat only the 5 kinds of pure flesh which are the product of my transcendental power of transformation and not of animal slaughter. You, Brahman, live in a country where vegetables do not grow because it is too damp and hot and because of all the gravel and rock. I use my spiritual power of compassion to provide you with illusory meat to satisfy your appetite. How then, after my nirvana, can you eat the flesh of living beings and so pretend to be my disciple? You should know that those who eat meat, though their minds may open and realize a semblance of samadhi, are but great rakuasas who, after this life, will sink back into the bitter ocean of samsara, and cannot be my disciples. They will kill and devour one another ceaselessly. How then can they escape from the 3 worlds of existence? In addition, you should teach worldly men who practice samadhi not to kill. This is called the Buddha's profound teaching of the second decisive deed. Therefore, Ananda, if killing is not stopped, the practice of dhyana samadhi is like shutting one's ears while crying in the hope that people will not hear one's voice, or like trying to hide something that is already exposed to full view. All bhikkhus who live purely and all bodhisattvas always refrain even from walking on the grass. How can they agree to uproot it? How then can those who practice great compassion feed on the flesh and blood of living beings? If bhikkhus do not wear garments made of Chinese silk, boots of local leather and furs, and refrain from consuming milk, cream, and butter, they will really be liberated from the worldly. After paying their former debts, they will not transmigrate in the 3 realms of existence. Why? Because by using animal products, one creates causes, which are always followed by effects, just like a man who eats cereals grown in the soil and whose feet cannot leave the ground. If a man can control his body and mind and thereby refrains from eating animal flesh and wearing animal products, I say he will really be liberated. This teaching of mine is that of the Buddha, whereas any other is that of evil demons. Prohibition against stealing. Further, Ananda, if living beings in the 6 worlds of existence cease to steal, they will not be subject to the continual round of births and deaths. Your practice of samadhi should free you from defilements, but if your robber's mind is not wiped out, they cannot be eliminated. You may acquire much wisdom, but if you do not stop stealing, when dhyana manifests, you will fall into the way of devils, in which the high rank is attained by cunning spirits, the intermediate one by evil spirits, and the low one by bedeviled men. These devils have their following and boast that they attain supreme bodhi. After my nirvana, in the Dharma ending age, these devils will be found everywhere in the world. They will hide their perfidy, pose as men of good counsel, and declare that they have won the superior Dharma to deceive the ignorant, who will thus lose their minds. Wherever they pass, they will cause untold miseries to their believers. This is why I teach the bhikkhus to beg for food, so that they can overcome cupidity and realize bodhi. They do not cook themselves and pass their remaining years as transitory travelers in the three realms of existence to prove their last transmigration without incarnating again. How can thieves who wear the saya robe, act as Tathagatamongers, and commit karmic deeds, claim that they all preach the Buddha Dharma? They are not true leavers of home and are not ordained Hinayana bhikkhus. They deceive an incalculable number of living beings, causing them to fall into the realm of unintermittent hells. After my nirvana, if there is a bhikkhu who, in token of his determination to practice samadhi, lights in front of an image of the Tathagata a torch, planted in his body, or burns a bone of his finger or an incense stick inserted in his flesh, I say he will thus repay all his karmic debts since the time without beginning, will leave the worldly way forever, and will escape from the stream of transmigration, for although he has not yet attained supreme bodhi, his mind is already set decisively on the Dharma. However, without these small sacrifices, even if he realizes something, he will be reborn as a human being and will have to repay his former debts, as I did when I had to eat the grain fed to horses. Then you should teach worldly men who practice samadhi not to steal. This is called the Buddha's profound teaching of the third decisive deed. Ananda, if stealing is not stopped, the practice of dhyana samadhi is like pouring water into a vessel which will never hold it in spite of the passing of eons countless as dust. If this bhikkhu does not keep garments in excess of what he needs, gives to others all food in excess of his requirement, joins his two palms to salute the community and regards as praise abuse and blows, and that is if he is ready to give away his own flesh, bones and blood, and if he does not pose as an expert interpreter of the expedient incomplete doctrine and does not teach it to beginners in order not to mislead them, the Buddha will seal his realization of samadhi. This teaching of mine is that of the Buddha, whereas any other is that of evil demons. Prohibition against lying. Ananda, if living beings in the 6 worlds of existence, after cleansing their bodies and minds from killing, stealing and carnality, continue to lie, they will fail to realize samadhi and will become demons, filled with pride and prejudice. As a result, they will lose the Tathagata seed and, in their search for worldly fame, will claim that they have achieved and realized what really they have not. They boast of their realization of the states of Srotapanna, Saktigaman, Anagaman, Arhat and Pratyekabuddha and the 10 stages of Bodhisattva development, in order to attract believers who will make offerings to them for the atonement of sins. These unbelievers, Ekantaka, will destroy the Buddha seed as easily as cutting into the trunk of a palm with a sharp chopper, to stop it from growing. The Buddha predicts that these people will destroy their excellent roots, will not regain common sense, will sink into the 3 oceans, realms, of suffering and will never achieve samadhi. I now command bodhisattvas and arhats to appear, in the Dharma ending age after my nirvana, in all appropriate transformation bodies to save those caught in the will of samsara. They should come as monks, lay disciples, princes, ministers, boys, girls, and even as prostitutes, widows, rogues, thieves, butchers, peddlers, etc., to keep company with them and praise the Buddha Dharma in their presence so as to convert them and urge them to practice it. In so doing they should not disclose that they are true bodhisattvas and arhats. They will not reveal to beginners the Buddha's esoteric cause, but when they are about to die, they will secretly show some proof of their enlightenment, to increase their disciples' faith in the Dharma. How then can such persons deceive living beings by telling deliberate lies? You should teach worldly men who practice samadhi not to lie. This is called the Buddha's profound teaching of the 4th decisive deed. Ananda, if lying is not stopped, The practice of dhyana samadhi is like copying in excrement a sandalwood statue and expecting it to be fragrant, which is impossible. I teach the bhikkhus to develop a straightforward mind, which is the temple of enlightenment, bodhimuoala, and to be righteous in their common acts of daily life, while walking, standing, sitting and reclining. How can a liar pretend that he has realized the supreme Dharma? This is like a poor man proclaiming himself a king. He will only invite trouble and misfortune. Still less can he usurp the throne of the king of the law. If the causal ground is false, its fruit will be distorted, and the quest of Buddha's enlightenment will become impossible. If a bhikkhu develops a mind as straight as a lute string and is truthful under all circumstances, he will avoid, in his practice of samadhi, all troubles caused by the demon. I will seal his realization of the Bodhisattva's supreme Bodhi. This teaching of mine is that of the Buddha, whereas any other one is that of evil demons. 6. Bodhisattva development into Buddhahood. Ananda rose from his seat, prostrated himself with his head at the feet of the Buddha and said, "We were ignorant and sought only knowledge by listening. This is why we failed to forsake the worldly mind. Now after we have heard with great benefit the Buddha's compassionate instruction on the right practice of sublimation, our bodies and minds experience great comfort. World-honored one, in this practice of Buddha Samadhi and before attaining nirvana, what are the progressive steps from the manifestation of dry, i.e. unfertilized, wisdom, through the 44 stages of Bodhisattva development, to the realization of universal enlightenment?" After saying this, he prostrated himself and together with the whole assembly reverently stared at the Buddha and awaited his compassionate voice. The Buddha praised Ananda and said, "Excellent, excellent. It is good that, on behalf of this assembly and of all living beings in the Dharma-ending age who will practice samadhi in their quest of Mahayana, you can ask for my instruction on the unsurpassed path from the worldly condition to transcendental parinirvana. Listen attentively to what I now tell you." Ananda and the assembly brought their palms together and concentrated their minds to receive the teaching. The Tathagata store from which arise both samsara and nirvana. The Buddha said, "Ananda, you should know that the absolute nature is completely enlightened, it is beyond name and form and is fundamentally free from either the world or living beings. Because of ignorance, there arises birth which is followed by death. So birth and death are unreal, and the wiping out of the unreal brings about the real, which is called Supreme Bodhi and Parinirvana. Hence these terms imply the twofold transmutation, of klesa and samsara into Bodhi and Nirvana. Ananda, if you now wish to achieve the state of samadhi in order directly to reach the Tathagata's Parinirvana, you should know first the two inverted causes which lead to the existence of living beings and the world. The non-rising of these inversions is the Tathagata's true state of samadhi. The origin of living beings and the world. Ananda, what are these two inversions? Because of the mind's arbitrary awareness of the underlying bright nature, the latter, which is fundamentally enlightened, becomes an objective form, as opposed to a false perception. Thus from fundamental nothingness arises actual phenomenon. Therefore, the existence of ignorance, and its creation of the world and living beings, the causeless cause of subjective ignorance, and its objective creation, and subjective living beings, dwelling in their objective abode, the world, have no real basis. From reality, which does not abide anywhere, spring the world and living beings. The inverted cause of the existence of living beings. What is the inverted cause of the seeming existence of living beings? The faulty awareness of completely enlightened nature creates a falsehood which has neither nature nor basis. If you wish to restore the real, this very wish pertains to the samsaric mind and is not related to absolute nature. If the unreal mind is used to recover real nature, the latter will be unreal, and of necessity there follow illusory birth and existence, as well as unreal mind and dharma, which will unfold endlessly and will gain in intensity, thereby creating new karma and so responses from those sharing the same karma. This karmic responsiveness leads to the interdependence of births and deaths. Hence the inverted cause of the seeming existence of living beings. The inverted cause of the existence of the world. Ananda, what is the inverted cause of the world, i.e. the realm of space and time? Because of the illusory existence, of ignorance, and its creation, of the world and living beings, there arises the mortal lot clinging to space. Because of the causeless cause of subjective, ignorance, and its objective creation, and because of subjective, living beings, dwelling in their objective abode, all unfolding continuously and transitorily, time arises. Thus the three aspects of time and the four cardinal points of space intermingle and combine to produce the 12, 3x4, categories of beings. The 12 types of transformation. Therefore, in the world, movement leads to sound, sound to form, form to smell, smell to touch, touch to taste, and taste to thoughts, dharma. These 6 illusions contribute to the formation of karma, which causes the division into 12, i.e. 6 illusions each for body and mind, different types of change. Hence the will turning in samsara, wherein these illusory sense data end in 12 different transformations in each rotation, i.e. each false thought turns the will and contributes to these 12 types of births. The 12 groups of living beings. Such inversion that turns the will of samsara, creates 12 groups of species born of eggs, wombs, humidity, and by transformation, having forms, being beyond form, thoughtful or thoughtless, having neither form nor no form, and being neither thoughtful nor thoughtless. Ananda, because of the turning will of illusion in objective samsara as a result of inversion caused by subjective stirring minds, both subject and object are in harmony and combine to produce favorable conditions for 84,000 rising and sinking confused thoughts, which form the embryos, kalala, in eggs for incarnation as fishes, birds, turtles, snakes, etc. They are found in plenty all over the world. This is birth from eggs. Because of the turning will of moral infection in objective samsara as a result of inversion caused by subjective sensual minds, both subject and object sustain each other and combine to produce favorable conditions for 84,000 confusing divergent thoughts, which become fetuses, Buddha, in the wombs for incarnation as men, animals, dragons, immortal beings, etc. They are found in plenty all over the world. This is birth from wombs. Because of the turning will of attachment in objective samsara as a result of inversion caused by subjective craving minds, both subject and object inflame each other and combine to produce favorable conditions for 84,000 vacillating confused thoughts, which become damp embryos, pesa, in humidity for incarnation as crawling insects and wriggling worms. They are found in plenty all over the world. This is birth from humidity. Because of the turning will of change in objective samsara as a result of inversion caused by subjective deceitful minds, both subject and object stimulate each other and combine to produce favorable conditions for 84,000 changing confused thoughts, taking the shape of solid lumps, ghana, for incarnation as beings which shed their skins, change their forms and fly. They are found in plenty all over the world. This is birth by transformation. Because of the turning will of stiff dispositions in objective samsara as a result of inversion caused by subjective hindering minds, both subject and object adhere and combine to produce favorable conditions for 84,000 mystical, translucent, and confused thoughts, which take solid form to incarnate as people whose luminous quality forebodes good and evil. They are found in plenty all over the world. These are heretics and mystics having forms. Because of the turning will of dissipating dispositions in objective samsara as a result of inversion caused by subjective deluded minds, both subject and object unite with dullness and combine to produce favorable conditions for 84,000 confusing mysterious thoughts for formless rebirth as beings, whose bodies and minds are dissolved in the great emptiness. They are found in plenty all over the world. These are formless beings. Because of the turning will of fanciful dispositions in objective samsara as a result of inversion caused by subjective imaginative minds, both subject and object unite with recollection and combine to produce favorable conditions for 84,000 latent and firmly confused thoughts to be reborn as ghosts or spirits of thoughtful beings. They are found in plenty all over the world. These are thoughtful beings. Because of the turning wheel of dull dispositions in objective samsara as a result of inversion caused by subjective stupid minds, both subject and object cling to intractableness and combine to produce favorable conditions for 84,000 confusing lifeless thoughts for rebirth as spirits dwelling in earth, trees, metals, and stones. They are thoughtless beings that are found in plenty all over the world. These are thoughtless beings. Because of the turning wheel of parasitic dispositions in objective samsara as a result of inversion caused by subjective guileful minds, subject and object infect each other and combine to produce favorable conditions for 84,000 confusing commensal thoughts for rebirth as beings who are formless, yet have form, such as jellyfish which use shrimps as their eyes. They are found in plenty all over the world. These are beings which are beyond, yet have form. Because of the turning wheel of seductive dispositions in objective samsara as a result of inversion caused by subjective artful minds, both subject and object rely on magic and spells and combine to produce favorable conditions for 84,000 entreating confused thoughts for rebirth as beings with form, yet formless, who grow weary of witchcraft. They are found in plenty all over the world. These are beings with form, yet beyond form. Because of the turning wheel of deceitful dispositions in objective samsara as a result of inversion caused by subjective tricky minds, both subject and object combine to produce favorable conditions for 84,000 interchanging confused thoughts to be reborn as thoughtful yet thoughtless beings, such as wasps which mistake larvae of other insects for their own. They are found in plenty all over the world. These are thoughtful, yet thoughtless beings. Because of the turning wheel of revengeful dispositions in objective samsara as a result of inversion caused by subjective murderous minds, both subject and object unite in whimsy and combine to produce favorable conditions for 84,000 fantastic thoughts of parricide and matricide to be reborn as beings who are thoughtless, yet thoughtful, such as certain owls and tigers which respectively devour their mothers and fathers. They are found in plenty all over the world. These are thoughtless, yet thoughtful, beings. Transmutation of samsara into nirvana. Thus, Ananda, each of these species has its 12 kinds of inversion which, like dancing flowers seen when one rubs one's eyes, overturn the perfect and pure enlightened mind and cause wrong thinking. As you now practice the Buddha Samadhi, you should take 3 gradual steps to deal with the basic causes of stirring thoughts in order to wipe them out. This is like removing poisonous honey from a pot by using hot water mixed with ashes to cleanse the container. Only when the latter is completely clean can it be used to hold ambrosia. The 3 gradual steps to wipe out samsara. What are these 3 gradual steps? They are the contributory practice to remove all accessory causes, the main practice to obliterate the basic causes and the progressive practice to stop the growth of karma. What are the accessory causes? Ananda, these 12 species in the world owe their existence to 4 ways of feeding, by eating, touching, thinking about and being conscious of food. Therefore, the Buddha says that all living beings depend on feeding for their stay in samsara. Ananda, all beings live if they eat wholesome food and die if they take poison. In their search for samadhi, they should abstain from eating 5 kinds of pungent roots, i.e. garlic, the 3 kinds of onions and leeks. If eaten cooked, they are aphrodisiac, and if raw, they cause irritability. Although those who eat them may read the 12 divisions of the Mahayana canon, they drive away seers, kui, in the 10 directions who abhor the bad odor, and attract hungry ghosts who lick their lips. They are always surrounded by ghosts, and their good fortune will fade away day by day to their own detriment. When these eaters of pungent roots practice samadhi, none of the bodhisattvas, seers, and good spirits come to protect them, while the mighty king of demons takes advantage of the occasion to appear as a Buddha as if to teach them the Dharma. defaming and breaking the precepts and praising carnality, anger, and stupidity. At their death, they will join his retinue, and at the end of their time in his realm, they will fall into the unintermittent hell. Ananda, practicers of samadhi should never eat these 5 pungent roots. This is the first step of gradual practice. What are the basic causes? Ananda, those practicers who wish to enter the state of samadhi should first observe strictly the rules of pure living to cut lust from the mind by abstaining from meat and wine and by taking cooked, instead of raw food. Ananda, if they do not abstain from carnality and killing, they will never escape from the 3 worlds of existence. They should consider lust as dangerous as a poisonous snake and a deadly foe. They should begin by strictly observing the Hinayanas 4 prohibitions for monks and 8 for nuns to regulate the body, and then adhere to the Bodhisattva discipline to ensure the non-stirring of mind. If they observe these precepts, they will wipe out forever the karma that leads to birth and killing. If in addition they cease to steal, they will owe nothing to others and will not have debts to repay. Those who keep the rules of pure living in their practice of samadhi, will be able to see with their own eyes, without the aid of Deva sight, all the worlds in the 10 directions. They will behold the Buddha preaching the Dharma, will personally receive the holy teaching, will win the transcendental power which enables them to roam freely in all worlds and will acquire the Buddha knowledge of all forms of their own and others' previous existences, and so will be immune from all calamities. This is the second step of gradual practice. What happens when karma, no longer, grows? The minds of these practicers who observe the prohibitions, now free from sensual desire, will not wander outside in search of sense data, but return to the inner mind. For lack of causal sense data, their organs, thus disengaged from externals, turn back to the undivided one to which, since the 6 functions have ceased to discriminate, all countries will appear pure and clean. This is like a crystal ball with a bright moon inside it. Their bodies and minds will experience joy and great comfort in the state of absolute and perfect impartiality in which the esoteric perfection and pure absoluteness of all Tathagatas appear. They will then achieve the great patience of the uncreate and will continue their progress towards sainthood. This is the third step of gradual practice. Progressive advance in Bodhisattva development. The stage of dry wisdom. Ananda, these virtuous men will dry up their sensual desire and disengage their organs from sense data. This withering of causes stops the growth of karma. The clinging mind is now empty and clear, being but unmixed wisdom which is perfect and bright by nature, illumining all worlds in the 10 directions. This realization of wisdom is called the stage of dry wisdom because they have cut off their sensual habits but have not yet entered the Tathagata's Dharma stream. The 10 stages of Bodhisattva faith. 1. After realizing the dry wisdom, if they use their progressive mind to look into the innermost depth, the perfect and profound essence of mind will manifest. This state of absolute perfection leads to that of true absoluteness, resulting in the permanence of absolute faith and the total eradication of all false thinking. This is the mean in its true purity and is called the stage of Bodhisattva faith. 2. Their faith, thus genuinely achieved, ensures their complete understanding which is no more hindered by the 5 aggregates, 12 entrances, ayatana, and 18 fields of senses, dhatu, and thereby embraces the past, present, and future. Thus are exposed the vicious habits which led to their countless incarnations in the past, the smallest details of which they can now remember. This is called the stage of remembrance, or unforgetfulness. 3. This absolute perfection in its purity causes the essential wisdom to turn all vicious habits, contracted sins, the time without beginning, into one bright essence which continues to advance towards the real and the pure. This is called the stage of zealous progress. 4. The essence of mind which now manifests is the wisdom that destroys the darkness of ignorance. This is called the stage of wisdom. 5. This bright wisdom now shines upon its own substance in stillness and profundity, thus ensuring the permanent union of function and substance. This is called the stage of dhyana. 6. The light of dhyana becomes brighter, it is now more penetrating and prevents all backsliding. This is called the stage of non-retrogression. 7. The mind now advancing smoothly preserves all previous achievements and is aware of all Tathagatas in the 10 directions. This is the stage of protection of the Dharma. 8. The brightness of wisdom, thus preserved and strengthened, can now, by means of its transcendental power, reflect the light of the Buddha's compassion and thereby abide within his body, like two bright mirrors facing and reflecting each other to infinity. This is the stage of reflective powers. 9. The light of the mind then turns inwards and unites forever with the unsurpassed absolute purity of the inner Buddha, thereby resting in the non-retrogressive state of transcendental non-activity, Wu Wei. This is called the stage of unshaken discipline, Sala. 10. A great comfort derives from this rest in discipline which enables the mind to roam at will anywhere in the 10 directions. This is called the stage of the mind, of high resolve. The 10 practical stages of Bodhisattva wisdom. 1. Ananda, after achieving these 10 stages of Bodhisattva faith, by practical expedients, the essence of mind manifests and radiates. The intermingling of these 10 functions of mind perfects the one mind. This is called the purposive stage. 2. The inner mind now radiates like brilliant pure gold in a globe of clear crystal. As the previous, contemplative, wisdom now reaches this mind ground, this is called the stage of the control of the mind ground. 3. The cognizance of the mind ground fully reveals both wisdom and its object as one reality in the 10 directions. Free from all hindrance. This is called the stage of Bodhisattva practice. 4. This Bodhisattva conduct is now similar to that of the Buddha which influences it. Like a dead man in the intermediate state seeking parents as a channel for his rebirth in the world, the advancing mind enters the Tathagata seed. This is called the stage of noble birth. 5. The mind, gestating in the holy womb inherits the basic bodhi, and the fetus is formed with all its characteristics. This is called the stage of all in readiness for enlightenment. 6. Both form and mind are identical with those of the Buddha. This is called the stage of true mind. 7. The integration of body and mind becomes firmer with the passing of time. This is called the stage of non-retrogression. 8. The fetus is now complete with the 10 aspects of the Buddha body. This is called the stage of Bodhi in its infancy, or immaturity. 9. The fetus, now completely formed, is born and becomes a son of Buddha. This is called the stage of the heir to the king of the law. 10. The celebration of his coming of age is like the consecration ceremony held when a crown prince assumes the reins of government. This is called the stage of investiture. The 10 lines of Bodhisattva action. 1. Ananda. Although these virtuous men, after attaining the rank of a son of Buddha, have acquired the Tathagata's countless merits, they remain in harmony with all beings in the 10 directions. This is called joyful service. 2. They are able to work for the welfare of all living beings. This is called beneficial activity. 3. Their self-enlightenment and the enlightenment of others are free from all contradiction. This activity is called non-resentful. 4. Their continuous appearance in countless forms in the unending future, for the welfare of others, free from the conception of time and space, is called inexhaustible activity. 5. Their preaching, free from all clinging, conforms to the teaching of non-duality of all dharma doors and is called an activity never out of order. 6. The noumenal unity reveals a vast variety of undifferentiated phenomena. This is called skillful activity to appear, at will. 7. In this state, all the worlds in the 10 directions appear in every speck of dust, with neither dust nor worlds hindering each other. This is called the non-clinging activity. 8. All manifestations are but the highest perfection, paramita leading to the other shore of Bodhi. This is exalting activity. 9. This perfect intermingling, of noumenon and phenomenon, achieves the Buddha pattern in the 10 directions and is called the skillful performance of the law. 10. Each line of action is but pure and transcendental. Non-activity, Wu Wei, derived from the one reality of thatness. This is called activity in harmony with the truth. The 10 acts of dedication, Pariyo Amana. 1. Ananda. After these virtuous men have won transcendental powers in their performance of the Buddha work, they attain the state of pure reality which frees them from all hindrances. They should deliver living beings without clinging to the notion of salvation in order to turn the non-active, wu-wei, mind towards the path to nirvana. This is dedication to the salvation of all living beings while avoiding the conception of saving them. 2. The wiping out of all that is destructible while avoiding the very idea of so doing is called dedication to the indestructible. 3. The realization that basic Bodhi is profound and equal to the Buddha's enlightenment is called dedication to equality with all Buddhas. 4. Manifestation of the pure mind ground which is identical to the state of a Buddha is called dedication to omnipresence. 5. The free intermingling of the worldly and the absolute state of the Tathagata is called dedication to the inexhaustible store of merits. 6. The rising of only pure causes from the same state of Buddhahood in search of nirvana is called dedication to the excellent roots of impartiality. 7. The realization of impartiality in this way which reveals the identity of all living beings in the 10 directions with one's fundamental nature, the perfecting of which does not exclude any one of them, is called dedication to the sameness of all beings. 8. The realization of the identity of all phenomena, free from all differentiation with no clinging to either sameness or difference, is called dedication to the absolute. 9. The achievement of this absolute state, free from all hindrance in the 10 directions, is called dedication to unimpeded liberation. 10. Perfect realization of self-nature which wipes out all consideration about the realm of Dharma, is called dedication to the boundless Dharmadhatu. The 4 additional harnessing stages, Prayaga. Ananda. These virtuous men, after achieving these 41 stages of bodhisattva development, should train in 4 additional harnessing stages. 1. The Buddha Bodhi, employed as self-mind, now seems to manifest but actually does not yet do so. This is like kindling a fire by rubbing 2 sticks together in order to burn them. It is called the warming stage. 2. Further, the self-mind now used as the ground for Buddha enlightenment, seems to rely on wisdom but actually does not, like a climber reaching the top of a mountain with his body in the air while his feet still touch the ground. This is called the summit stage. 3. The realization of the sameness of mind and Buddha leading to the perfecting of the mean is like forbearing from something which can be neither retained nor rejected. This is called the forbearing stage. 4. Being above all estimate and measure, the mean which is between delusion and enlightenment, is neither the one nor the other. This is called the highest stage on the worldly plane. The 10 highest stages of bodhisattva attainment, Dasabhami. 1. Ananda. After these virtuous men's skillful understanding of the great Bodhi, they become aware of the Tathagata's full state of Buddhahood. This is called the stage of joy, Pramudita, at having overcome all hindrances and so entering upon the path to Buddhahood. 2. They now realize that all differentiation merges into a single unity which also vanishes. This is called the stage of freedom from all defilements, Vimala. 3. Utter purity now begets further enlightenment. This is called the stage of illumination, Prabhakara. 4. Perfect understanding leads to Bodhi in its fullness. This is called the stage of mastery of glowing wisdom, Arsi Amata. 5. Realization of the condition beyond unity and differentiation is called the stage of mastery of utmost difficulties, Syujurjaya. 6. The manifestation of non-active Bhattatatheta is called the stage of the appearance of the Absolute, Abkamukha. 7. Thorough penetration of the whole region of the Absolute is called the all-embracing stage, Dharagama. 8. Full manifestation of the Absolute One Mind is called the stage of imperturbability, Akala. 9. Full manifestation of its absolute function is called the stage of forest wisdom, Sadhumata. Ananda. As these bodhisattvas complete their practice and training with great success, this is also called the stage of successful practice. 10. They now realize the state in which sheltering clouds of compassion cover the ocean of nirvana. This is called the stage of Dharma clouds, Dharma Megha. The universal enlightenment. while the Tathagata goes against the holy current to appear in the world for his work of salvation, these bodhisattvas follow that current to reach their goals. The point where the former, the fruit ground, meets the latter, the cause ground, is called the stage of universal enlightenment, Samyaksabadai. The absolute, or wonderful, enlightenment. Ananda, the dry wisdom in the diamond mind can be fully realized only after passing through the whole process of bodhisattva development, that is from the first stage of dry wisdom up to that of universal enlightenment. Thus by passing through 12 stages, either singly or in groups of 10 states each, absolute enlightenment can be completely realized for the attainment of supreme bodhi. Throughout these different stages achieved by means of diamond insight into the 10 profound illusions, the Tathagata's clear perception, vipassana, is effectively used during the stilling of mind, samatha, in gradual practice and training. Thus, Ananda, the 3 gradual steps, to wipe out samsara, complete the 55 stages of bodhisattva development on the Bodhi path. Such meditation is right whereas any other is heretical. The titles of the sutra. Thereupon Bodhisattva Manjusri rose from his seat, prostrated himself with his head at the feet of the Buddha and asked, "What name should be given to the sutra and how should we and living beings receive and practice it?" The Buddha replied, "This sutra is called, the unsurpassed seal of the Supreme Dharma Siddhatapatra, the pure and clean ocean eye of all Tathagatas in the 10 directions. It is also called, the Sutra on the protection and deliverance of Ananda and Bhikkhu self-nature of this assembly so that they realize the Bodhi mind to enter the ocean of all wisdom. It is also called, the practice and realization of the whole truth by means of the Tathagata's esoteric cause. It is also called, the Universal Lotus King, the Dharo of all Buddha mothers in the 10 directions. It is also called, the Bodhisattva's foremost practice of the Surangama of the Abhyoika, consecration, division. Under these 5 names you should receive and practice the sutra. 7. The 6 planes of existence caused by unenlightenment. The 6 states of living beings in samsara. After hearing the Buddha's disclosure of the Siddhataprata's esoteric seal, and of the whole truth, as the titles of the sutra, Ananda and the assembly instantly awakened to, the state of dhyana, the practice of which could lead to the holy stages and increase their understanding of the profound doctrine, so that they could wipe out all the troubles derived from, the first, 6 classes of delusion in the 3 realms of existence. Ananda then rose from his seat, prostrated himself with his head at the feet of the Buddha, brought his palms together and said, "O august and world-honored one, your compassionate voice has revealed so skillfully to us the subtle delusions of all living beings for my great benefit, thereby bringing great comfort to my body and mind. World-honored one, if this bright and pure absolute mind were essentially perfect, then even the great earth, plants, and trees, i.e. inanimate things, as well as wriggling worms and all beings possessing life, i.e. sentient beings, would be the fundamental Bhattacharya which is but the Tathagata's real substance in the state of Buddhahood. If the Buddha's substance were true and real, how could there also be the world of hells, hungry ghosts, animals, asuras, men, and devas? World-honored one, are these worlds fundamentally self-existent or do they arise because of living beings' vicious habit of dwelling in falsehood? World-honored one, let me illustrate what I mean. The bhikkhu of fragrance of the precious lotus, after receiving the rules of bodhisattva discipline, fornicated and pretended that it was neither killing nor stealing and was, therefore, not subject to karmic retribution. As a result, after her genital organ had been slowly scorched by the flame of passion, she fell into the unintermittent hell. King Crystal massacred men of the Gautama clan, and Bhikkhu Sanakwatra wrongly preached the annihilation of all things, and so implied that the law of causality was invalid. Both as a result of their evil acts, fell into the Avasi hell. Are these hells really somewhere or are they self-existing for every sinner to suffer in them? Will you be compassionate enough to enlighten us so that those who observe the precepts know what they imply and do not break them? The Buddha said, it is good that you ask this question for the benefit of all living beings so that they cease to hold wrong views. Listen attentively to what I now tell you. Ananda, all living beings are fundamentally pure, but because of their wrong views, they have formed vicious habits, hence their inner and outer affections. Ananda, inner affection concerns their inwardnesses. Because of the taint of desire, they give rise to wrong passions, the accumulation of which produces the water of craving. This is why the thought of good food makes the mouth water, the thought of a predecessor whom one pities or hates fills one's eyes with tears, the craving for wealth stirs one's heart and makes saliva flow and the body sleek. When the mind gives rise to sexual desire, the generative fluid flows from the male and female organs. Ananda, although these desires differ, their manifestations are all characterized by the secretion of water which, by nature, flows downhill instead of up. This is inner affection. Ananda, outer affection concerns living beings externally. Their keen desires produce illusory thoughts which by continuous pursuit become overwhelming. Thus the mind bent on strict observance of the precepts makes the body light, the mind concentrated on incantations, mantra, and mystic gestures, mudra, gives a virile and resolute air, the mind set on rebirth in the heaven of gods brings dreams in which the practicer seems to fly upwards, the mind concentrated on the Buddha land causes holy realms to appear, and real devotion to a religious counselor, Kalyao Amitra, leads to the willing sacrifice of even one's own life. Ananda, although these thoughts differ, all these manifestations are, by nature, characterized by a lightness of body which soars up instead of sinking down so that they leap over their present states. This is outer affection. Ananda, in the round of births and deaths in samsara, birth is caused by the habits, of passions, and death by the flow of, retributive, transformation. This is why, at the moment of death and before the heat completely leaves the body, all good and evil deeds of a lifetime suddenly reappear to someone who is dead but on the point of being reborn. The realm of devas, if his mind is wholly thoughtful, it will fly in the air and he will be reborn in heaven. If in this flight it is filled with blessedness and wisdom strongly sustained by his pure vow, it will open to let him behold the pure lands of all Buddhas in the 10 directions, he will be reborn there as a result of his vow. The realm of seers, kui, and spirits, if his mind is more thoughtful than passionate, it will not be light enough for him to fly to distant places, he will be reborn as a flying kui, a powerful king of ghosts, a flying yakwa or an earthbound Raykwasa. He will be able to roam freely in the heavens of the 4 Deva kings. If he is good-natured and has taken a vow to protect my Dharma and those who observe the precepts, repeat the mantras, meditate and realize patient endurance, he will dwell beneath the throne of the Tathagata. The realm of human beings, if his thoughts and passions are in equal proportions, he will neither rise nor sink, but will be reborn in the realm of human beings where his intelligence comes from the clearness of his thoughts and his stupidity from the dullness of his passions. The realm of animals, if his passions exceed his thoughts, he will be reborn in the realm of animals where great passions create beasts with hair and fur and mild passions produce winged and feathered creatures. The realm of hungry ghosts, if his passions and thoughts are in the proportion of 7:3, he will sink into the will of water close to the region of fire, will endure intense heat and be reborn as a hungry ghost whose body is constantly scorched by heat and drowned in water, so that he will suffer from hunger and thirst for hundreds and thousands of eons. The realm of hells, if his passions and thoughts are in the proportion of 9:1, he will sink into the will of fire and be reborn where wind and fire meet. He will dwell in the intermittent hell if his passions are great, in the unintermittent one if they are very strong, and in the Avasi hell if he is completely dominated by extremely violent ones. If in addition he slanders the Mahayana, breaks the Buddha's precepts, distorts the Dharma when preaching it to deceive his patrons for selfish gain or for fame, and commits the 5 rebellious acts and 10 grave sins, he will be reborn, in turn, in all the Avasi hells. Although the above are self-inflicted retributions resulting from individual evil deeds, all sinners endure the same kinds of suffering which originate from the same concurrent causes. The 10 causes and 6 effects in the realm of hells. The 10 karmic causes of the realm of hells. Ananda, these, retributions, come from the karmic acts of living beings who create 10 karmic causes by their vicious habits and so suffer from 6 kinds of retribution. The habit of sexual desire. Ananda, what are these 10 causes? Lust grows into a habit because of sexual intercourse in which two people caress each other, thereby producing heat that in turn stimulates desire. This is like the heat caused by rubbing the hands together. The two habits from karma and lust stimulate each other and cause visions of hot iron beds on hot copper supports. Hence all Buddhas regard sexual intercourse as a burning fire of desire, and all bodhisattvas avoid carnality as if it was a fiery pit. The habit of craving. Craving grows into a habit because of grasping, which is a kind of suction, which in time creates the illusion of cold, frost, chill and shivering. This is like the cold sensation felt when one breathes in through pursed lips. The combination of karma and craving leads to retribution in the form of suffering expressed by crying out against biting cold and shown by the skin turning blue, red or white. Hence all Buddhas regard craving as the water of greed, and all bodhisattvas avoid it as they would a sea of pestilential vapor. The habit of arrogance. Arrogance grows into a habit because of abuse, which manifests by the oppression of others, which in time creates the illusion of restless waves which build up a volume of water. This is like licking one's mouth to make it water. The two habits from karma and arrogance stimulate each other and create visions of rivers of blood, hot ashes, burning sand, poisonous seas, and molten copper poured on the sinner's tongue. And so all Buddhas regard self-importance as the water of stupidity, and all bodhisattvas avoid it as they would drowning. The habit of anger. Anger grows into a habit because of irritation, which manifests as stubbornness, which in time inflames the heart, whose heat turns the vital breath into metal, hence the illusions of hills of knives, iron posts, trees, and wheels of swords, axes, halberds, spears and saws. This is like a man pushed by his obstinacy to avenge a wrong. The two habits from karma and anger stimulate each other and create visions of castration, hacking, beheading, chopping, wounding, mutilating, bludgeoning and striking. This is like a man flying into a rage and ready to kill to redress a wrong. Hence all Buddhas regard hatred as a sharp sword, and all bodhisattvas flee from it as from their own execution. The habit of deceitfulness. Deceitfulness grows into a habit because of enticement, which manifests as deceit, which in time creates illusions of cords, sticks, ropes and cans that restrain the sinner. This is like a field flooded for growing grass and plants. The two habits from karma and deception sustain each other and create more and more evil deeds that deserve punishment with fetters, locks, whips, staves, birches and cudgels. And so, all Buddhas regard deceitfulness as harmful as calumny, and all bodhisattvas avoid it as they would a wolf. The habit of lying. Lying grows into a habit because of beguilement, which manifests as fraud, which in time ends in treachery. This creates illusions of filth such as dust, excrement, and urine. This is like dust blown by the wind, which screens everything. The two habits from karma and lies intensify each other and end in suffering from drowning, tossing, flying, dropping, drifting, and sinking. Hence all Buddhas regard lying as harmful as plundering and killing, and all bodhisattvas avoid it as they would stepping on venomous snakes. The habit of resentment. Resentment grows into a habit because of aversion, which manifests as malice. This creates illusions of being stoned, catapulted, shut in a prison van, trapped, bagged and struck. This is like a mischief maker always with evil designs. The two habits from karma and resentment combine and result in punishment by being tossed and hurled about, seized, apprehended, struck and shot. And so all Buddhas regard resentment as an evil spirit, and all bodhisattvas avoid it as they would poisoned wine. The habit of wrong views. Wrong views grow into habit because of misinterpretation, which covers the 5 misconceptions from the reality of the ego and objects down to rigorous ascetic prohibitions. This causes the misunderstanding of karmic effects due to rejection of the real and attachment to the unreal. Hence the illusion of judgment with proofs of evidence, which cannot be denied, as when two people coming from opposite directions cannot avoid meeting on the same road. The two habits from karma and wrong views combine to cause visions of questioning, cross-examination, judicial investigation, inquiry, interrogation, and the unveiling of right and wrong in court, while good and bad counsel produce the documents and argue about them. Hence all Buddhas regard wrong views as an abyss of perversion, and all bodhisattvas avoid them as they would a ravine full of poison. The habit of unfairness. Unfairness grows into a habit because of false accusation, which manifests in slander. This creates illusions of hills and rocks which close in from all sides to crush, break, score and grind the sinner. It is like abusing the innocent. Both habits from karma and injustice combine to bring about illusions of apprehension, pressure, beating, repression, coercion, and restraint of the sinner by the law. Hence all Buddhas regard defamation as harmful as a tiger, and all bodhisattvas flee from it as from a clap of thunder. The habit of disputation. Disputing grows into a habit because of much talk, which manifests in concealing one's shortcomings. This creates illusions of secrets being exposed by being reflected in a mirror or by a lamp being lit, like objects that cannot be hidden in broad daylight. The two habits from karma and disputation end in the exposure of sins, for the mirror and lamp reveal former karmic deeds for final judgment. Hence all Buddhas regard concealment as a secret enemy, and all bodhisattvas consider it as dangerous as carrying a hill on the head or walking into the ocean. The 6 retributive effects in the realm of hells. What are the 6 retributive effects? Ananda. All living beings whose 6 consciousnesses cause them to commit karmic acts suffer from evil effects through the 6 sense organs. Retributive effects of wrong seeing. What are the evil effects suffered through the 6 sense organs? When karma ripens at the time of death, the evil effects of wrong seeing cause one to see a raging fire that fills the 10 directions. His spirit will follow the smoke and, in a flash, will fall into the unintermittent hell, where he will experience both light, which reveals all sorts of evil things everywhere, which give rise to boundless dread, and silent darkness, which hides everything and causes infinite fear. So the flame of wrong seeing scorches the organ of hearing and transforms it into purgatories of cauldrons of boiling water and seas of molten copper, the organ of smell into black smoke and purple flame, the organ of taste into hot pills and molten iron, the organ of touch into hot ashes and burning charcoal, and the organ of intellect into scattered sparks that disturb the whole of space. Retributive effects of wrong hearing. When karma ripens at the time of death, the evil effects of wrong hearing cause one to see rising waves that submerge heaven and earth. His spirit then follows them to fall into the unintermittent hell, where he will experience both unbearable noises that confuse and disturb him and dead silence that makes him dispirited. So these waves flow into the organ of hearing to transform it into rebuke and interrogation, into the organ of sight to turn it into thunder, roars of animals, and jets of poisonous gas, into the organ of smell to change it into rain, fog, and showers of venomous insects that cover his whole body, into the organ of taste to transform it into pus, blood, and all sorts of filth, into the organ of touch to turn it into animals, ghosts, excrement, and urine, and into the organ of intellect to change it into lightning and hail that strike and break up his spirits. Retributive effects of wrong smelling. When karma ripens at the time of death, the evil effects of wrong smelling cause one to see clouds of poisonous gas everywhere. His spirit will leap from the earth to fall into the unintermittent hell, where he will experience both the state of free breathing that draws in all sorts of foul fumes that infect and upset his heart, mind, and of blocked breathing that chokes him until he swoons and drops to the ground. Thus these foul airs enter the organ of smell to clear and obstruct his nostrils, the organ of sight to transform it into a flame or lighted torch, the organ of hearing to turn it into the sounds made by plunging into water, by drowning and by never ceasing waves, the organ of taste into rotten and stinking fish, the organ of touch into a ripped and decomposed corpse, and a great hill of flesh with hundreds and thousands of eyes to see itself being devoured by countless beasts, and the organ of thinking into dust, miasmas, and flying pebbles that strike and break his body. Retributive effects of wrong tasting when karma ripens at the time of death. The evil effects of wrong tasting cause the person concerned to see an iron net and a great blaze of fire that cover the whole world. His spirit will then rise to drop upside down into the net with his head caught in its meshes, and he will then be drawn into the unintermittent hell, where he will both feel that his in-breath is transformed into bitter cold that bites his body, and his out-breath turned into fierce fire that scorches his bones and marrow. Thus this wrong tasting enters the organ of taste to transform it into great hardships, the organ of sight into molten metal and rock, the organ of hearing into sharp weapons, the organ of smell into a huge iron cage that covers the whole country, the organ of touch into longbows and arrows and into crossbows and bolts, and the organ of thinking into iron, hail, that rains down. Retributive effects of wrong touching when karma ripens at the time of death. The evil effects of wrong touch cause one to see great mountains closing in from all the four quarters with no way to escape. His spirit will see an iron-walled town, fiery snakes and dogs, tigers, wolves and lions, jailers with ox heads and rakuazas with horse heads holding spears and lances, who chase him into the town and force him into the unintermittent hell, where he will experience both the embrace of mountains, contact, that close in to crush his body into a mess of bones, flesh and blood, and the pain of being cut up, separation, when sharp swords slay his body and rip open his heart and liver. Thus this wrong touch enters its own organ to transform it into the road to hell, and the abode of Yama, with hall and judgment seat, the organ of sight into heat and burning, the organ of hearing into knocking, striking, stabbing and shooting, the organ of smell into apprehending, bagging, judging, and roping, the organ of taste into plowing, nipping, beheading, and cutting, and the organ of intellect into flying, falling, frying and roasting. Retributive effects of wrong thinking when karma ripens at the time of death. The evil effects of wrong thinking cause one to see evil winds blow through and destroy the country. His spirit will be blown up into space and then drop down to be carried into the unintermittent hell, where he will suffer from both the utter confusion that obscures all his senses and frightens him into ceaseless running about, and from the perfect clarity in which all his senses function in good order to feel unbearable pain when he is being fried and scorched. Thus this wrong thinking enters his faculty of thought to transform it into a receptacle, the organ of seeing into scrutinizing and evidencing, the organ of hearing into a rock, its warmth, into ice and frost, and, its clearness, into dust and fog, the organ of smell into a great fiery chariot, vessel, and cage, the organ of taste into cries, screams, lamentation and weeping, the organ of touch into a large or small body, subject in a single day to tens of thousands of births and deaths. Ananda, these are the 10 causes and 6 effects of the realm of hells, which are all created by living beings through their own delusion and falseness. Degrees of perversity in relation to suffering in the hells. If at all times a living being creates these 3 karmic causes of retributive effects to be suffered by all 6 sense organs, he will fall into the Avasi hell, where he will endure untold miseries for countless eons. If at times he creates individual karmic causes of retributive effects to be suffered by his sense organs separately, he will fall into the 8 unintermittent hells. If he kills, steals, and is carnal in body, mouth and mind, he will fall into the 18 lesser hells. If he does not commit these 3 evil deeds which involve body, mouth, and mind, but occasionally kills or steals, he will fall into the 36 lesser hells. If he commits only one of them with a single sense organ, he will fall into the minor hells. Thus all living beings, though creating their own causes of retributive effects, have to endure the same corresponding sufferings in the same hells, which are the products of their wrong thinking and which fundamentally do not exist. The 10 categories in the realm of hungry ghosts. Further, Ananda, if living beings violate the precepts, break the rules of bodhisattva discipline, destroy belief in the self-possessed Buddha nature, and create the above-mentioned 10 karmic causes, after being scorched in the hells for successive eons, they will have paid for all the wrong they have done and will be reborn in the realm of hungry ghosts. 1. If craving be the cause of their misdeeds, they will, after paying for their sins, take the form of whatever they meet, on leaving the hells, to become strange ghosts. 2. If lust be the cause of their misdeeds, they will, after paying for their sins, take form when blown by the wind, on leaving the hells, to become drought ghosts. 3. If deceitfulness be the cause of their misdeeds, they will, after paying for their sins, take form when meeting animals to become animal ghosts. 4. If hate be the cause of their misdeeds, they will, after paying for their sins, take form when meeting worms and insects to become noxious ghosts. 5. If revengefulness be the cause of their misdeeds, they will, after paying for their sins, take form in the midst of misfortune and calamity to become cruel ghosts. 6. If arrogance be the cause of their misdeeds, they will, after paying for their sins, take form when meeting oppressed people to become starved ghosts. 7. If fraud be the cause of their misdeeds, they will, after paying for their sins, take form when finding themselves in dark places to become nightmarish ghosts. 8. If wrong views be the cause of their misdeeds, they will, after paying for their sins, take form when meeting sprites to become naiads. 9. If unfairness be the cause of their misdeeds, they will, after paying for their sins, take form when seeing the light to become servant ghosts. 10. If disputation be the cause of their misdeeds, they will, after paying for their sins, take form when meeting mediums to become messenger ghosts, to relay the news from the dead. Ananda, these beings are completely dominated by their passions, which cause their fall into the realm of hells, where they are scorched dry by the flame of passion, and from which they will emerge as hungry ghosts. These states are the products of karma created by wrong thinking. If they awaken to bodhi, they will find that fundamentally these karmic states cannot be found in the profound, perfect and bright mind. The 10 categories of animals, birds, etc. Further, Ananda, when all karmic effects have been completely endured in the realm of hungry ghosts, that is after the consequences of passions and thoughts have ended, they will be reborn as animals, birds, etc., who meet their former creditors to repay outstanding debts. 1. Strange ghosts, after expiating their misdeeds in their realms, are mostly reborn as owls. 2. Drought ghosts, after expiating their misdeeds in their realm, are mostly reborn as unlucky creatures, who foretell misfortunes and calamities. 3. Animal ghosts, after expiating their misdeeds in their realm, are mostly reborn as foxes. 4. Noxious ghosts, after expiating their misdeeds in their realm, are mostly reborn as venomous creatures. 5. Cruel ghosts, after expiating their misdeeds in their realm, are mostly reborn as tapeworms. 6. Starved ghosts, after expiating their misdeeds in their realm, are mostly reborn as creatures good for food. 7. Nightmarish ghosts, after expiating their misdeeds in their realm, are mostly reborn as creatures who provide materials for clothing. 8. Naiads, after expiating their misdeeds in their realm, are mostly reborn as creatures through whom the future can be foretold. 9. Servant ghosts, after expiating their misdeeds in their realm, are mostly reborn as auspicious creatures. 10. Messenger ghosts, after expiating their misdeeds in their realm, are mostly reborn as domestic animals. Ananda, these hungry ghosts, after withering because of the scorching effect of the flame of their passions to repay their former debts, are thus reborn as animals, birds, etc. These states are caused by their karmic misdeeds, but if they awaken to the bodhi mind, they will find that the causes of falsehood fundamentally do not exist. You have mentioned Bhikkhu a fragrance of precious lotus, king crystal, and Bhikkhu Sanaquatra, but, you should know that, their evil karmas came from neither heaven nor earth, nor were they imposed on them by others. Since their evil deeds were self-made, they had to suffer from the consequences, which were the congelation of passing false thoughts in the bodhi mind. Further, Ananda, if these creatures, while paying their former debts, are made to repay more than is just, they will be reborn as men to reclaim the difference. If the creditors are men of good virtue and can repay the outstanding balance, they will keep their human state while doing so, but if they are men of little virtue, they will be reborn as animals to make good the amount received in excess. Ananda, you should know that if the indebtedness consists of money and labor, it will be cancelled as soon as it has been reimbursed. But if in addition to recovering it, the creatures concerned are killed to provide food for the creditors, this will start, between debtors and creditors, an endless round of mutual killing and eating, which can be brought to an end only by the practice of samatha, or when a Buddha appears in the world, to teach them the Dharma. The 10 categories in the realm of human beings. 1. You should know that owls, after repaying their former debts, are reborn as wayward men in the realm of human beings. 2. Inauspicious creatures, after repaying their former debts, are reborn as men with animal habits. 3. Foxes, after repaying their former debts, are reborn as vulgar men. 4. Venomous creatures, after repaying their former debts, are reborn as savages. 5. Tapeworms, after repaying their former debts, are reborn as vile men. 6. Creatures good for food, after repaying their former debts, are reborn as cowards. 7. Animals providing materials for wearing apparel, after repaying their former debts, are reborn as servile men. 8. Creatures through whom the future can be foretold, after repaying their former debts, are reborn as literary men. 9. Auspicious creatures, after repaying their former debts, are reborn as intelligent men. 10. Domestic animals, after repaying their former debts, are reborn as men versed in the ways of the world. Ananda, these living beings, after repaying their debts, are reborn in the realm of human beings, because since the time without beginning, they have, on account of their karma and perversion, killed one another and have not met the Buddha or heard the right Dharma, hence their transmigration according to the law of samsara, they are most pitiable. The 10 categories in the realm of seers. Ananda, there are men who, instead of cultivating the samadhi of right bodhi, practice immortality wrongly according to their false thoughts, thus preserving their thinking and bodies. They are fond of living in mountains, groves, and uninhabitable places. There are 10 classes of them. 1. Ananda, those men who diet, specially, to preserve their bodies and thereby live long through dieting, are called earthbound seers. 2. Those who take herbs and fruits to preserve their bodies and thereby live long through taking medicine, are called flying seers. 3. Those who take mineral products to preserve their bodies and thereby live long by means of alchemy, are called unhindered roaming seers. 4. Those who regulate their organic functions to preserve their bodies and thereby live long by means of proper breathing, are called immaterial seers. 5. Those who make good use of controlling their saliva to preserve their bodies and thereby live long by means of their glowing spirituality, are called heavenly seers. 6. Those who feed on the vital principle of nature to preserve the essence of form, and thereby live long by absorbing natural purity, are called all-entering seers. 7. Those who use incantations to preserve their bodies and thereby live long by means of occultism, are called seers of the lesser Tao. 8. Those who concentrate on their thoughts to preserve their bodies and thereby live long by means of mental concentration are called illuminating seers. 9. Those who practice the integration of the positive and negative principles to preserve their bodies and thereby live long by means of the spiritual harnessing power of yoga, are called spiritual seers. 10. Those who practice sublimation of their bodies and thereby live long by means of spiritual awareness are seers of the highest order. Ananda, these men regulate their minds but do not practice the right bodhi, and live for perhaps 1,000 and 10,000 years. They live on high mountains or desert islands and cut off all worldly connections. Their states still belong to the samsaric stream of wrong thoughts, and since they do not practice samadhi, when they have enjoyed their conditioned blessing, they will have to return to the lower planes of existence. The realm of the gods, Devaloka. The 6 heavens of the realm of desire, Kamadhatu. 1. Ananda, there are men who do not seek the permanent because they cannot relinquish their love for their wives. They, however, do not commit adultery, and so their minds are clear and bright. After their death, they will be reborn in the regions near the sun and the moon, called the 4 heavens of the 4 Deva kings, Keter Maharajakayaka. 2. There are men who, though living with their wives, are lukewarm about love and sexual desire. Their chastity is, therefore, not perfect, and so, after their death, they will be reborn in the regions above the sun and the moon and on the top of the world, called the Trayastrimsa heavens. 3. Those whose sexual indulgence is only incidental and is then always forgotten, and who prefer tranquility to disturbance, will, after their death, be reborn in space, where they will dwell in brightness which eclipses the light of the sun and moon because of their luminous bodies. This is the Suyama heaven. For those who live in tranquility at all times but are still not yet immune to disturbance, will after their death, be reborn in the subtle region which is beyond the reach of men and lower devas, and which remains unaffected by the 3 calamities, of fire, water, and wind, during the kalpa of world destruction. This is the Tuita heaven. 5. Those who have relinquished all sexual desires but are prepared to satisfy those of their wives, and who feel as if they chew tasteless wax during the intercourse, will, after their death, be reborn in the region attainable by leaps and bounds, direct from the realm of human beings. This is the Nirmaurti heaven. 6. Those who have cut off their worldly minds and are thus free from earthly prejudices when dealing with worldlings will, after their death, be reborn in the region beyond those where joy is attainable and unattainable at will. This is the Paranirmitavasavartan heaven. Ananda, though these 6 realms of heavens are free from mental disturbances, they still retain the conception of mind, hence they are called realms of desires. The 4 regions of the dhyana heavens of the realm of form, Rapatatu. The first region of the 3 dhyana heavens 1. Ananda, all worldly men who do not practice dhyana in their cultivation of the mind, cannot achieve wisdom. If they only abstain from sexual desires of which they do not even think in their daily activities, they will not be contaminated by love and will leave the realm of desires. They will be reborn as they wish, as people, Brahmapariyo Adya, in the heaven called Brahmakayaka. 2. Those who relinquish their habits of desire and so realize minds free from lust, are able to keep the rules of morality and discipline and to live purely whatever they do. They will be reborn as ministers of Brahma in the heaven called Brahma Purohitas. 3. Those whose bodies and minds are profound and perfect, whose deportment and pure living are irreproachable, and who thereby achieve clear understanding, are qualified to rule over the Brahmadevas as their lords, Mahabrahmadevaraja. This is the Mahabrahma heaven. Ananda, these 3 heavens are free from all worldly troubles which cannot reach them. Although these gods do not practice the right samadhi, their minds are still and free from all disturbances. This is the first region of the dhyana heavens. The second region of the 3 dhyana heavens 1. Ananda, next comes the heaven of Brahma, who reigns over his people and perfects the rules of pure living and whose unperturbed mind is still and shining. This is the heaven of minor light, Paratabha. 2. The above light grows brighter and illumines all the worlds in the 10 directions, thereby changing everything into clear crystal. This is the heaven of infinite light, Apramoabha. 3. The preservation of this infinite light now becomes the theme of the teaching voice that preaches purity and cleanness to all who can respond. This is the Abhasvara heaven. Ananda, these 3 heavens are beyond all worldly troubles, and although their devas do not practice the right samadhi, their pure and clean minds are free from all the coarse characteristics of samsara. This is the second region of the dhyana heavens. The third region of the 3 dhyana heavens 1. Ananda, thus these devas transmute this perfect light into the theme of the voice which reveals the wonderful state, and thereby gives rise to pure conduct that unites with dhyana by wiping out all former feelings of joy. This is the heaven of minor purity, Paratasubha. 2. Pure voidness now manifests in its boundless immensity, causing both body and mind to experience comfortable weightlessness and nirvanic bliss. This is the heaven of infinite purity, Apramoasubha. 3. Body, mind, and universe are now in the state of perfect purity, which reveals clearly a supramundane abode full of nirvanic bliss. This is the heaven of universal purity, Subhaksna. Ananda, these 3 heavens accord with the state of perfect dhyana in which body and mind are at rest and enjoy boundless bliss. Although their devas have not achieved the right samadhi, their still minds are full of happiness. This is the third region of the dhyana heavens. The fourth region of the four dhyana heavens 1. Further, Ananda, these devas whose bodies and minds are beyond all sufferings the causes of which have been completely wiped out, realize that bliss is not permanent and will in time inevitably come to an end. They, therefore, relinquish completely the dual concept of suffering and happiness and, as they wipe out the coarse characteristics of both conditions, the state of felicity manifests in all its purity. This is the heaven of felicitous birth, Prasava. 2. The elimination of the above duality results in their complete liberation from this hindrance and enables them to enjoy the full measure of felicity as long as they stay in this heaven. This is the heaven of felicitous delight, or cloudless felicity, Anabhitrika. 3. Ananda, the above heaven now divides into two paths, one of which is attainable by those who, in the light of boundless purity, achieve the perfection of felicity as their abode. This is the heaven of abundant fruit, Chatphala. 4. On the other hand, if they wipe out both suffering and happiness thereby developing a renouncing mind, which in time ensures their complete renunciation, both their bodies and minds will be eliminated and with them all mental troubles. But because their practice is based on the samsaric idea, of birth and death, as a point of departure, they will not, for 500 eons, realize their permanent nature. The reason is that in every kalpa they can only succeed during its first half in wiping out all their thoughts which, however, will recur during its second half, because of the wrong starting point. This is the heaven of thoughtless devas, Asanjana Sattva. Ananda, these four heavens 8 beyond all worldly suffering and happiness which can no more stir them. But they have not yet reached the true state of transcendental, wu-wei, immutability because they, still, preserve the notion of achievement. For this efficient achievement, they are called the fourth region of the dhyana heavens. The 5 heavens from which there is no return further, Ananda, above the fourth region of the dhyana heavens there are 5 heavens from which there is no return, whose devas have completely cut off all habits, contracted through the 9 types of delusion of each of the lower heavens. They are thus beyond suffering and happiness and dwell no more in these inferior heavens. Hence their present abode set up by their achievement of renunciation. They are Ananda, with the complete elimination of both suffering and happiness, the struggling mind ceases to arise in this heaven which is free from trouble and is called Avka. 2. There remains now the solitary renouncing mind that no longer confronts objects in this heaven which is free from the heat of minor trouble, and is called Atapa. 3. All the worlds in the 10 directions are now clearly perceived as perfectly still without even a speck of impurity in this heaven of excellent perception, called Sudarsana. 4. The essence of seeing now manifests and dissolves all, subtle, hindrances in this heaven of excellent manifestations called Suksa. 5. The utmost subtlety of form leads to its extreme limit where starts boundless space in this ultimate heaven of finest form, called Akanyunha. Ananda, these 5 heavens from which there is no return are imperceptible to the Deva kings of the 4 dhyana heavens who only hear of their existence but cannot see them. They are like those holy sites, Bodhimuoalas, situated deep in the mountains, which are the abodes of arhats and which no worldling can see. Ananda, the above are the 18 heavens of form whose devas are solitaries beyond all desires, but are still hindered by their forms. These heavens are, therefore, in the realm of form. The 4 heavens of the formless realm of pure spirit, Arapadatu. The state of the great Arhat further, Ananda, the region above the top of the realm of form is divided into 2 paths. If the renouncing minds of these devas create transcendental wisdom, the light of which is perfectly penetrating, they will leap over samsara to become arhats, later, to enter the bodhisattva state. They are called great arhats whose minds are turned towards Mahayana. The 4 heavens beyond form 1. On the other hand, if after acquiring a renouncing mind, they relinquish this achievement and feel that their bodies are no longer obstructive, they will remove all obstacles to enter the void. This is the heaven of boundless emptiness, Akasayantayatana. 2. If after wiping out all obstruction, they keep away from boundless voidness, they will retain only the subtle half of Klayuna, Manovijnana in the Alaya. This is the heaven of boundless consciousness. Vijnanantayatana. 3. With the elimination of both form and voidness and the additional eradication of consciousness, all the 10 directions will be completely still, merging into nothingness. This heaven is called Akinkanyayatana. 4. Consciousness now becomes immovable awareness, thus ending all further exhaustive search. As a result, the inexhaustible reveals the exhaustible, which seems to, yet does not, stay, and which seems to, yet does not, end. This is the heaven of devas who are neither thoughtful nor thoughtless, naive saoinanayatana. The anagaman stage. Though the devas of the 4 heavens beyond form succeed in looking exhaustively into the void, they fail to realize the absolute voidness of immaterial noumenon. They all come from the 5 heavens of form from which there is no return, and if they do not stray from the holy way, they are called anagamans of arhatship, whose dull minds are not turned towards Mahayana. However, if they follow thoughtless devas of the heterodox way and stay in this inexhaustible voidness, they will delight in samsaric heavens and will be deprived of the chance of hearing the Dharma. They will finally be turned back to the will of births and deaths. Ananda, all the devas in these heavens were once worldly men whose reward caused their rebirth there, and after enjoying its fruit, they will have to return to samsara. However, their rulers, Devaraja, are bodhisattvas who, in their practice of samadhi, appear in their heavens, which they use as paths for their progressive advance towards Buddhahood. Ananda, the devas in these 4 heavens beyond form have wiped out all traces of body and mind. As their still, dhyana, nature has appeared, they are free from all retribution involving material forms. Hence this is the region beyond form. All this comes from their being not clear about the profound mind of Bodhi, and because of their preservation of accumulated thoughts, they create the 3 illusory realms of existence through the 7 states, hence they are living beings, Pujala, in the worlds they have deserved. The 4 classes in the realm of Titans, Asuragati. Further, Ananda, there are 4 classes of Asuras in the 3 realms of existence. 1. If a hungry ghost, while in his realm, strives to protect the Dharma and thereby uses his powerful understanding to enter the void, he will be reborn from an egg as an Asura who is connected with the realm of hungry ghosts. 2. If a Deva, because of his diminishing merits, is about to fall into the region near the sun and the moon, he will be reborn from a womb as an Asura who is connected with the realm of human beings. 3. A king of the Asuras who rules over the ghosts and spirits in the world, is powerful and fearless and can fight for power against Brahma and his people, Sakra, and the 4 kings of the 4 lower heavens. This Asura is born by transformation and is connected with the realm of heavens. 4. Ananda, there is another inferior class of Asuras who are born in the sea, on the bed of which they live in holes. They roam in space during the day and return to the sea at night. These Asuras are born from humidity and are connected with the realm of animals, birds, etc. Ananda, the above 7 realms of hells, hungry ghosts, animals, birds, etc., men, seers, heavens, and titans come from their own illusions of worldly forms. They are created by their wrong thinking and are like flowers in the sky within their profound, perfect, bright, and non-creating fundamental minds. Essentially they are not in bondage to anything, and are the product of falsehood which has neither root nor clue. Ananda, these living beings are unaware of their fundamental minds and so suffer from this round of births and deaths in samsara. If they have passed countless eons without realizing the true and pure mind, it is because they have killed, stolen, and been carnal, the ceasing of which has caused them to be reborn where these acts are unknown. Where these acts exist is called the realm of hungry ghosts, and where they do not is called the realm of devas. The presence or absence of these 3 evils alternate and cause the wheel of samsara to turn. If they achieve samadhi, they will realize the profound, eternal, and still state which is free from the duality of existence and non-existence, and is also beyond this very freedom from duality. In such a state where even non-killing, non-stealing, and non-carnalizing cannot be found, how can there be such evils as killing, stealing and carnality? Ananda, if an individual does not abstain from these three evil deeds, he will suffer from evil consequences. If a group of individuals commit them, they will all endure the same suffering in the same place which cannot be said to be non-existent. However, this place arises from falsehood which has no cause and cannot be sought anywhere. As you strive to realize Bodhi, you should wipe out these three evils. If you do not, whatever supernatural power you may acquire from your practice still pertains to worldly achievement. If your vicious habits are not cut off, you will fall into the realm of demons, and even if you then want to wipe out falsehood, you will only increase it. Therefore, the Tathagata says that you are most pitiable because your sufferings are self-inflicted and do not come from any defect of Bodhi. The above preaching is right and any other is that of the demon, Mara. 8. Warning to practicers, the 50 false states caused by the 5 aggregates. States of Mara caused by the 5 aggregates. As the gathering drew to a close, the Buddha grasped the teapoy and made a move to rise from his lion seat when suddenly he changed his mind, leant back and said to Ananda and the assembly, "You Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas need to study more in your quest of supreme Bodhi. I have taught you the method of correct cultivation, but you still do not know the subtle states of Mara which appear when you practice Samatha Vipassana. When they manifest, if you fail to distinguish them and if your minds are not in a right state, you will fall into the evil ways of either the demons or your 5 aggregates, of the heavenly Maras, of ghosts and spirits, or of mischievous sprites. If you are not clear about them, you will mistake thieves for your own sons. Further, you may regard some little progress as complete achievement, like the untutored bhikkhu who when he reached the 4th dhyana heaven presumed that he had become a saint. After he had enjoyed his reward in heaven, all indications of his approaching fall appeared. As he vilified the arhats, he created the karma of future incarnation and then fell into the Avasi hell. You should listen carefully to what I now tell you in detail. Ananda rose from his seat and, with all those requiring further study, prostrated himself at the Buddha's feet and awaited his compassionate instruction. The Buddha said, "You should all know that the clear substance of the profound and bright basic Bodhi of all living beings of the 12 types of birth in samsara is that of all Buddhas in the 10 directions. It is because you think wrongly that you are not clear about the noumenon and so become stupid and full of desires which lead to your complete delusion. Hence the relative voidness, and as you are always deluded, the world is falsely created. All countries countless as dust are in samsara because of your obstinate wrong thinking. But you should know that, relative voidness is created in your minds, like a small cloud that is but a speck in the great emptiness. How much more so is the world which is within this relative voidness. If you realize the real to return to the source, the void in the 10 directions will vanish. Why, then, will not all the countries in that voidness shake and crack? When you practice dhyana to preserve the state of samadhi, all bodhisattvas and all great arhats whose essence of mind is already penetrative, are unmoved. But the kings of the demons, ghosts, spirits, and lower heavens are shocked to see their palaces break open without cause and the great earth shake and crack. All those on earth and in the air take fright, whereas worldly men who are deluded do not feel anything, because these demons, though they have acquired 5 supernatural powers, still fail to realize transcendental insight into the ending of the stream of transmigration, for they have not broken their links with samsara. How can they let you destroy their dwellings? This is why they come to trouble and annoy you when you enter the state of samadhi. However, in spite of their rage, these demons are there in your profound state of bodhi and are like people trying in vain to blow out sunlight and to cut water with a sword, while you are like boiling water that melts solid ice. Though they rely on their supernatural powers, they are but externals and will only succeed in destroying you if you, who own the 5 aggregates in your minds, are deluded and let them do so. For these demons cannot harm you in your state of dhyana if you are awakened and are not deluded. If you wipe out the 5 aggregates, you will enter the state of brightness wherein all demons are but dark vapors. Since light destroys darkness, they will perish as soon as they approach you. How? Then dare they disturb the state of samadhi? On the other hand, if you fail to awaken and are there deluded by the 5 aggregates, then, Ananda, you will become a son of Mara and help the demons. As an illustration, Mattega, who was so base, used magic to cause you to break one of the 80,000 minor rules of pure living, but since your mind was pure, you were not ruined. This shows the imminent loss of all your precious bodhi. You were almost like a chancellor of state whose possessions are suddenly confiscated so that he is in straitened circumstances without any hope of obtaining aid. The 10 states affected by the first aggregate of form, Rapa. Ananda, when you sit in meditation, if your thoughts are wiped out, the state of your mind, now free from them, will be clear, and will not be changed by either stillness or disturbance. In this state, both remembrance and forgetfulness are one undivided whole. While in it and before realizing samadhi, you are like a man whose eyes are clear but who is still in the dark, for though your mind is clear, it does not yet shine. This is the aggregate of form that conditions your meditation. If your mind radiates, you will clearly perceive all the 10 directions of space. This disappearance of darkness is called the ending of Rapa, and you will then leap over and beyond the turbid kulpa, the main cause of which is your wrong thinking. 1 Ananda, in this profound and clear state of your penetrating mind, the 4 elements cease to hinder you, and after a little, your body will be free from all hindrance. This is your clear mind spreading to its objects and shows the effectiveness of your meditation, the temporary achievement of which does not mean that you are a saint. If you do not regard it as such, it is an excellent progressive stage, but if you do, you will succumb to demons. 2 Ananda, in this profound and clear state of your penetrating mind, you will be able to discern everything clearly in your body and will suddenly see lively tapeworms. This is your clear mind spreading in your body and shows its effective functioning, the temporary achievement of which does not mean that you are a saint. If you do not regard it as such, it is an excellent progressive stage, but if you do, you will succumb to demons. 3 Further, in this state of mind which penetrates both within and without, your spirit and faculties, though not your body, will intermingle as principals, hosts, and accessories, guests, and suddenly you will hear a voice in the air preaching the Dharma or proclaiming its secret meaning in the 10 directions. This is your spirit and faculties which unite with, or disengage from, one another to sow the excellent seed, the temporary realization of which does not mean that you are a saint. If you do not regard it as such, it is an excellent progressive stage, but if you do, you will succumb to demons. 4 Further, in this clear, revealing, bright and penetrating state of mind, your inner light radiates and gilds everything in the 10 directions wherein all living beings are transformed into Buddhas. Suddenly you will see Vairocana seated on a radiant throne surrounded by thousands of Buddhas, with hundreds of lakhs of countries and of lotus flowers, all of which appear at once. This is the effect of being awakened by your mind's spirituality, the light of which penetrates and shines on all the worlds. This temporary achievement does not mean you are a saint. If you do not regard it as such, it is an excellent progressive stage, but if you do, you will succumb to demons. 5 Further, if your penetrating mind, in its profound and clear state, continues to look within without pause, and so checks and stops completely all thinking, you will suddenly see space in the 10 directions change into the colors of the 7 or of 100 precious gems, which fill the whole space without hindering one another. All colors such as blue, yellow, red, white, etc., appear in utter purity. This is hard-pressed efficiency, the temporary achievement of which does not mean you are a saint. If you do not regard it as such, it is an excellent progressive stage, but if you do, you will give way to the demons. 6 In this clear and penetrating state of your mind when it looks within, its light appears in all its purity, and at midnight you will suddenly see in your dark room all sorts of apparitions as clearly as in broad daylight, with all the other objects usually there. This is the mind, in its subtlety, refining its clear perception, which enables you to see distinctly in the dark. This temporary achievement does not mean, you are a saint. If you do not regard it as such, it is an excellent progressive stage, but if you do, you will give way to demons. 7. As the mind merges with the void, suddenly your four limbs will be like grass and plants, and will feel nothing, even if burned by fire or cut by a knife. This immunity from injury results from the amalgamation of mind and externals, and with the elimination of the four elements as it merges with the void. This temporary achievement does not mean you are a saint, and if you do not regard it as such, it is an excellent progressive stage, but if you do, you will give way to demons. 8. As your mind becomes pure and clean, its uttermost purification causes you to see suddenly the great earth, mountains, and rivers in the 10 directions change into the Buddhas, pure land adorned with all sorts of precious gems whose radiance is all-pervading. You will again see clearly Buddhas as countless as the Ganges sands, with beautiful temple buildings filling the whole of space, with the hells underneath and Deva palaces above. This is the transformation of, usually, deep-rooted thoughts of like and dislike, but does not mean you are a saint. If you do not regard it as such, it is an excellent progressive stage, but if you do, you will give way to demons. 9. As your mind penetrates deeper, you will suddenly see at midnight far away marketplaces, streets, and lanes, as well as members of your family, your relatives, and clansmen, or hear them speak. This results from the hard-pressed mind, which expands so that you see these things no matter how far away. This does not mean you are a saint, and if you do not regard it as such, it is an excellent progressive stage, but if you do, you will give way to demons. 10. As a result of your mind's furthest penetration, you will see men of good counsel whose bodies change without reason in all kinds of ways. This is your perverse mind, which is influenced by mischievous ghosts or heavenly demons, and which without reason, preaches the Dharma and comprehends its profound meaning. This does not mean you are a saint, and if you do not regard it as such, Mara's influence will vanish, but if you do, you will give way to demons. Ananda. These 10 states of dhyana come from the intermingling of the aggregate of form with the meditative mind. Deluded and wayward practicers do not know their own capabilities, cannot distinguish these states when they manifest, and wrongly declare that they are saints. By so doing, they break the prohibition against lying and so fall into the uninterrupted hell. After my nirvana, in the Dharma ending age, you should proclaim this teaching so that the heavenly demons cannot take advantage of such states and practicers can be on their guard and realize the supreme Tao. The 10 states affected by the second aggregate of receptiveness, Vedana. Ananda. In the practice of samatha to realize samadhi, when the first aggregate of form ceases to hinder, one will see the minds of all Buddhas, like reflections in the bright mirror of the mind. One will feel as if one wins something but cannot yet make use of it. It is like a sleeper troubled with a nightmare who cannot move to repulse it, although his four limbs are not bound and his consciousness is clear. This is the second aggregate of receptiveness, which conditions one's meditation. If the nightmare vanishes, one's mind can leave one's body to look at one's face and will be free to stay or go without further hindrance. This is the second aggregate of Vedana coming to an end, and the practicer will then be able to leap over and beyond the kulpa of turbid views, the main cause of which is the seeming perspicacity of his wrong thinking. 1. Ananda. When the practicer reaches this stage, he will find himself in a great mass of brightness. His mind will discern the sorry plight of living beings, and on being pressed harder, it will give rise to infinite sadness. He will even regard gadflies and mosquitoes as his own children, on whom he takes pity, bursting unconsciously into tears. This results from his hard-pressed contemplation, and is harmless if he knows its cause. It is not the saintly state, and if he understands it, it will in time disappear. However, if he regards it as sainthood, he will succumb to the demon of sadness, who will control his mind and cause him to be miserable and to lament when meeting others. he will lose the benefit from the dhyana so far achieved and will fall into the lower states. 2. Ananda, in this state of dhyana, as the aggregate of form vanishes and receptiveness manifests, he makes more progress and may, because of overstrain, develop infinite boldness that sharpens his resolve and makes it equal to that of all Buddhas, so that he can leap over the 3 great eons in a moment of thought. This comes from overstrained concentration, which will be harmless if he knows it for what it is. It is not sainthood, and if it is well understood, it will in time vanish. But if he regards it as saintly, the demon of wildness will control his mind and will cause him to boast of his achievement when he meets others. He will become proud and self-important, which will blind him to the Buddha high above and to living beings here below. He will thus lose the benefit from the dhyana so far achieved and will fall into the lower states. 3. In this state of dhyana, as form vanishes and receptiveness manifests, if the practicer makes no headway but loses sight of his previous state when looking back, the power of his mind weakens. As it sees nothing ahead, it suddenly gives way to dryness, which causes him to indulge in endless deep reflection, which he may mistake for progressive advance. This is absent-mindedness, which lacks wisdom and is harmless if he knows it for what it is. This is not sainthood, but if he regards it as such, he will succumb to the demon of unforgetfulness, who will control his mind and continue it to a fixed place, causing him to lose the benefit from the dhyana so far achieved and to fall into the lower states. 4. In this still state, as form vanishes and receptiveness manifests, the practicer's wisdom may grow out of proportion and much in excess of his dhyana, and he may wrongly think that he has achieved the highest attainment and has reached the rank of Vairocana. So he is satisfied with a little progress which he regards as complete. This is his mind losing its usual insight and being misled by his discriminatory knowing and seeing. If he understands this, it will be harmless, but if he regards it as sainthood, he will succumb to the inferior self-satisfied demon who will control his mind, causing him to boast that he has realized supreme nirvana. He will thus lose all benefit from the dhyana so far achieved and will fall into the lower states. 5. In this state of dhyana, as form vanishes and receptiveness manifests, before new headway is made and after his previous experience has passed, he may find himself in a situation which seems very dreadful and full of danger, and causes him endless anxiety and perplexity. He seems to sit on a hot iron bed or to drink poisonous medicine. As a result, he tires of life and seeks to end it to get rid of this torment. This is practice without the necessary, expedient method and is harmless if he knows the cause. It is not a saintly state, but if he regards it as such, he will succumb to the demon of anxiety, who will control his mind, causing him to cut his own flesh with a sharp knife so that he can die, or to flee to the mountains and groves in order to avoid other people. He will thus lose all benefit from the dhyana so far achieved and will fall into the lower states. 6. In this state of dhyana, as form vanishes and receptiveness manifests, the practicer may, after feeling very comfortable in the condition of purity and cleanness, suddenly experience infinite joy, which becomes so intense that he cannot check it. This is delight in weightlessness, which is uncontrollable for lack of wisdom and is harmless if he knows the cause. This is not a saintly state, but if he regards it as such, he will succumb to the demon of joy, who will control his mind so that he laughs without cause when seeing others and sings and dances in the street, boasting of his realization of unhindered liberation. He will lose all benefit from the dhyana so far achieved and will fall into the lower states. 7. In this state of dhyana, as form vanishes and receptiveness manifests, the practicer may think that he has achieved full realization. This illusion causes him suddenly, without any reason, to give rise to self-conceit, so that he regards himself, though inferior, as equal to others, though equal, as superior to others and to superiors, as being a saint when he is not, and as not inferior to inferiors. All these feelings occur together. Even all the Buddhas are nothing to him, still more so the less advanced Sravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas. This is an extraordinary state from which he fails to extricate himself for lack of wisdom. It will be harmless if he knows that it is not a saintly state, but if he regards it as such, he will succumb to the demon of self-conceit who will control his mind and cause him to stop revering the stupas and temples and to destroy the sutras and statues of Buddhas. He will declare to his patrons, statues are but gold, bronze, clay, and wood, and sutras are but palm, patra, leaves and clothes. Instead of revering the body of flesh and blood which is really permanent, it is sheer nonsense to worship clay and wood. Those who believe him destroy the statues and sutras and throw them on the ground, they are misled by him and so will enter the unintermittent hell. Thus he will lose all benefit from the dhyana so far achieved and will fall into the lower states. 8. In this state of dhyana, as form vanishes and receptiveness manifests, the practicer may achieve the condition of bright purity and awaken to the profound noumenon to which he conforms, thereby suddenly experiencing infinite weightlessness. He will think that he is a saint, which gives him comfortable independence. This is weightless purity, which is harmless if he knows that it is not a saintly state, but if he regards it as such, he will succumb to the demon of weightless purity who will control his mind, causing him to be well satisfied with his incomplete achievement and to refrain from striving to advance further. He is like the untutored bhikkhu who misled others and then fell into the Avasi hell. He will thus lose all benefit from the dhyana so far achieved and will sink into the lower states. 9. In this state of dhyana, as form vanishes and receptiveness manifests, the practicer may misconceive the appearing bright emptiness as devoid of nature, thereby giving rise to the idea of extinction, which implies that the law of causality is invalid. This relative voidness causes him to develop an empty mind, which implies annihilation. This is harmless if he knows that it is not sainthood, but if he regards it as such, he will succumb to the demon of emptiness who will control his mind and cause him to criticize those observing the rules of pure living as men of Hinayana and to claim that all bodhisattvas awakened to the void can dispense with all prohibitions. Such a person usually indulges in meat and wine in the presence of his believing patrons and leads a licentious life. Because of the demon's influence, he controls them firmly and they do not suspect him. As time passes, they will all regard excrement, urine, meat, and wine as empty and good for food. They will break the rules of morality and discipline and will commit all sorts of sins. The practicer will thus lose all benefit from the dhyana so far achieved and will fall into the lower states. 10. In this state of dhyana, as form vanishes and receptiveness manifests, the practicer may cling to the empty brightness which will then penetrate his mind and, even, his bones. Suddenly he will feel strong love for it, which drives him mad and develops his intense desire of it. This is a condition of still comfort which he cannot control for lack of wisdom, and which misleads him into all sorts of desires. It is harmless if he knows that it is not sainthood, but if he regards it as such, he will succumb to the demon of desire who will control his mind and cause him to proclaim desire as the Bodhi path and to teach to laymen the practice of universal desire, saying that sexual indulgence will make them sons of the Dharma. This demon's influence will prevail in the Dharma ending age and will affect stupid people who will number as many as hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands. When the demon is weary of the practicer's misdeeds, he will leave the latter's body, which will become a sorry wreck to suffer all the miseries inflicted by the royal law. For deceiving others, he will fall into the unintermittent hell. Thus he will lose all benefit from the dhyana so far achieved and will sink into the lower states. Ananda, these 10 states of dhyana come from the intermingling of the second aggregate of receptiveness with meditative mind. Deluded and wayward practicers do not know their own capabilities, cannot distinguish these states when they manifest, and wrongly declare that they have attained the holy rank. By so doing, they break the rule against lying and so will fall into the uninterrupted hell. After my nirvana, in the Dharma ending age, you should proclaim this teaching so that living beings will awaken to it, that the heavenly demon cannot take advantage of such states and that practicers can be on their guard and realize the supreme Tao. The 10 states affected by the third aggregate of conception, Sanjana. Ananda, in the cultivation of samadhi, when the second aggregate of receptiveness ceases to hinder the practicer, although he is still in the worldly stream, his mind can now escape from his body, like a bird from its cage. From his worldly state he can now achieve the 60 succeeding holy stages of bodhisattva development into Buddhahood and thereby take any form at will, free to move anywhere without hindrance. This is like a man who talks in his sleep, and though he does not know what he says, his words are in order, and comprehensible, and those who are not asleep understand him. This is the third aggregate of conception which conditions his meditation. If all his stirring thoughts stop, he will be rid of the thinking process, and his clear mind will be, like a mirror, rubbed clean of the covering dust, and will throw light upon his present incarnation from birth to death. Then the third aggregate of conception ceases to function, and the practicer will be able to leap above and beyond the kulpa of turbid passions, the main cause of which was the seeming pervasiveness of his wrong thinking. 1. Ananda, now that the practicer is free from anxiety, after his receptiveness has vanished, he finds himself in the state of perfect dhyana and likes its pure brightness. But he may be tempted to concentrate on the one thought of skillfully advancing, thus submitting to the heavenly demon, who immediately possesses another man, to harm the meditator. This man, unaware that he is possessed, will, as directed, preach the Dharma of the sutras and think that he too has realized supreme nirvana. He will then come to the practicer's place and take the high seat, reserved for reputable monks, to teach him the Dharma. To show his skill, he will appear either as a monk, Indra, a woman, or a nun, and his body will send out rays of light that illumine the dark bedroom. The practicer will mistake him for a bodhisattva and will believe what he says. As a result, his mind will waver and he will break the rules and have desires. The man will speak of will and woe, of a Buddha appearing at a certain place, of scorching fire in the kulpa of destruction, and of future fighting and wars to frighten and ruin other people. This is the strange ghost who has become a demon in his old age and who now comes to trouble the practicer. When he is weary of his misdeeds, he will leave the possessed man. Then both teacher, the possessed man, and pupil, the practicer, will suffer all the miseries inflicted by the royal law. You should first be clear about this temptation to avoid returning to samsara, but if you are deluded and do not recognize it, you will fall into the unintermittent hell. 2. Ananda, now that the practicer is free from false anxiety after his receptiveness has vanished, he finds himself in the state of perfect dhyana. But he may be tempted to roam about, in unknown regions, and so concentrates on the one thought of gaining further experience, thus succumbing to the heavenly demon who immediately possesses another man, to harm the meditator. This man, unaware that he is possessed, will, as directed, preach the Dharma and think that he himself has realized supreme nirvana. He will then come to the practicer's place and take the high seat to teach him the Dharma. Without changing his own appearance, he will cause the practicer and those present to see their own radiant golden bodies seated on precious lotus flowers. The practicer will be deceived into mistaking the man for a bodhisattva and will believe what he says. As a result, he will indulge in luxuriousies, breaking the Buddha's rules and becoming licentious. The man will speak of Buddhas appearing in the world, of a certain person at a given place, who is a Buddha in his transformation body, and of someone else who is a bodhisattva coming to convert people. The practicer is fascinated and admires what he has seen, thereby giving rise to wrong views and so destroying his seed of wisdom. This is the drought ghost who has become a demon in his old age and now comes to trouble the practicer. When he is weary of his misdeeds, he will leave the possessed man. Then both teacher and pupil will suffer the miseries inflicted by the law. You should first be clear about this temptation to avoid returning to samsara, but if you are deluded and do not recognize it, you will fall into the unintermittent hell. 3. Now that the practicer is free from false anxiety after his receptiveness has vanished, he finds himself in the state of perfect dhyana. But he may be tempted by his delight to concentrate on the one thought of uniting with it, thus succumbing to the heavenly demon who immediately possesses another man, to harm the meditator. This man, unaware that he is possessed, will, as directed, preach the Dharma and think that he himself has realized supreme nirvana. He will then come to the practicer's place and take the high seat to teach him the Dharma. Without changing his own or the listener's forms, he will cause them to open their minds, which will jump about so that in turn they know all their former lives, read the minds of others, see the hells, comprehend all good and evil worldly deeds, read gathas and recite sutras. And so he fascinates them with such rare things. The practicer will be deceived into mistaking him for a true bodhisattva and will be enthusiastic about all he says, thereby breaking the Buddha's rules and becoming licentious. This man will classify the Buddhas and bodhisattvas into big and small, early and late, real and false, and male and female. The practicer believes him so that his mind is disturbed and he becomes a heretic. This is the beast ghost who has become a demon in his old age and who now comes to trouble the practicer. When he is weary of his misdeeds, he will leave the possessed man. Then both teacher and pupil will suffer the miseries inflicted by the law. You should first be clear about this temptation to avoid returning to samsara, but if you are deluded and do not recognize it, you will fall into the unintermittent hell. For now that the practicer is free from false anxiety after his receptiveness has vanished, he finds himself in the state of perfect dhyana. But he may be tempted by his delight in it to go to the root of all things in order to know the beginning and the end of all transformation, thereby wishing to analyze everything to solve all his doubts to his entire satisfaction. As a result, the heavenly demon immediately possesses another man, to harm the meditator. This man, unaware that he is possessed, will, as directed, preach the Dharma, thinking that he himself has realized supreme nirvana. He will then come to the practicer's place where he will take the high seat to teach him the Dharma, showing his awe-inspiring authority to which the meditator willingly submits even before hearing his words. He will declare that the Buddha's nirvanic and bodhic dharmakaya is his own body of flesh and blood which inherits the holy essence, as a son from his father, that it is the permanent spiritual body which will be transmitted forever, that what his listeners see around them is the Buddha land, and that there is no other pure region nor another golden body. The practicer will believe this, lose his former still mind and submit to him, praising the rare revelation. He and other deluded listeners will mistake the possessed man for a true bodhisattva, and will follow him to break the Buddha's rules by indulging in sexual desire. This man will declare that the eyes, ears, nose, and tongue are pure lands and that the male and female organs are the abodes of bodhi and nirvana, and his deluded listeners will believe his perverse preaching. This is the noxious or nightmarish ghost who has become a demon in his old age and now comes to trouble the practicer. When he grows weary of his misdeeds, he will leave the possessed man. Then both teacher and pupil will suffer the miseries inflicted by the law. You should be first clear about this temptation to avoid returning to samsara, but if you are deluded and do not recognize it, you will fall into the unintermittent hells. 5. Now that the practicer is free from false anxiety after his receptiveness has vanished, he finds himself in the state of perfect dhyana. But he may be tempted by his delight in it to seek communion with the Buddha, and thereby feels a strong desire for spiritual intercourse, thus succumbing to the heavenly demon who will immediately possess another man, to harm the meditator. This man, unaware that he is possessed, will, as directed, preach the Dharma and think that he has realized supreme nirvana. He will then come to the practicer's place and take the high seat to teach the Dharma and cause his listeners to see him as a man 100 or 1,000 years old. They will admire him, will live with and serve him and provide him with the 4 necessities of a monk, and will not tire of so doing. Since the practicer is convinced that the man was his master in a previous life, he respects and becomes attached to him, praising his rare revelation. He and other deluded listeners will mistake him for a true bodhisattva and will follow his instruction, thereby breaking the Buddha's rules and indulging in sexual desire. The man will declare that in a previous life he delivered his wife or brother who now comes to follow him to a particular region where they will all serve a certain Buddha, or he will speak of a radiant heaven where the Buddha now dwells and where all the Tathagatas are at rest. The practicer who is deluded will believe all this and will lose his clear mind. This is the cruel ghost who has become a demon in his old age and now comes to trouble the practicer. When he grows weary of his misdeeds, he will leave the possessed man. Then both teacher and pupil will suffer the miseries inflicted by the law. You should first be clear about this temptation to avoid returning to samsara, but if you are deluded and do not recognize it, you will fall into the unintermittent hells. 6. Now that the practicer is free from false anxiety after his receptiveness has vanished, he finds himself in the state of perfect dhyana. But he may be tempted by his delight in it to strive to go deeper in his search for restfulness, and so succumb to the heavenly demon who will possess another man, to harm the meditator. This man, unaware that he is possessed, will, as directed, preach the Dharma and also think that he has realized supreme nirvana. He will then come to the practicer's place and take the high seat to teach the Dharma and cause each of his listeners to know his own karma. He will tell one of them that though the latter is still living, he is already an animal, or order another to sit on the ground and then make him unable to get up. Those present will admire his supernatural powers and submit themselves to him. If one of them thinks of anything, the man knows it at once. He will order them to practice unnecessary austerities in addition to the Buddha's precepts. He will vilify the bhikkhus and curse their followers. He will reveal others' shortcomings without being afraid of ridicule. He will foretell will and woe which later materialize. This is the powerful ghost who has become a demon in his old age and who now comes to trouble the practicer. When he is weary of his misdeeds, he will leave the possessed man. Then both teacher and pupil will suffer the miseries inflicted by the law. You should first be clear about this temptation to avoid returning to samsara, but if you are deluded and do not recognize it, you will fall into the unintermittent hells. 7. Now that the practicer is free from false anxiety after his receptiveness has vanished, he finds himself in the state of perfect dhyana. But he may be tempted by his delight in it to strive for more learning in his search for knowledge of his former lives, thereby succumbing to the heavenly demon who immediately possesses another man, to harm the meditator. This man, unaware that he is possessed, will, as directed, preach the Dharma and also think that he himself has realized supreme nirvana. He will then come to the practicer's place and take the high seat to teach the Dharma, and the latter suddenly finds a precious pearl in the room. The demon will either appear as an animal with a pearl, and other precious stones, documents, and registers in his mouth, which it gives to the man to deceive his listeners, or will hide a bright pearl in the ground to light up the whole place. His listeners will praise the miracle. The possessed man will abstain from food, eating only medicinal herbs, or will take only a hemp seed or a grain of wheat each day, but the demon will cause him to be strong and sturdy. He will vilify the bhikkhus and curse their followers. He will reveal other people's shortcomings without being afraid of ridicule. He will reveal secret places where treasures are hidden and where saints live, and those who then go there actually meet strange persons. This is the ghost of the mountains, groves, and rivers who has become a demon in his old age. His aim is to encourage others to break the Buddha's rules, to indulge in lust and give rein to the 5 desires, arising from the objects of the 5 senses. If he makes progress at the start of his practice, he will eat only herbs and plants and his actions will be uncertain. His object is to trouble the practicer, and when he is weary of his misdeeds, he will leave the possessed man. Then both teacher and pupil will suffer the miseries inflicted by the law. You should first be clear about this temptation to avoid returning to samsara, but if you are deluded and do not recognize it, you will fall into the unintermittent hells. 8. Now that the practicer is free from false anxiety after his receptiveness has vanished, he finds himself in the state of perfect dhyana. But he may be tempted by his delight in it to seek and use the above supernatural powers, thus succumbing to the heavenly demon who immediately possesses another man, to trouble him. This man, unaware that he is possessed, will, as directed, preach the Dharma and also think that he has realized supreme nirvana. He will then come to the practicer's place and take the high seat to preach the Dharma. He will hold a ball of fire which he divides into as many balls as there are listeners, putting one on each of their heads. They will not feel the heat and will not be burned, although the fireballs are several feet high. He also walks on water, sits motion less in the air, enters a bottle or a bag and walks through the wall, but he is not immune to choppers and swords. He claims to be a Buddha, and though he is a layman, he dares to receive reverence from the bhikkhus, cursing their disciples and vilifying the rules of discipline. He likes to disclose other people's shortcomings without being afraid of ridicule. He boasts of his supernatural powers and causes his listeners to see Buddha lands which are false and unreal. He praises carnality and encourages licentious conduct which he uses to transmit his dharma. This is one of those strong spirits of the mountains, seas, wind, rivers, and earth, dwelling in grass and plants, or a naga or decaying seer about to die and become a ghost, whose forms are possessed by other ghosts, one of which now comes to trouble the practicer. When he grows weary of his misdeeds, he will leave the possessed man. Then both teacher and pupil will suffer the miseries inflicted by the law. You should first be clear about this temptation to avoid returning to samsara, but if you are deluded and do not recognize it, you will fall into the unintermittent hells. 9. Now that the practicer is free from false anxiety after his receptiveness has vanished, he finds himself in the state of perfect dhyana. But he may be tempted by his delight in it to seek the extinction of suffering, in nirvana, and so searches deeply into the nature of transformation in his search for profound emptiness. As a result, he succumbs to the heavenly demon who immediately possesses another man, to trouble the meditator. This man, unaware that he is possessed, will, as directed, preach the Dharma and also think that he has realized supreme nirvana. He will then come to the practicer's place and take the high seat to preach the Dharma to his listeners. In their presence, he will disappear suddenly and then descend from the sky, again vanishing and reappearing at will. His body will seem transparent as crystal and his limbs will be fragrant like sandalwood. His excrement and urine are as hard as rock candy. He breaks the Buddha's rules and despises all monks and nuns. He preaches that the law of causality is invalid, that there is annihilation after death and no such thing as reincarnation or worldly and saintly states, after this life. Though he has realized voidness, he indulges in sexual desires and boasts that his followers also realize the void in which there is neither cause nor effect. This is one of those ghosts and spirits who live for thousands and tens of thousands of years and have become demons in their old age. He now comes to trouble the practicer, and when he grows weary of these misdeeds, he will leave the possessed man. Then both teacher and pupil will suffer the miseries inflicted by the law. You should first be clear about this temptation to avoid returning to samsara, but if you are deluded and do not recognize it, you will fall into the unintermittent hells. 10. Now that the practicer is free from false anxiety after his receptiveness has vanished, he finds himself in the state of perfect dhyana. But he may be tempted by his delight in it to seek longevity and indulge in tiresome research in his quest for eternity by relinquishing his mortal lot in exchange for immortality. Thus he succumbs to the heavenly demon who immediately possesses another man, to trouble him. This man, unaware that he is possessed, will, as directed, preach the Dharma and also think that he himself has realized supreme nirvana. He will then come to the practicer's place and take the high seat to teach the Dharma to those present, declaring that he can travel to and from distant places of will then go thousands of miles away and return to his seat in the twinkling of an eye, bringing things back with him. Or he may show them that for years they will be unable to walk more than a few paces across the room. They will believe him and mistake him for a Buddha. He will then proclaim that all living beings are his children, that he is a begetter of Buddhas, that he appears in the world, to save others, that he is the primal Buddha and needs no practice to be so. This heavenly demon may be either a jealous female spirit, Kamunda, from the Isvara heaven, or a consumer of vitality, Upàsaka, from the heaven of the four Deva kings, who has not a straightforward mind and uses the practicer's wrong thinking to absorb his vitality. He may not possess another man but may appear as one with power to wield a vajra to bestow long life on the practicer, or as a beautiful girl to seduce him, thereby exhausting his vitality. He is delirious and can be distinguished by his incoherent speech, but if the practicer fails to recognize him, he will make mischief. The meditator will then suffer the miseries inflicted by the law. He usually dies from exhaustion before his punishment is carried out by the authorities. You should first be clear about this temptation to avoid returning to samsara, but if you are deluded and do not recognize it, you will fall into the unintermittent hells. Ananda, there is no need for you to attain nirvana now. Though you have reached the stage beyond all studies, you should fulfill your vow to re-enter this world in the Dharma ending age to develop great compassion and to deliver those living beings whose minds are set on right belief so that they will not be troubled by demons but realize right knowledge. I have delivered you from samsara, and by carrying out my order, you will repay your debt of gratitude to the Buddha. Ananda, the above 10 states of dhyana come from the intermingling of the third aggregate of conception with meditative mind. Deluded and wayward practicers who do not know their capabilities, cannot distinguish these states when they manifest and wrongly declare that they have attained the holy rank. By so doing, they break the prohibition against lying and will fall into the unintermittent hells. After my nirvana in the Dharma ending age, you should proclaim this teaching so that living beings will awaken to it, that heavenly demons cannot take advantage of such states and that all practicers can be on their guard and realize the supreme Tao. The 10 states affected by the fourth aggregate of discrimination, Saskara. Ananda, in his cultivation of samadhi, when the third aggregate of conception ends, the practicer will be free from the usual delusive thinking and will achieve the still and bright state of mind which is like the clear sky and is always the same whether waking or sleeping, and devoid of the shadows of coarse sense data. To him the mountains, rivers, great earth, and universe are reflections in a bright mirror, appearing and vanishing without leaving a trace behind, thus his mind only reflects externals without being affected by them. This is the one essence, alaya, in which the fourth aggregate now manifests. The practicer will perceive all living beings of the 12 types of birth in the 10 directions, and though he does not know the true cause of their existence, to him they are all in the same state of life. This functioning of mind, saskara, is like a twinkling mirage that disturbs the clear horizon, and is the chief cause of the illusion of the sense organs and data. This is the fourth aggregate which conditions the practicer's meditation. If this sparkling disturbance returns to its serene source, alaya, like ripples that settle to become calm and clear water, the aggregate saskara will come to an end, and the practicer will leap above and beyond the kulpa of turbid being, the main cause of which is the undetected subtlety of his wrong thinking. 1. Ananda, you should know that when the practicer, as a result of pointed concentration, after the third aggregate has vanished, acquires correct knowledge in his practice of samatha, his mind is settled and clear and can no more be troubled by the 10 classes of demons. Only now can he look exhaustively into the origin of living beings. In his discovery of the subtle disturbance, which is not easily detectable, if he begins to differentiate he will fall into error because of the following 2 heterodox conceptions of the non-existence of cause. He finds no anterior cause, of existence, in his investigation. Why? Because he has wiped out the mechanism of life and can now, by means of the 800 merits of his organ of sight, look into the 80,000 kalpas in which all living beings transmigrate from place to place and beyond which he can see nothing. He then concludes that all living beings exist of themselves without any cause during these 80,000 eons and, because of this differentiation, he will miss the Buddha's universal knowledge, thereby falling into heresy which will screen his Bodhi nature. 2. He finds no posterior cause, of existence, in his investigation. Why? Because he has seen the root of life and concludes that, as always, men beget men and birds birds, that crows are black and storks white, that men and devas are upright and animals slanting, that their white color does not come from washing nor their black color from dyes, and that all this has been and will be so throughout these 80,000 eons. Since he never saw Bodhi before, how can he realize it now? He will now conclude that all things come from no cause, so he will miss the Buddha's universal knowledge and will fall into heresy which will screen his Bodhi nature. The above pertain to the first state of heterodox discrimination, saskara, which postulates the non-existence of cause. 2. Ananda, in his cultivation of samadhi, as a result of pointed concentration, the practicer's mind is now settled and can no more be troubled by demons. He can look exhaustively into the origin of all living beings, and in his discovery of the subtle disturbance which continues endlessly, if he begins to differentiate, he will fall into error because of the following 4 heterodox conceptions of universal permanence. By looking exhaustively into the mind and its object, he finds that both are causeless, and since his meditative study enables him to know that in 20,000 eons all living beings are subject to the endless round of births and deaths without being annihilated, he gives rise to the wrong concept of the permanence of mind and its object. 2. By looking exhaustively into the four elements, he finds they exist permanently, and since his meditative study enables him to know that in 40,000 eons all living beings preserve their forms which are not destroyed in spite of their births and deaths, he gives rise to the wrong concept of the permanence of the four elements. 3. By looking exhaustively into the six organs and the seventh and eighth consciousnesses, he finds that the origin of mind, intellect, and consciousness is permanent. Thus his meditative study enables him to know that in 80,000 kalpas all living beings always preserve this origin and that it always remains, thereby giving rise to the concept of the permanence of the eighth consciousness. 4. As the practicer has wiped out the third aggregate completely, he, wrongly, thinks that life has ceased to flow and that since his thinking mind, sanjana, has ended, that which now remains, i.e. saskara, is permanent, thus giving rise to the concept of the permanence of the fourth aggregate. Because of his wrong conception of true permanence, he misses the Buddha's universal knowledge and falls into heresy which screens his bodhi nature. The above pertains to the second state of heterodox discrimination, saskara, which postulates wrong permanence. 3. Further, in his cultivation of samadhi which, as a result of his pointed concentration of mind, can no more be troubled by demons if he looks exhaustively into the origin of living beings to differentiate as he contemplates the continuous subtle disturbance in this clear state, he will fall into error. Because of the following four perverse views of the duality of permanence and impermanence. I. The practicer looks into the profound bright mind which pervades everywhere and regards it as his spiritual ego. He finds that his ego, which is bright and unchanging, embraces all the 10 directions and that all living beings are born and die by themselves in his mind, thereby concluding that it is permanent and all those subject to birth and death are impermanent. 2. The practicer, instead of looking into his own mind, contemplates countries which are countless as the Ganges, sands, and thereby regards as impermanent those regions which are annihilated in the kalpa of destruction and as permanent those unaffected by it. 3. The practicer looks into his mind which, to him, is subtle and mysterious like molecules which penetrate everywhere and whose nature is unchanged, and can subject his body to birth and death simultaneously in every flash of thought. He regards that which does not decay as his permanent ego and that which is subject to birth and death and flows from his ego as impermanent. 4. The practicer who knows that after the third aggregate has vanished, the fourth one flows continuously, will regard the latter as permanent and the first 3 aggregates which have already ended as impermanent. By so differentiating between permanence and impermanence, he falls into heresy which screens his bodhi nature. The above pertain to the third state of heterodox discrimination which postulates the duality of permanence and impermanence. 4. Further, in his cultivation of samadhi which, as a result of pointed concentration of mind, can no more be troubled by demons, if the practicer looks exhaustively into the origin of living beings and begins to differentiate as he contemplates the continuous disturbance in this clear state, he will fall into error because of the following 4 dual views of the finite and infinite. I. He looks into the origin of life which flows endlessly and concludes that the past and the future which he does not see are finite and that his present mind which does not stop is infinite. 2. He looks into 80,000 kalpas and sees living beings in this long period of time, but when looking into the time prior even to that he sees and hears nothing. He then concludes that the region where he sees and hears nothing is infinite and the one where there are living beings is finite. 3. The practicer finds that his knowledge reaches everywhere and concludes that since all living beings appear therein, i.e. in his knowing mind, his nature is infinite. As their knowledge, i.e. their minds, do not appear in his, he reasons that their minds are finite as well as their nature. 4. As the practicer looks exhaustively into the fourth aggregate and finds that it ends in emptiness, he reasons that its end is annihilation and its manifestation is creation and so, infers that each living being partly exists and partly does not and so concludes that all things in the world are half finite and half infinite. By so discriminating between the finite and the infinite, he falls into heresy which screens his Bodhi nature. The above pertain to the fourth state of heterodox discrimination, Saskara, which postulates the duality of the finite and the infinite. 5. Further, in his cultivation of samadhi which, as a result of his pointed concentration of mind, can no more be troubled by demons, if the practicer looks exhaustively into the origin of living beings and begins to differentiate between views when contemplating the continuous subtle disturbance. In this clear state, he will fall into error because of the following 4 confused views about the undying heaven. As he investigates the origin of transformation, he may call changing that which varies, unchanging that which continues, born that which is visible, annihilated that which is no more seen, increasing that which preserves its nature in the process of transformation, decreasing that whose nature is interrupted in the changing process, existing that which is created and non-existent that which disappears. This is the result of his differentiation of the 8 states, seen as he contemplates the manifestations of the fourth aggregate. If seekers of the truth call on him for instruction, he will declare, I now both live and die, both exist and do not, both increase and decrease, thus talking wildly to mislead them. 2. As the practicer looks exhaustively into his mind, he finds that each thought ceases to exist in a flash and concludes that they are non-existent. If people ask for instruction, his answer consists of the one word nothing, beyond which he says nothing else. 3. As the practicer looks exhaustively into his mind, he sees the rise of his thoughts and concludes that they exist. If people ask for instruction, his answer consists of the one word something, beyond which he says nothing else. 4. The practicer sees both existence and non-existence and finds that such states are so complicated that they confuse him. If people ask for instruction, he will say, the existing comprises the non-existent but the non-existent does not comprise the existing, in such a perfunctory manner as to prevent exhaustive inquiries. By so discriminating, he causes confusion and so falls into heresy which screens his Bodhi nature. The above pertain to the fifth state of heterodox discrimination, Saskara, which postulates confused views about the undying. 6. Further, in his cultivation of samadhi which, as a result of his pointed concentration of mind, can no more be troubled by demons, if the practicer looks exhaustively into the origin of living beings and begins to differentiate as he contemplates the endless flow of the fourth aggregate, he will fall into error because of his wrong view of the continued existence of form after death arising from his upset mind. So he clings firmly to his body and believes that form is ego. He sees that his mind embraces all countries everywhere and believes that form is within ego. He sees that form is now restored to follow his ego, and believes that ego exists apart from form, and he sees that his ego continues to exist in the flow of Saskara and believes that it is within form. These are the 4 kinds of discrimination arising from the belief that form continues to exist after death. Thus there are 16 kinds of such discrimination due to wrong contemplation of the first 4 aggregates, Rapa, Vedana, Sanjana, and Saskara. From then on the practicer discriminates between fundamental troubles, klesa, and fundamental bodhi as existing side by side without contradicting each other. For this wrong view that form continues after death, he will fall into heresy that screens his bodhi nature. The above pertain to the 6th state of heterodox discrimination, Saskara, which postulates the wrong view that form exists death. 7. Further, in his cultivation of samadhi which, as a result of his pointed concentration of mind, can no more be troubled by demons, if the practicer looks into the origin of living beings and begins to differentiate as he contemplates the fourth aggregate, Saskara, which will vanish in the same way the first 3, Rapa, Vedana, and Sanjana, did before, he will fall into error because of his wrong view of the non-existence of form after death arising from his upset mind. He saw that form was causeless when Rapa vanished, that his mind was free from bondage when Sanjana ended and that all links were broken when Vedana stopped. He now concludes that once the aggregates are no more, life deprived of Vedana and Sanjana is like grass and plants. Even Rapa does not exist in life, how can there be form after death? So his investigation reveals the non-existence of form after death with the ensuing eightfold absence of form. Hence his belief that nirvana has neither cause nor effect and that all things are void, have only, empty, names and are fundamentally subject to annihilation. For this wrong view of annihilation after death, he falls into heresy that screens his Bodhi nature. This is the seventh state of heterodox discrimination, Saskara, which postulates the wrong view of annihilation, Akadarsana. 8. Further, in his cultivation of samadhi which, as a result of his pointed concentration of mind, can no more be troubled by demons, if the practicer looks into the origin of living beings and begins to differentiate as he contemplates the fourth aggregate which now manifests whereas, Rapa, Vedana, and Sanjana have vanished, he will fall into error because of the wrong dual view of existence and non-existence which is self-contradictory and which implies the negation of both after death. Thus Rapa, Vedana, and Sanjana, previously seen to exist now do not. If Saskara which now manifests is likewise not to exist, it is, in fact, not non-existent. If these four aggregates are likewise looked into, the conclusion is the eightfold negative view of form in life and after death. Thus each of them when investigated can be said to be neither existing nor non-existent after death. Further, since the fourth aggregate is, always, changing, he reasons that both its existence and non-existence are invalid for it is neither real nor unreal, in life. So he infers that nothing can be said of it in the dark and obscure condition after death. For holding the above views, he will fall into heresy that screens his Bodhi nature. They pertain to the eighth state of discrimination, Saskara, which postulates the invalidity of both the existence and non-existence of the five aggregates after death. 9. Further, in his cultivation of samadhi which, as a result of his pointed concentration of mind, can no more be troubled by demons, if the practicer looks into the origin of living beings to differentiate as he contemplates the fourth aggregate which is subject to annihilation after its rise and fall in every flash of thought, he will fall into error because of his wrong conception of either one of the seven states where body, desire, suffering, joy, and indifference are destroyed and where nothing exists after their annihilation, which is final. For this wrong view of annihilation after death, he will fall into heresy which screens his Bodhi nature. This is the ninth state of heterodox discrimination which arises from the upset mind and which postulates the annihilation of the five aggregates after the present life. 10. Further, in his cultivation of samadhi which, as a result of his pointed concentration of mind, can be no more troubled by demons, if the practicer looks into the origin of living beings and begins to differentiate as he contemplates the fourth aggregate which will recur after its annihilation, after death, he will fall into error because of his misconception of the five false conditions of nirvana. In his contemplation of the condition of perfect clearness which now manifests, he is tempted to transmute into nirvana either, a. the heaven of desire because of his delight in that condition, b. the first dhyana heaven because it is free from trouble and anxiety, c. the second dhyana heaven because it is free from suffering, d. the third dhyana heaven because it is full of joy, or, e. the fourth dhyana heaven which is free from both suffering and joy and is beyond birth and death. In samsara. Thus he will mistake samsaric heavens for the fundamental, wu-wei state and cling to either one of these five states as an ultimate abode offering peace and security. Because of this differentiation, he will fall into heresy which will screen his Bodhi nature. This is the 10th state of heterodox discrimination, Saskara, which postulates five conditions of nirvana, arising from the five aggregates. Ananda, these 10 kinds of wild interpretation of dhyana come from the intermingling of the fourth aggregate of discrimination with meditative mind. Deluded and wayward practicers who do not know their own capabilities, cannot distinguish these states when they manifest and wrongly declare that they have attained the holy rank. By so doing, they will break the rule against lying and so fall into the unintermittent hells. After my nirvana, in the Dharma ending age, you should proclaim this teaching so that living beings will awaken to it, that the demons of their minds will not lead them to self-inflicted calamities, and that all practicers can be on their guard and wipe out heterodox views. You should teach them how to discipline their bodies and minds so that they awaken to reality and avoid straying from the supreme path, and to refrain from wishful thinking and from mistaking some little progress for complete realization. You should act as their guide to supreme enlightenment. The 10 states affected by the fifth aggregate of consciousness, vijnana. Ananda, in the cultivation of samadhi, when the fourth aggregate of discrimination, saskara, comes to an end, the subtle disturbance in the state of clearness, that is the functioning of samsaric mind, which is the mechanism of birth and death, suddenly explodes and exposes an outlook completely different from that of the profound karma of pujala, i.e. all beings subject to transmigration. This is the moment when nirvana is about to dawn, like the cock crow that heralds the first light of the day in the east, when the 6 senses are void and still and no more wander outside. Within and without there is only a profound brightness reaching the root of life of all beings of the 12 forms of birth in the 10 directions of space wherein there is nothing that can be further penetrated. This contemplation of the essence of basic clinging, i.e. the fifth aggregate of consciousness, releases the practicer from all attraction, by old habits and new karma, and immunizes him from further transmigration in samsara, for he has realized the identity of mind with its self-created externals everywhere. As the nature of consciousness now manifests clearly, he will discover its hidden depth. This is the fifth aggregate of consciousness which conditions the practicer's meditation. As the practicer is immune against external attractions and realizes the identity of mind and objects, the separateness arising from the 6 different sense organs ceases and the mind functions uniformly with seeing and hearing in regard to a single function which is pure and clean. In this state, all the worlds in the 10 directions, together with his body and mind, are clear and transparent like crystal both within and without. This is the end of the aggregate of consciousness which enables the practicer to leap over and beyond the kulpa of turbid life, the main cause of which is the first seeming shadow of his wrong thinking. 1. Ananda, you should know that, as the practicer looks exhaustively into the fourth aggregate, saskara, it will return to its source, that is, the fifth aggregate, consciousness. Though he wipes out birth and death, he does not yet achieve the pure and profound state of nirvana. He can now unify the different functions of the sense organs, and so is aware that all beings are created by consciousness. Thus he can enter the source of perfection, but if, on his return to it, he wrongly sets it up as the cause of true permanence, and regards this as correct, he will fall into error and will become an adherent of the Kapila doctrine which postulates primordial darkness, thereby screening his Bodhi nature and missing the Buddha knowledge. This is the first state of the aggregate of consciousness which sets up the mind thus realized as ultimate attainment, so straying far from complete enlightenment and standing opposite to nirvana, thus sowing the seed of heresy. 2. Ananda, as the practicer looks exhaustively into saskara which now becomes void, he will wipe out birth and death but will not yet achieve nirvana. If he regards consciousness as his substance and insists that he is right in thinking that all living beings of the 12 types of birth in boundless space spring from his body, he will err because of his wrong conception of a subjective creator and will become an adherent of Mahesvara who appears in a body which has no limit. It will screen his Bodhi nature and will cause him to miss the Buddha knowledge. This is the second state of the aggregate of consciousness which sets up the mind creator as ultimate attainment, thus straying far from complete enlightenment and standing opposite to nirvana, thereby sowing the seed of great pride in an omnipresent divine ego. 3. As the practicer looks exhaustively into saskara which now becomes void, he will wipe out birth and death but will not yet achieve nirvana. If he clings to consciousness as his refuge, he will interpret that his body and mind as well as the whole of space spring from that refuge, thereby wrongly inferring that the source is true reality, free from birth and death. Because of his misinterpretation of vijnana, consciousness, as permanent, he will understand neither the uncreate nor the created, birth and death. For his delight in this deluded state, he will fall into error because he mistakes impermanence for permanence and will thus become an adherent of Isvaradeva, the divine ego who creates all things, thereby screening his Bodhi nature and missing the Buddha knowledge. This is the third state of the aggregate of consciousness which sets up the causal mind as ultimate attainment, thus straying far from complete enlightenment and standing opposite to nirvana, and so sowing the seed of perfection's opposite. For as the practicer looks exhaustively into saskara which becomes void, he will wipe out birth and death but will not yet achieve nirvana. If he clings to his knowledge of his all-embracing consciousness, alaya, and so sets up his own interpretation that all grass and plants are sentient and do not differ from men, and that after death men will become grass and plants. If he delights in such misconception, he will fall into error because of wrong knowing and will become an adherent of the doctrine of Vajrayana and Sani, thus screening his Bodhi nature and missing the Buddha knowledge. This is the fourth state of the aggregate of consciousness which sets up the knowing mind as ultimate attainment, thus straying far from complete enlightenment and standing opposite to nirvana, thereby sowing the seed of inverted knowing. 5. As the practicer looks exhaustively into saskara which now ends, he wipes out birth and death but does not yet achieve nirvana. If he awakens to the uniformity of the 6 sense organs, as he contemplates the original transformation of the 4 elements, he may be tempted to worship the brightness of fire, the purity of water, the freedom of wind and the creativeness of earth. He will regard them as fundamental causes of creation and as permanent reality, thereby falling into error because of his wrong view of creation. He will follow the teaching of Kashyapa and other Brahmins and will, in his quest of immortality, offer his body and mind to serve and worship fire and water, thereby screening his Bodhi nature and missing the Buddha knowledge. This is the fifth state of the aggregate of consciousness which postulates the worship of the elements, thus throwing away the mind to pursue its objects and wrongly seeking the causes of fruition. He will thus stray far from complete enlightenment and will stand opposite to nirvana, thereby sowing the seed of inverted transformation. 6. As the practicer looks exhaustively into saskara which now ends, he wipes out birth and death but does not yet achieve nirvana. In this stage of bright and empty consciousness, he may be tempted to believe that voidness destroys all things and will cling to annihilation as his last refuge. He will fall into error because he clings to nothingness and so will think that devas without thought are void, thereby screening his Bodhi nature and missing the Buddha knowledge. This is the sixth state of the aggregate of consciousness which is completely void and mindless, leading to empty fruition. The practicer will stray far from complete enlightenment and will stand opposite to nirvana, thereby sowing the seed of annihilation. 7. As the practicer looks exhaustively into saskara which now ends, he wipes out birth and death but does not yet achieve nirvana. In this continued state of consciousness, he may be tempted by its seeming permanence to try and make his own body deathless and free it from mortality. Such misconception will cause him to fall into error because of his wrong desire and to follow the teaching of Asatakwi, who postulates longevity, thereby screening his Bodhi nature and missing the Buddha knowledge. This is the seventh state of the aggregate of consciousness which clings to long life and sets up the false cause of preservation in the search for permanent fruition. The practicer will thus stray far from complete enlightenment and will stand opposite to nirvana, thereby sowing the seed of false prolongation of life. 8. As the practicer looks exhaustively into saskara which now ends, he wipes out birth and death but does not yet realize nirvana. In his contemplation of the aggregate of consciousness, from which springs life, he may be apprehensive that its end will cause the total annihilation of the worldly. He will, by means of the power of transformation, of alaya, sit in a lotus palace and exhibit the 7 treasures and beautiful girls to give rein to his mind. He will thus fall into error because of his indulgence in falsehood and will follow the heavenly demon, thereby screening his Bodhi nature and missing the Buddha knowledge. This is the 8th state of the aggregate of consciousness which gives rise to the cause of worldly fruition. The practicer will thus stray far from complete enlightenment by standing opposite to nirvana, thereby sowing the seed of heavenly demons. 9. Further, as the practicer looks exhaustively into saskara which now ends, he wipes out birth and death but does not yet achieve nirvana. As he contemplates his bright consciousness, if he begins to differentiate between its fine and coarse characteristics, thus implying the duality of reality and falsehood in his search for the truth, he will stray from the pure and clean path. He will look into suffering, the cutting of its cause, its destruction, and the way thereto, and will stop at its annihilation without striving to advance further. By so doing, he will follow those whose minds are fixed on the Sravaka stage, those devas of the four dhyana heavens and those who refuse to hear further about the Dharma, and so develop self-conceit, thereby screening his bodhi nature and missing the Buddha knowledge. This is the ninth state of the aggregate of consciousness which unites with its essence for nirvanic fruition. The practicer will thus stray far from complete enlightenment by standing opposite to nirvana, thereby sowing the seed of obstructive voidness. 10. Further, as the practicer looks exhaustively into Saskara which now ends, he is free from birth and death but does not yet achieve nirvana. As he contemplates the bright and pure essence of consciousness, if he looks deeper into its depth, he may regard the latter as nirvana and will not strive to advance further. He will be one of those whose minds are set on pratyeka Buddhahood and who live apart from others to seek self-enlightenment, thereby screening his bodhi nature and missing the Buddha knowledge. This is the 10th state of the aggregate of consciousness, is the union of mind with pure awareness culminating in clear fruition. The practicer will thus stray far from complete enlightenment by standing opposite to nirvana, thereby sowing the seed of incomplete enlightenment. Ananda, these are the 10 states of dhyana leading to wild speculations because the practicer relies on delusion and regards inadequate achievement as full realization. They are due to the intermingling of the 5th aggregate of consciousness with meditative mind. Deluded and wayward people who do not know their own capabilities, rest their minds infatuated by former habits on these states which now manifest and which they regard as their ultimate abodes. They will wrongly declare that they have realized supreme bodhi and will thus break the rule against lying, thereby forming the evil karma of heretics and evil demons which will send them down to the unintermittent hells. As to Sravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas, whose minds are fixed, they will not make further progress. After my nirvana, in the Dharma ending age, you should all proclaim this teaching so that living beings will awaken to it, that the demons of their false perception cannot cause them self-inflicted calamities and that all practicers can be on their guard and wipe out heterodox views. You should teach them how to discipline their bodies and minds so that they achieve the Buddha knowledge by not going the wrong way from the start of their practice. This Dharmador was followed in past eons countless as the Ganges sands by Tathagatas numberless as dust, who thereby opened their minds and won the supreme Tao. If the aggregate of consciousness comes to an end, all your sense organs will intermingle for uniform functioning and you will enter the indestructible state of dry wisdom in which your enlightened essence of mind will manifest, like pure crystal with the precious moon within. You will then leap over the 10 stages each of Bodhisattva faith, the 10 stages each of a Bodhisattva's wisdom, activities, and dedication, the 4 stages of intensified efforts, the 10 indestructible Bodhisattva positions, Dasabhami, and the state of universal enlightenment to enter the Tathagata's majestic ocean of wonderful enlightenment, thus perfecting Bodhi to return to where nothing can be won. The above are very fine states of Mara discerned by past Buddhas while abiding in the condition of Vipassana when they practiced Samatha. If you know beforehand these Mara states, you will be able to rub off the dust of your mind and will avoid wrong views, the demons of the 5 aggregates will vanish, the heavenly demons will be crushed, the powerful ghosts and spirits will take fright and run away, the spirits of the rivers and hills will not come to trouble you until you achieve Bodhi. You will thus begin your practice from inferior states of mind and then progress toward great nirvana with a mind free from delusion and perplexity. The falsehood of the 5 aggregates. After hearing the Buddha's instruction, Ananda rose from his seat and prostrated himself with his head at his feet. Since he had received the teaching which he could now remember well, he said, as the Buddha has said, the 5 kinds of falsehood arising from the 5 aggregates are due to the thinking mind, but we have not heard your explanation in detail. Further, should the 5 aggregates be wiped out simultaneously or separately one after another? What are their boundaries? Will you be compassionate enough to teach us so that everyone here can cleanse his mind eye and be the future guiding eye for living beings in the Dharma ending age? The Buddha said, Ananda, pure reality is profound enlightenment, and basic enlightenment is perfect and pure, containing neither birth and death nor any impurities nor even voidness, all of which spring from false thinking. From the profound enlightened true essence of basic enlightenment arises the illusion of a material universe in the same way that Yogananda deceived himself into believing in the image of his head. Fundamentally falsehood has no cause but false thinking sets it up, and deluded people, further, mistake it for being the self as such. Even voidness is but an illusion, how much more so are cause and the self as such, which are the product of discrimination arising in the false mind of living beings. Ananda, if you know where falsehood arises, you can speak of cause, but if fundamentally there is no falsehood, how can you speak of cause? Still less can you speak of the self as such. Therefore, the Tathagata reveals to you that the basic cause of the five aggregates is false thinking. Falseness of the first aggregate of form, rapa, your body owes its existence first to your parents' thought of giving birth, but had you not thought, of being born, there would have been no chance for your incarnation in their thought. As I said earlier, when you think of vinegar, your mouth waters, and when you think of scaling a high cliff, you feel distress in the soles of your feet. But there is neither vinegar nor cliff, and if your body is not of the same, illusory, nature as falsehood, how can water come to your mouth when you think of vinegar? Therefore, you should know that your physical body, rapakaya, is the first state of congelation of your false thinking. Falseness of the second aggregate of receptiveness, vedana, we have spoken of the thought of scaling a cliff which can cause your body to feel distress. This is the aggregate of receptiveness affecting your physical body, which is thus moved by favorable or adverse feelings. This is the second state of empty reflection of your false thinking. Falseness of the third aggregate of conception, sanjana, your thought can make your body move, but if both are not akin, how can body obey thought's order to act? Therefore, when mind stirs, body obeys, and both act in perfect unison. When you are awake, your thinking mind works, but when you sleep, dreams take the place of thoughts. Therefore, you should know that your thoughts stir your false feelings. This is the third state of pervasiveness of your false thinking. Falseness of the fourth aggregate of discrimination, saskara, transformation never stops and changes imperceptibly every instant, as shown by the growth of hair and nails, and the loss of vitality in old age as revealed by the wrinkles on one's face. This change occurs day and night, but we do not notice it. Ananda, if this is not you, why does your body change? On the other hand, if it is you, why do you not notice the change? Therefore, you should know that every discrimination does not stop in a flash of thought. This is the fourth state of concealment of your false thinking. Falseness of the fifth aggregate of consciousness, vijnana, if your pure, bright, profound, and subtle consciousness is permanent, why is it conditioned by and does not go beyond your bodha seeing, hearing, feeling, and knowing? If it is the real, it should not allow itself to be affected by your false habits. Very long ago you saw unusual things, but you then forgot all about them. Why do you remember them so vividly when you now see them again? This shows that the contamination of your clear and still consciousness continues, instant after instant, in unbroken continuity. How can you ascertain this? Ananda, you should know that this still consciousness is not reality and is like a river which flows swiftly but seems to be still. If you do not see it flow, this does not mean that it stops. If consciousness is not the source of false thinking, how can it be influenced by wrong habits? If you fail to wipe out separateness and achieve the uniform functioning of all your six sense organs, your false thinking cannot be brought to an end. Therefore, behind your seeing, hearing, feeling, and knowing, there is chain of subtle worldly habits, and within your still consciousness there is something which seems not to but does exist, and which is the fifth subtle state of your false thinking. Ananda, all the five aggregates are created by this fivefold false thinking. As to their boundaries about which you wish to know, form and voidness are the boundaries of the aggregate of rapa, receptiveness and non-receptiveness of vedana, remembrance and forgetfulness of sanjana, rise and fall of saskara, and the return of consciousness to, and its union with, its substance are those of vijnana. The five aggregates arise by piling themselves upon one another. They originate from consciousness, mind, and should be eliminated beginning with form, matter. In principle, they all vanish the moment one is instantaneously awakened, but in practice, they are wiped out gradually due to the force of habit. I have shown you how to untie the 6 knots in a cloth, and all this should have been clear to you. Why do you still ask me about it? You should awaken to the source of false thinking and open your mind, and then teach practicers in the Dharma ending age so that they know its falsehood and reject it, become aware of the existence of nirvana, and so stop hankering after the 3 worlds. Ananda, if a man fills space in the 10 directions with the 7 treasures and then offers them to Buddhas uncountable as dust, with his mind set on serving them faultlessly, what do you think of his merits from such a good cause? Ananda replied, space is boundless and the treasures cannot be counted. Once a man only offered 7 coins to 7 Buddhas, and his merit led to his rebirth as a heavenly ruler of the world. How much more so is the unlimited merit derived from offering treasures that fill Buddha lands in boundless space. The Buddha said, Ananda, the words of Buddhas are not deceitful. If another man, after committing the 4 and 10 sins, parajikas, and after falling into the Avasi hells, can, in a flash, think of teaching this Dharma door to living beings in the Dharma ending age, his evil sins will vanish and his hells of suffering will change into happy places, for his merit surpasses that of the giver of treasures, because the latters cannot be even 100th, 1,000th, 100,000th of the formers. In fact, no comparison can be made between the two. Ananda, if someone reads, and practices, this sutra, the whole eon will pass long before his merits can be enumerated in full. He who follows and practices my teaching will be free from all the obstructions of Mara and will realize Bodhi. After the Buddha had expounded the sutra, all the monks, nuns, male and female devotees, devas, men, bodhisattvas, sravakas, pratyekabuddhas, cuis and newly initiated ghosts and spirits were filled with joy, paid reverence to him and left.